Hello there. Great to have you on Proxima What If. We're excited to present What If Harry discovered he was the avatar of death and reaped Voldemort's soul in Godric's hollow. Love stories? Then you'll love subscribing. Hit that button and never miss our latest uploads. Don't forget to like. Let's waste no time and begin. Chapter 1, Whispers of the Reaper. The first time Harry realized something was wrong, he was walking back from Quidditch practice. The evening was crisp, autumn just beginning to sharpen the Scottish air, and his teammates had already trudged ahead toward the welcoming glow of Hogwarts. He'd lingered behind, wanting a moment to himself away from the constant whispers that had followed him since term began. Voldemort was back. Harry had watched Cedric die. And nobody believed him. A flicker of movement caught his eye near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. A small figure, a first year by the size of her, was reaching up toward one of the low-hanging branches of an ancient oak. The massive tree stood sentinel at the forest's edge, its lowest branches still 15 feet off the ground. The girl had somehow managed to climb partway up the gnarled trunk and was straining to reach something caught in the branches. Harry changed direction, intending to tell her to come down before she hurt herself, when a cold wave washed over him. The sensation was unfamiliar yet somehow deeply intimate, like ice water flowing through his veins. His vision sharpened unnaturally, the twilight suddenly no impediment at all. Around the girl, the air seemed to shimmer with a strange, dark aura. Without conscious thought, Harry dropped his broomstick and sprinted toward her. "Stop! Don't move," he shouted. The girl jerked in surprise, her foot slipping on the moss-covered bark. Harry saw it all in excruciating detail, her startled expression, the way her fingers clutched futilely at nothing, the precise angle of her fall. But most disturbing was the black thread that seemed to emanate from her chest, stretching upward into nothingness, suddenly pulled taut. Harry lunged forward, his hand outstretched. He felt something inside him reach, not physically but with some other sense he'd never known he possessed. His fingers closed around the black thread just as the girl's body hit the ground with a sickening thud. For a moment, the world stood still. Harry felt the thread vibrating between his fingers, cold and somehow ancient. Without knowing how, he understood this was her lifeline, about to be severed by her fall. With an instinct he couldn't explain, he pushed his own energy, his own life, into the thread, reinforcing it. The girl gasped, her eyes flying open. They were filled with confusion, but most importantly, they were alive. "Are you okay?" Harry knelt beside her, realizing belatedly that he must look mad, kneeling with his hand outstretched to nothing. I think so." She tried to sit up, then winced. "My arm hurts." Harry looked down at her arm, bent at an unnatural angle. He should have felt queasy at the sight, but instead, he saw more threads, golden this time, tangled and disrupted around the break. "You've broken it. We need to get you to Madame Pomfrey." He helped her stand, careful not to jostle her injury. As they walked toward the castle, Harry couldn't stop glancing at her. The black thread was gone, but he could still feel an echo of it against his fingers. What had just happened? What had he done? "I'm Hannah Abbott's cousin," the girl offered shyly. "Emma Abbott. I dropped my remembrall in the tree and was trying to get it back. I'm Harry Potter." "I know." She blushed. "Everyone knows." Harry smiled weakly, his mind still reeling. "What exactly happened when you fell? Did you feel anything strange?" Emma frowned. "It was weird. For a second, I thought I was somewhere else. Somewhere dark. But then I felt a tug, and I was back." She shook her head. "Must have knocked my head when I fell." Harry nodded, but a chill ran down his spine. He'd pulled her back from somewhere, from death itself, he was increasingly certain. The knowledge settled in his stomach like a stone. "Enter," Dumbledore called, his voice carrying through the heavy oak door. Harry hesitated only a moment before pushing the door open. The headmaster's office was as fascinating as always, silver instruments whirring softly, portraits of former headmasters pretending to sleep, and Fawkes the Phoenix watching Harry with intelligent eyes. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose. Unlike their last meeting at the end of the previous term, when the headmaster had been warm and comforting after the Triwizard Tournament disaster, his expression now was guarded, assessing. "You wanted to see me, Professor?" Harry asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "Yes, Harry. Please, sit down." Dumbledore gestured to the chair across from him. "Madame Pomfrey tells me you brought young Miss Abbott to the hospital wing with a broken arm." Harry nodded, sinking into the chair. "She fell from a tree." "So I understand." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "What interests me is what Madame Pomfrey discovered during her examination." He paused, his blue eyes piercing. "Miss Abbott should have died from that fall, Harry. Her injuries were far more extensive than a simple broken arm, she had a severe skull fracture and internal bleeding. Yet by the time you brought her to the hospital wing, those injuries were healing themselves. In a most unusual manner." Harry's mouth went dry. "I don't understand, sir." "I believe you do." Dumbledore's voice remained gentle, but there was an undercurrent of something else. Fear. Concern. "Harry, did something happen when Miss Abbott fell? Something you cannot explain?" The black thread flashed in Harry's memory. The cold sensation. The instinctive knowledge of what to do. I saw something, sir. Around her. A black thread. It was about to break, and I grabbed it. Held it together." Harry swallowed hard. I think I stopped her from dying." Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them, they had lost their twinkle. "I was afraid of this." "Afraid of what?" Harry demanded, a spike of anger cutting through his confusion. "What's happening to me?" "That is a complicated question, Harry." Dumbledore rose and walked to a cabinet, extracting his pensieve. "Before we continue, I must ask you, have there been other incidents? Other moments where you've experienced unusual perceptions?" Harry thought of the dreams he'd been having since summer, dreams of his parents' deaths, but from a perspective that made no sense, as if he'd been floating above his infant self. He thought of the shadows in his dormitory that seemed to move toward him, caressing his skin like old friends. And most recently, the thestrals that had pulled the school carriages, how they'd sniffed the air when he approached and bowed their skeletal heads as if in deference. "Yes," he admitted quietly. "Several things." Dumbledore nodded grimly. "I feared as much. The events at the Department of Mysteries this summer may have accelerated the process." "What process?" Harry stood, frustration mounting. "Professor, please. I need to know what's happening to me. The process of becoming who you were always meant to be." Dumbledore's voice was heavy with an emotion Harry couldn't identify. "Harry, what do you know about the night your parents died? Voldemort came to kill me because of a prophecy. My mother sacrificed herself to save me. Her love protected me from the killing curse. That is partly true." Dumbledore returned to his desk. Lily's sacrifice did indeed provide protection. But there was more to what happened that night, something I've suspected since I found you among the ruins of your parents' home. He hesitated. "Harry, have you ever wondered why Voldemort's curse rebounded? Love is powerful, yes, but to deflect the killing curse itself. You're saying my mother's sacrifice wasn't enough?" Harry felt a flare of indignation. "I'm saying there was another factor." Dumbledore looked directly into Harry's eyes. "You, Harry. Something within you recognized what was happening that night, even as an infant. You didn't just survive the killing curse, you claimed part of Voldemort's very soul." The office seemed to tilt around Harry. That's not possible. I was a baby. A baby who was already marked by powers older than Hogwarts itself. Dumbledore pulled an ancient, leather-bound book from his desk drawer. "Harry, have you ever heard the tale of the three brothers?" The great hall hummed with conversation, but Harry barely heard it. 3 days had passed since his meeting with Dumbledore, and he still couldn't wrap his mind around what the headmaster had told him. Death's avatar. The cloak of invisibility, his father's cloak, being one of the legendary Deathly Hallows. The possibility that when Voldemort tried to kill him, infant Harry had instinctively claimed the power that had been his birthright. "You've hardly touched your food," Hermione observed, concern evident in her voice. Harry pushed his eggs around his plate. "Not hungry." "Is it your scar again?" she asked quietly, leaning closer. "More visions?" "No." "Well, yes, but not the usual kind." Harry sighed. How could he explain this to his friends when he barely understood it himself? Dumbledore had sworn him to secrecy until they knew more. Ron, mouth full of sausage, gestured with his fork. "You've been acting weird for days, mate. What's going on?" Before Harry could formulate a response, a commotion at the entrance to the Great Hall drew everyone's attention. Dolores Umbridge, their defense against the dark arts teacher and Fudge's spy at Hogwarts, was striding in with a triumphant expression. Behind her trailed a nervous-looking ministry official carrying a stack of parchments. "This can't be good," Ron muttered. Umbridge approached the staff table, exchanging a few words with a grim-faced McGonagall before turning to address the room. "Ahem. Students, your attention please." Her sickly sweet voice carried across the now silent hall. "By order of the Minister for Magic, all students will submit to questioning regarding recent, disturbing incidents at the school." Harry stiffened. Could she know about Emma Abbott? Questioning? Hermione whispered. "About what?" Umbridge continued, "Mr. Percival Hardwick from the Ministry will be conducting individual interviews throughout the week. Your cooperation is mandatory." Her gaze settled on Harry, her toad-like smile widening. "Some of you may be asked about unusual abilities or observations of fellow students exhibiting such abilities." A cold weight settled in Harry's stomach. This was about him. Somehow, Umbridge knew something was happening. As breakfast ended and students filed out of the Great Hall, Harry felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to find Luna Lovegood standing there, her protuberant eyes more focused than he'd ever seen them. "The Thestrals are gathering by the edge of the forest," she said without preamble. "More than I've ever seen. They're waiting for you." Harry glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "Luna, how did you?" the dead whisper sometimes. She said it so matter-of-factly that Harry could only stare. "You should go to them. They have something to show you." Before he could question her further, she drifted away, leaving Harry with a growing sense that whatever was happening to him, it was accelerating faster than even Dumbledore had anticipated. The clearing was filled with Thestrals. At least 30 of the skeletal, winged horses stood in a perfect circle, their blank white eyes fixed on Harry. The moment he stepped into the clearing, they all bowed their heads in unison, a gesture that sent shivers down his spine. "What do you want from me?" Harry asked, feeling slightly foolish for talking to creatures that couldn't respond. To his shock, the largest Thestral stepped forward and lowered its body to the ground, clearly inviting him to mount. Harry hesitated. He had care of magical creatures in 20 minutes, but something told him this was important. Making his decision, he climbed onto the Thestral's back. Immediately, the creature rose and spread its leathery wings. The other Thestrals moved aside, creating a path. With a powerful thrust, Harry's mount launched into the air. They flew not toward the castle but deeper into the forbidden forest, to areas Harry had never seen. The trees grew denser, older, their twisted branches blocking out most of the daylight. Finally, the Thestral descended into a small clearing dominated by a single standing stone, ancient and covered with symbols Harry didn't recognize. As Harry dismounted, he noticed the ground around the stone was bare, no grass, no underbrush, just black earth that seemed to absorb the light. The Thestral nudged him forward with its nose, urging him toward the stone. Hesitantly, Harry approached. The symbols began to glow faintly as he neared, pulsing with a soft silver light. When he reached out to touch the stone, the light intensified, and a jolt of energy shot up his arm. Visions flooded his mind, a hooded figure moving through a quiet cottage, James Potter falling, Lily's desperate pleas, and then, impossibly, his own infant face, staring up at Voldemort with eyes far too knowing for a child. As the green light of the killing curse struck, he saw something else, a shadowy figure materializing behind his crib, skeletal hands reaching down to touch baby Harry's forehead, transferring something into him just as Voldemort's curse rebounded. Harry staggered back from the stone, gasping. The vision had been more vivid than any he'd experienced before, and it confirmed what Dumbledore had suggested. Something had happened that night beyond his mother's protection. The Thestral watched him with its eerie, pupilless eyes, as if waiting for Harry to understand. "What am I supposed to do?" Harry asked it. "How do I control this?" The creature had no answer, but as Harry stood there, a new sensation washed over him, a pull, an awareness of something nearby that belonged in his domain. Following the feeling, he moved to the edge of the clearing and found a small, round stone half buried in the dirt. When he picked it up, the world seemed to pause. The stone was warm in his palm, vibrating with potential. Harry instinctively knew what it was, the Resurrection Stone, another of the Deathly Hallows. It had called to him, its rightful master. The Thestral snorted, pawing at the ground impatiently. Their time here was done. With the stone safely tucked in his pocket, Harry remounted, his mind racing with questions. He needed to show this to Dumbledore immediately. "I must say, Mr. Potter, your record of rule-breaking is becoming quite impressive, even by your standards." Professor McGonagall's lips were pressed into the thinnest line Harry had ever seen. Missing Professor Hagrid's class entirely to go joyriding on a Thestral into the Forbidden Forest. Harry sat in McGonagall's office, knowing how bad it looked. "Professor, I need to speak with Professor Dumbledore." "It's urgent. The headmaster is away on business for the ministry." Her expression softened slightly. "Harry, what's going on? This isn't like you." Before Harry could decide how much to tell her, the office door burst open. Umbridge stood there, flanked by her assistant, a thin, nervous-looking wizard named Weatherby. "Minerva, I'll take it from here," Umbridge said, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "Mr. Potter's infractions fall under Educational Decree No. 23, which gives me authority to discipline students who, Dolores, I am still deputy headmistress," McGonagall interrupted sharply. "Mr. Potter is in my house, and I will handle his discipline." Umbridge's smile tightened. "Actually, I have direct orders from the minister himself regarding Potter." She produced an official-looking parchment. "Recent reports of unusual activities have reached his attention." Harry felt a chill. He glanced at Umbridge's assistant, who was staring at him with undisguised fear. As Harry met the man's gaze, that now familiar cold sensation washed over him. Around Weatherby, the air shimmered with the same dark aura he'd seen around Emma Abbott. Without thinking, Harry blurted out, "You need to see a healer. Immediately." Weatherby started. "What?" "Mr. Potter, that is quite enough." Umbridge snapped. But Harry couldn't stop. The words poured out of him. "There's something wrong with your heart. I can see it, a weakness, a thread about to snap. If you don't get help now, you'll be dead by sunrise." The office went silent. Weatherby's face drained of color. How could you possibly, ridiculous fear-mongering." Umbridge declared, though her voice wavered slightly. "This is exactly the kind of disruptive behavior we're investigating." "Weatherby, pay no attention." But Weatherby was backing toward the door, one hand clutching his chest. "My father died of heart failure at 42. I'm 42 next week." "Go to St. Mungo's," Harry urged. "Please." "I don't know how I know, but I'm certain." "That's enough." Umbridge's voice rose to a shriek. "Weatherby, stay where you are. Potter, you will come with me to my office immediately. McGonagall stepped between them. I think not, Dolores. Mr. Potter will remain with me until this matter is resolved. She turned to the assistant. Weatherby, I suggest you take Potter's warning seriously. Better safe than sorry. The assistant nodded jerkily and fled the office. Umbridge, her face mottled with rage, glared at Harry. You think you're clever, Potter? Creating panic with your lies? The minister will hear about this. We'll see how long Dumbledore can protect you when the full weight of the ministry comes down on your head. After she stormed out, McGonagall turned to Harry, her expression unreadable. Potter, what exactly is happening here? Harry took a deep breath. Professor, I need to tell you something, but you need to promise it stays between us until Professor Dumbledore returns. The news came the next morning. Weatherby had collapsed shortly after arriving at St. Mungo's. A critical heart defect that would have killed him within hours had gone undetected for years. The healers had managed to save him, but just barely. The story spread through Hogwarts like wildfire. Harry Potter had predicted a man's near death with uncanny accuracy. Some students looked at Harry with newfound awe, others with suspicion and fear. The Slytherins were the worst, led by Draco Malfoy. Potter's gone dark, mark my words, Malfoy declared loudly in the corridor as Harry passed. Probably learned it from the Dark Lord himself. Next, he'll be killing people just by looking at them. Harry ignored him, but the words stung because a part of him wondered if there was some truth to them. What was the connection between his new abilities and Voldemort? Had he absorbed some of the Dark Lord's powers that night, or was this something entirely different? His friends had noticed the change in him, too. Hermione watched him constantly with worried eyes, while Ron seemed unsure whether to be impressed or disturbed by Harry's prediction. You really need to tell us what's going on, mate, Ron said as they walked to potions. First you save that first-year girl, then you predict Weatherby's heart attack, people are talking. I know. Harry glanced around to make sure they were alone in the corridor. Look, I'll explain everything tonight in the common room, but you have to promise not to freak out. Before Ron could respond, the temperature in the corridor plummeted. Harry's breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air, and a familiar sense of despair washed over him. Dementors, he whispered, reaching for his wand. The creatures glided into view at the end of the corridor, 3 of them, their tattered black robes floating as they advanced. Behind Harry, Ron gasped. Expecto Patronum. Harry shouted, focusing on his happiest memory. The silver stag burst from his wand and charged toward the Dementors, but something strange happened. Instead of fleeing, the Dementors stopped. They seemed to consider the Patronus, then, impossibly, they bowed their hooded heads toward Harry. The stag vanished as Harry's concentration broke in shock. The Dementors remained in place, not advancing but not retreating either. They seemed to be, waiting. A cold certainty filled Harry. These creatures of death and despair, they recognized him. Just as the Thestrals had. Stop, he commanded, his voice echoing with a power he didn't recognize. To his and Ron's astonishment, the Dementors moved back, maintaining their deferential postures. Bloody hell, Ron whispered. How are you doing that? Harry stepped forward, drawn by an instinct he couldn't explain. As he approached the Dementors, the despair they normally induced didn't touch him. Instead, he felt a strange kinship, these were creatures of his domain. Why are you here? He asked. The center Dementor drifted closer, extending one rotting, scabbed hand. Without fear, Harry reached out and touched it. Ice shot through his veins, but with it came understanding. Images flashed through his mind, Umbridge in her office, using a blood quill to sign a ministry decree authorizing Dementors to search Hogwarts for dangerous elements, Fudge's paranoid rantings about Dumbledore building an army, and finally, the Dementors themselves, breaking free of ministry control, drawn to a new master they sensed at Hogwarts. Harry pulled his hand back, gasping. Umbridge brought you here, he said. But you're not following her orders anymore, are you? You're following mine. The dementor inclined its head in what could only be affirmation. Behind him, Ron made a strangled noise. Harry, what the bloody hell is going on? Harry turned to his friend, seeing the fear and confusion on his face. Ron, he was interrupted by the sound of running footsteps. Snape appeared at the corridor junction, wand drawn. His black eyes widened at the scene before him, Harry standing calmly before three dementors that seemed to be paying him homage. Potter! Snape barked. Step away from them immediately. It's okay, Professor, Harry said. They won't hurt us. Snape's face twisted with a mixture of shock and suspicion. Explain yourself, Potter. Now. Harry realized how this must look, confirmation of every dark rumor Umbridge had been spreading. But before he could respond, the dementors suddenly tensed, their hooded heads turning toward a distant part of the castle. Harry felt it too, a wrongness, a violation of the natural order. Someone's dying, he said, the knowledge coming to him with certainty. Not naturally, a murder. Without waiting for Snape's response, Harry broke into a run, the dementors gliding alongside him. He followed the pull, racing through corridors and up staircases, ignoring the screams of students who fled at the sight of the dementors. Behind him, he heard Snape and Ron following. The pull led him to the 7th floor, to a blank wall opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, the entrance to the room of requirement. Harry paced 3 times, focusing on his need to find whoever was in danger. A door appeared, and Harry burst through it, the dementors right behind him. The room had configured itself as a small, stone chamber with a single occupant, Draco Malfoy, bound to a chair, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. Standing over him was a tall, hooded figure that Harry didn't recognize. Stop! Harry shouted. The hooded figure spun around, revealing a harsh, angular face. The Avatar, he hissed, sounding both surprised and pleased. So the rumors are true. Harry raised his wand. Get away from him. The man smiled, revealing teeth filed to points. I am Corvus Blackthorn, Seeker of the Order of Morrigan. And you, Harry Potter, are an abomination, a living boy wielding death's mantle. Draco's eyes were wide with terror, darting between Harry and his captor. Potter, what the hell is happening? Silence. Blackthorn snarled, pressing his wand to Draco's throat. This is between me and the false Avatar. The dementors drifted forward, surrounding Blackthorn. The man laughed. Do you think your pets frighten me, boy? I've devoted my life to the study of death. I command it. He slashed his wand, and a bolt of sickly purple light shot toward Harry. Without thinking, Harry raised his hand, not his wand hand, and the spell stopped mid-air, hovering between them. Blackthorn's confident expression faltered. Impossible. Harry felt power thrumming through him, dark and ancient. The shadows in the room seemed to bend toward him, wrapping around his fingers like loyal serpents. He could see Blackthorn's lifeline now, a twisted, blackened cord that spoke of unnatural extensions to his natural span. You've cheated death, Harry said, the knowledge coming to him unbidden. Multiple times. With sacrifices. Fear flashed across Blackthorn's face. You know nothing, boy. I know that every debt must be paid. The words came from Harry's mouth, but they didn't feel like his own. He gestured, and the shadows leaped forward, wrapping around Blackthorn's arms and legs. The man struggled against his bonds. You don't understand what you are. What you could become. The Order can help you master these powers. I don't want to master them, Harry said quietly. I just want to understand them. Behind him, Snape burst into the room, followed closely by Ron. They froze at the sight before them, Harry controlling shadows with a gesture, dementors awaiting his command, and a bound man howling in rage. Potter, Snape said, his voice uncharacteristically uncertain. Release him. The headmaster will want to question him. Harry hesitated, then nodded. The shadows loosened but didn't fully retreat. Blackthorn, seeing his chance, made a desperate lunge for Draco. "If I can't have the avatar, I'll take a consolation prize." His hand closed around Draco's throat. Harry saw Draco's lifeline pull taut, beginning to fray. Without conscious thought, he reached out with his power, severing not Draco's thread, but Blackthorn's. The man froze, a look of shock on his face. "What have you?" he began, then collapsed to the floor. The room fell silent except for Draco's ragged breathing. Snape rushed forward, checking Blackthorn for signs of life. After a moment, he looked up at Harry, his face ashen. "He's dead, Potter." "What did you do?" Harry stared at his hands in horror. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to stop him." Ron backed away, his freckles standing out starkly against his pale face. "Harry, mate." Even the Dementors seemed subdued, drifting back from Harry as if suddenly wary. Only Draco, still bound to the chair, seemed more curious than afraid. "You killed him," Draco said, his voice oddly calm. With a gesture. Harry couldn't respond. The enormity of what he'd done, of what he was, crashed over him like a tidal wave. He'd taken a life. Deliberately. With powers he barely understood. Snape stood, his expression unreadable. "The headmaster returned an hour ago. We need to go to him. Now." The walk to Dumbledore's office was the longest of Harry's life. Word had already spread throughout the castle of Dementors responding to Harry's commands, though thankfully nothing yet about Blackthorn's death. Students shrank back as he passed, whispering behind their hands. Even the ghosts seemed to regard him differently, bowing slightly as he walked by. Dumbledore was waiting for them, his face grave. McGonagall stood beside his desk, her expression concerned but not condemning. As Harry entered, followed by Snape and a still-shaking Draco, Dumbledore gestured for them to sit. "I understand there has been an incident," he said quietly. Snape recounted what he had witnessed, Harry commanding Dementors, sensing a death about to occur, and finally, the confrontation with Blackthorn. When he described how Harry had killed the man, Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. "Harry," the headmaster said when Snape finished, "please tell me what happened from your perspective." Harry took a deep breath. "The Dementors came to me. They recognized what I am. What you told me I might be." He glanced at Draco, uncertain how much to reveal. "Mr. Malfoy is aware of the situation now," Dumbledore said, understanding Harry's hesitation. "Please continue." "I felt someone dying, Draco, and I followed the feeling. When we found them, Blackthorn said he was from something called the Order of Morrigan. He knew what I was, called me the Avatar. When he tried to kill Draco, I reached out and cut his lifeline." Harry's voice broke. "I didn't mean to kill him, Professor. I just wanted to stop him." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "The Order of Morrigan is an ancient cult dedicated to the study and manipulation of death. If they're aware of your awakening, that is concerning indeed." He paused. "As for what you did to Blackthorn, Harry, you must understand that your abilities come with grave responsibility." "I know that." Harry stood abruptly. "But nobody's telling me how to control them. Things just keep happening, and I'm supposed to somehow figure it out while people either worship me or try to kill me." "Potter," McGonagall said gently, "sit down. Please." Harry obeyed, his hands shaking. Draco, surprisingly, spoke up. "He saved my life," the Slytherin said quietly. "Blackthorn was going to use me in some ritual to draw Potter out. Said he needed the blood of someone close to Potter." Draco's lip curled. "The idiot thought we were friends. Why would the Order want Harry?" McGonagall asked. "To study him, I imagine," Dumbledore replied. "Or perhaps to try to take his power for themselves." He turned back to Harry. "When you touched the stone in the forest, the resurrection stone, what did you experience? Harry described the vision of that night at Godric's Hollow, of the shadowy figure transferring something to him as Voldemort's curse rebounded. Dumbledore's expression grew troubled. It is as I feared. The Three Hallows are seeking their true master. He turned to McGonagall. Minerva, we must accelerate our plans. Harry needs proper training, and with the Ministry and now this Order aware of his nature, time is running out. What about Blackthorn? Snape asked. His death will not go unnoticed. I will handle that, Dumbledore said firmly. As far as anyone outside this room is concerned, Corvus Blackthorn died attempting a dark ritual that backfired. His body will be returned to the Ministry with that explanation. Draco shifted uncomfortably. What happens to me? If this Order thinks I'm important to Potter, you will be protected, Dumbledore assured him. Though I fear you may have been drawn into events beyond your choosing, Mr. Malfoy. Draco snorted. Story of my life lately. He glanced at Harry. So Potter's what, the Grim Reaper now? Going to start carrying a scythe? Despite everything, Harry felt a hysterical laugh bubble up. I hope not. This is not a joking matter, Snape said sharply. Potter has demonstrated powers that would make the Dark Lord himself envious. Powers he clearly cannot control. Which is why he needs training, Dumbledore said. And I believe, Severus, that you are uniquely qualified to provide it. Snape's face contorted in disbelief. Me? You cannot be serious, Headmaster. Your knowledge of the dark arts, your understanding of the boundaries between life and death, who better to guide Harry? Harry and Snape stared at each other with mutual horror. The idea of spending more time with Snape, especially now, seemed like cruel punishment. Before either could protest, a silvery lynx Patronus burst into the office. It spoke with Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep voice, emergency at the Department of Mysteries. The veil is active. Something is coming through. Dumbledore rose immediately. I must go. Minerva, Severus, secure the castle. Harry, Mr. Malfoy, remain here until I return. He moved to the fireplace, took a handful of Floo powder, and vanished in a flash of green flame. An awkward silence fell over the office. McGonagall cleared her throat. Mr. Malfoy, perhaps you should visit the hospital wing to have that cut attended to. I'm fine, Draco said, though the gash on his forehead had started bleeding again. I want to know what's going on. Potter kills a man with a wave of his hand, controls dementors, and apparently is some kind of death god. I think I deserve some answers. Harry sighed. It's complicated, Malfoy. Illuminate me, then, Draco drawled. We've apparently got time. Before Harry could respond, pain exploded in his scar, worse than he'd ever experienced. He collapsed to the floor, dimly aware of voices shouting around him. Through the pain, he saw a vision, Voldemort, standing before the stone archway in the Department of Mysteries, his wand raised as he chanted in a language Harry didn't recognize. The veil between the archway rippled violently, and a hand, skeletal, ancient, reached through from the other side. He's trying to control death itself, Harry gasped. Voldemort, at the Department of Mysteries, the veil, Snape's face appeared above him, pale and drawn. Potter, control yourself. Shield your mind. But Harry couldn't. The connection between him and Voldemort had never been stronger. He felt the Dark Lord's triumphant exultation as the skeletal hand grasped his, felt the surge of power that flowed between them. Then, abruptly, the sensation changed to one of rage and fear. The hand was pulling Voldemort toward the veil, not empowering him but trying to claim him. No. Voldemort's scream echoed in Harry's mind. I am your master. I command you. Through the pain and confusion, Harry felt a cold certainty. Death could have only one avatar in the world of the living, and it had already chosen. With a supreme effort, Harry reached out through the connection, not to Voldemort but to the entity beyond the veil. I am here, he thought. I am your chosen one. Release him, his time is not yet come. The skeletal hand hesitated, then slowly withdrew back through the veil. Harry felt Voldemort's fury and fear as the Dark Lord realized what had happened, and who had intervened. Potter, Voldemort's voice hissed in his mind. What have you become? Harry opened his eyes to find himself back in Dumbledore's office, surrounded by concerned faces. McGonagall had conjured a pillow beneath his head, while Snape was examining his pupils with his wand light. Even Draco looked shaken. He knows, Harry whispered. Voldemort knows what I am now. The room of requirement had transformed itself into a circular chamber with black stone walls and a single chair in the center. Harry sat there, surrounded by flickering candles, as he waited for Sirius to arrive. After the incident at the Department of Mysteries and Harry's subsequent vision, Dumbledore had summoned members of the Order of the Phoenix to Hogwarts. Among them was Harry's godfather, who had insisted on seeing him immediately. The door opened, and Sirius rushed in, looking more haggard than usual. Harry! Are you all right? Dumbledore told me what happened. Harry stood, grateful for his godfather's presence. I'm okay. Physically, at least. Sirius embraced him tightly, then held him at arm's length, examining his face. You look different. Something in your eyes. He shook his head. Dumbledore explained about your abilities. About what you might be becoming. Did he tell you I killed someone? Harry asked quietly. Sirius's expression grew serious. He did. And he also told me you did it to save Draco Malfoy's life. He guided Harry back to the chair and conjured another for himself. Harry, I want you to listen to me carefully. Power, any kind of power, is neither good nor evil. It's how you use it that matters. But I took a life, Sirius. With a thought. To save another life, Sirius countered. That matters. Harry wasn't convinced. What if I can't control it? What if I hurt someone else, someone I care about? That's why you need training. Sirius grimaced. Though I can't say I envy you, having Snape as a teacher. Despite everything, Harry smiled slightly. Yeah, that part's not great. Sirius leaned forward. Harry, there's something else you should know. When Voldemort tried to use the veil today, something unprecedented happened. The Unspeakables monitoring the chamber reported that for a brief moment, every soul in the Department of Mysteries felt the presence of death itself. Harry shivered. I felt it too. Through my connection with Voldemort. The thing is, Sirius continued, according to Dumbledore, death doesn't typically manifest so directly. It's as if something has disturbed the balance, first you becoming Death's avatar, and now Voldemort trying to claim that power for himself. So what happens now? Now, said a voice from the doorway, we prepare. Dumbledore entered the room, looking exhausted but resolute. Harry, I owe you an apology. I've known since you were an infant that this might be your destiny, yet I chose to keep it from you, hoping it might never come to pass. You knew? Harry asked, hurt and anger flaring. All this time? I suspected, Dumbledore corrected gently. When I found you that night, there was a presence around you. An aura I'd encountered only once before, in the presence of an ancient wizard rumored to be Death's previous avatar. But you were just a baby, I couldn't be certain. So why tell me now? Because events are accelerating. Your powers are manifesting more rapidly than I anticipated, and now Voldemort knows what you are. He will stop at nothing to either claim your power or destroy you before you fully come into your inheritance. Sirius put a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. So what's the plan, Albus? Tonight, Harry will perform a ritual, one that will allow him to revisit the night at Godric's Hollow through the eyes of his infant self. To fully understand what happened, so he can begin to accept and control his nature. Harry's heart raced. Is that safe? There is risk, Dumbledore admitted. The ritual requires the use of the Resurrection Stone, which you've already found. But I believe the risk is necessary. What about the ministry? Sirius asked. Fudge isn't going to take kindly to the news that Harry Potter is Death's avatar. Which is why he will not hear of it, Dumbledore said firmly. As far as the ministry is concerned, the incident at the Department of Mysteries was an unauthorized experiment by unspeakables. And the death of Corvus Blackthorn has been attributed to a ritual gone wrong. Harry nodded slowly, trying to absorb everything. When do we do this ritual? Tonight, Dumbledore replied. At midnight. In the place where your journey began, Godric's Hollow. The cottage stood as a ruin, preserved exactly as it had been since that fateful Halloween night. Magic still hummed in the air, both the dark residue of Voldemort's curse and the powerful protective enchantments Lily Potter had cast with her sacrifice. Harry stood before what had once been his home, accompanied by Dumbledore, Sirius, and, surprisingly, Snape. The potions master had insisted on coming, claiming his knowledge of dark rituals might be needed. Harry suspected other motives. Snape had loved his mother, after all, and this was where she had died. Are you ready, Harry? Dumbledore asked gently. Harry fingered the resurrection stone in his pocket and nodded. As ready as I'll ever be. They entered the ruined cottage, picking their way through debris until they reached the nursery. The ceiling was still blown open to the night sky, and Harry's crib stood miraculously intact amid the destruction. Dumbledore drew a circle in the dust with his wand, inscribing symbols around its edge that glowed with a soft silver light. Stand in the center, Harry. Hold the stone in your right hand and think of that night, of your parents, of what happened here. Harry stepped into the circle, the stone warm against his palm. He closed his eyes, focusing on the fragments of memory he'd glimpsed when dementors were near, his mother's screams, the flash of green light. But now he pushed beyond those fragments, reaching for the complete truth of that night. When I give the signal, Dumbledore said, turn the stone 3 times in your hand and speak your full name. The headmaster began to chant in a language Harry didn't recognize, older than Latin, with harsh, guttural sounds that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the house. The circle around Harry began to glow brighter, and he felt a pull, as if invisible threads were connecting him to this place, to that moment in time. Now, Harry, Dumbledore commanded. Harry turned the stone 3 times. Harry James Potter, he said clearly. The world dissolved around him. He was falling through darkness, through time itself, until he landed with a jolt, not physically, but mentally, in a smaller, different body. He was in his crib, looking up at the mobile spinning above him. Through infant eyes, he saw the nursery as it had been, warm, colorful, filled with love. His mother entered, her red hair catching the lamplight. She smiled down at him, and baby Harry giggled, reaching for her. But her expression quickly changed to one of fear as shouting came from downstairs. Lily, take Harry, and go. It's him. Go. Run. I'll hold him off. His father's voice, desperate and determined. A crash, a flash of light, and then silence. Lily's face was streaked with tears as she barricaded the nursery door and turned to the crib. Harry, she whispered. Harry, you are so loved. So loved. Her hands moved in complex patterns as she cast spell after spell around his crib, not just protective enchantments, Harry realized, but something more. She was inscribing ancient runes in the air, runes that glowed briefly before sinking into Harry's very skin. Forgive me, she whispered. But if this is the only way to save you. The door blasted open. Voldemort stood there, younger and less serpentine than the version Harry had encountered in the graveyard, but with the same merciless red eyes. Step aside, girl, he commanded. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead, this is my last warning, not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy. Not Harry. Not Harry. Please, I'll do anything, stand aside. Stand aside, girl. But Lily remained in front of the crib, arms outstretched. With a dismissive flick of his wand, Voldemort cast the killing curse. As the green light struck her, Lily Potter fell to the floor, her sacrifice completing the ancient magic she had begun. Voldemort approached the crib, looking down at baby Harry with curiosity. "So you are the one prophesied to vanquish me," he said softly. "How disappointing." He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. As the green light shot toward him, Harry felt something shift in the room, a presence, ancient and inevitable. A hooded figure materialized beside the crib, skeletal hands reaching out to touch baby Harry's forehead just as the curse struck. In that moment of contact, Harry felt a transfer of knowledge, of power, of purpose. The figure, death itself, had chosen him, marked him as its own. When the killing curse rebounded, it didn't just strike Voldemort's body, it shattered his soul. And part of that soul, torn loose by the violence of the backlash, was caught by baby Harry's newly awakened power. The adult Harry, observing from within his infant self, saw himself reach out with abilities he shouldn't have possessed, drawing the soul fragment into himself, containing it. Not as a passive vessel, as Dumbledore had perhaps believed, but as an active captor, the first soul Harry Potter had ever reaped. The vision began to fade, the nursery dissolving around him. The last thing Harry saw was Death's hooded figure bowing to his infant self before disappearing. Harry gasped as he returned to his body in the present, falling to his knees within the ritual circle. The stone slipped from his fingers, rolling across the dusty floor. "Harry!" Sirius was beside him instantly, supporting him. "Are you all right? What did you see?" Harry looked up at the three men surrounding him, Sirius, desperate with concern, Dumbledore, watchful and knowing, and Snape, his face a mask of pain and guilt. "I saw everything," Harry whispered. "I saw my mother cast ancient magic before she died. I saw death itself choose me. And I saw..." He took a deep breath. "I saw myself take part of Voldemort's soul. Not passively, actively. I reaped it, like Death's avatar." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "As I feared, and hoped. You were never merely a vessel for Voldemort's soul fragment, Harry. You were its jailer. But why me? Why would Death choose a baby as its avatar?" "Perhaps," Dumbledore said gently, "because a child, untainted by prejudice or preconceptions about death, could learn to wield such power with compassion and wisdom." Snape, who had been silent until now, spoke. "Or perhaps because Potter was the only soul present who wasn't marked for death that night." His voice was bitter. Lily and James were fated to die. The Dark Lord had fractured his soul beyond repair. Only the child remained, unclaimed. Harry stood shakily, retrieving the resurrection stone. "So what happens now? How do I control these abilities? How do I stop Voldemort from trying to claim Death's power for himself?" Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "Now, Harry, your Real training begins. And I believe it's time I return something that rightfully belongs to you." From within his robes, he withdrew a familiar silvery cloak. "The first of the Hallows, your father's invisibility cloak. Or rather, Death's own cloak, passed down through your family for generations." Harry took the cloak, feeling it different now, not just a useful magical artifact, but part of his birthright. With the resurrection stone in one hand and the cloak in the other, he felt power thrumming between them, responding to him. "The Elder Wand," Harry said, the knowledge coming to him unbidden. "That's the third Hallow. Where is it?" A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face. "That, Harry, is a discussion for another time." He glanced around the ruined nursery. "We should return to Hogwarts. Dawn approaches, and there is much to do." As they prepared to leave, Harry paused, looking back at the crib where his life, and his destiny, had been forever altered. He was Death's avatar, chosen for reasons he still didn't fully understand. But one thing was clear, Voldemort had created his own nemesis that night. In trying to cheat Death, he had instead empowered Death's representative on Earth. And Harry intended to fulfill that role, not with fear or cruelty, but with the compassion and love his mother had shown in her final moments. Death was not an enemy to be conquered or a weapon to be wielded, but a natural part of existence to be respected and, when necessary, enforced. With new purpose, Harry followed the others out of the cottage, leaving behind the place where Harry Potter the boy had begun, and where Harry Potter, Death's avatar, had been born. Chapter 2, The Pale Apprentice, Again, Potter. Snape's voice cut through the dimly lit chamber beneath Hogwarts, cold and unforgiving. Harry stood in the center of a complex runic circle, sweat dripping down his face despite the dungeon's chill. For 2 hours, he'd been attempting to distinguish between the threads of life emanating from the various creatures Snape had brought, mice, rats, an injured owl, and a withered plant. "I can't," Harry said through gritted teeth. "They're all blurring together." "Then you condemn them all to death." Snape flicked his wand, and the runes pulsed with sickly green light. "The circle is draining their life force. If you cannot isolate and protect the threads, they will die." Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with the sense that had been growing stronger since the ritual at Godric's Hollow. He could feel them, fragile strands of existence, some bright and vibrant, others dimming. But they twisted and tangled together, impossible to separate. "Focus, Potter," Snape barked. "This isn't about wanting to see the threads. It's about knowing they are already part of you. You are Death's avatar, these threads exist within your domain." Harry took a deep breath. My domain. He'd been fighting this, trying to see the threads as something external, something separate. What if, instead, he opened himself, allowing his consciousness to expand? Suddenly, the threads weren't outside him but extensions of his own being. He could feel the rapid flutter of the mice's lives, the dignified pulse of the owl, the slow, deep rhythm of the plant. With deliberate care, Harry reached for the owl's thread, wrapping his will around it. "This one," he said. "The owl is closest to death." Snape's eyebrows lifted slightly, the closest thing to approval Harry had ever seen from him. "Correct. Now restore it." Harry frowned. "How?" "You said these lessons were about identifying. Identifying is merely the first step," Snape interrupted. "An avatar of death holds dominion over the threshold. You can pull back what stands upon the edge." Focusing on the owl's dimming thread, Harry tried to imagine strengthening it, feeding his own energy into the fraying connection. The thread brightened momentarily, then began to fade again. "Not your life force, Potter," Snape said, exasperation evident in his voice. "You are not a healer. You command the boundary itself. Extend the owl's allotted time." Harry tried to conceptualize what Snape meant. If the thread represented the owl's remaining lifespan. He reached again, not to strengthen the thread but to lengthen it, to push back the point where it would sever. The owl, which had been listing to one side, suddenly straightened. Its eyes, previously clouded, cleared, and it ruffled its feathers with renewed vigor. "I did it!" Harry exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his exhaustion. "A minor extension," Snape said dismissively, though Harry caught a flash of genuine interest in the man's dark eyes. "Now, the rat on the left is suffering from poison. And its pain." Harry stiffened. "You want me to kill it?" "I want you to reap what is already dying," Snape corrected. "There is a difference between murder and mercy, Potter. Even death recognizes this distinction." Harry looked at the rat, seeing now the sickly pallor of its thread, the unnatural twists indicating suffering. With a gentle mental touch, he severed the connection. The rat slumped, instantly still. Harry expected to feel guilt, but instead, he experienced a curious sense of rightness, not pleasure, but the satisfaction of setting something broken back into its proper place. Snape banished the rat's body with a casual flick. "Acceptable," he said, which from him was high praise indeed. "That concludes today's lesson." Harry stepped out of the runic circle, suddenly aware of how drained he felt. These sessions with Snape had been occurring 3 times a week for the past month, ever since the night at Godric's Hollow. They left him physically and mentally exhausted, but undeniably stronger in his strange new abilities. "Professor," Harry said as Snape began packing away various instruments, "can I ask you something?" Snape glanced at him with the usual wariness. "If you must. Why did you agree to teach me?" "I know Dumbledore asked, but you could have refused." Snape was silent for so long that Harry thought he wouldn't answer. Finally, he said, "Because, Potter, of all the paths the Dark Lord could have set you upon that night, this one might be the only one where you actually stand a chance against him." He paused, then added quietly, "And because your mother would have wanted you to master this power, not be consumed by it." The mention of his mother caught Harry off guard. Snape rarely spoke of Lily, and never in relation to Harry's training. "Did you know?" Harry asked. "About what I might become?" Snape's expression darkened. "Not until recently. The headmaster keeps his secrets close." He closed his case with a sharp snap. "Be here tomorrow at the same time. We will begin work on your ability to perceive impending natural deaths, a skill that, if mastered, might prove useful in the coming conflict." Harry nodded, gathering his things. As he turned to leave, Snape's voice stopped him. "Potter. A word of warning." The potions master's face was more serious than usual. "The abilities you're developing, the power to extend or end life, will attract attention. Not just from the Dark Lord, but from others who study the mysteries of death. Be vigilant." "You mean like that Blackthorn bloke? From the Order of Morrigan?" "Precisely. The Order has been unusually active of late, according to the headmaster's sources. They will not have given up their interest in you." Harry absorbed this with a grim nod. "Thanks for the warning, sir." As he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry felt the now familiar weight of the resurrection stone in his pocket. He hadn't used it since the ritual, but its presence was a constant reminder of what he was becoming. The invisibility cloak, too, felt different now, less a useful tool for mischief and more an extension of himself, a physical manifestation of his ability to move between the worlds of the living and the dead. The corridors were nearly empty, curfew approaching. As Harry rounded a corner, he nearly collided with Luna Lovegood, who was pinning something to a bulletin board. "Oh. Hello, Harry," she said dreamily, not seeming at all startled by his sudden appearance. "You're surrounded by Raxperts tonight. Training with Professor Snape must be quite intense." Harry couldn't help but smile. Luna's odd observations had taken on a new significance since his awakening. He'd begun to suspect her creatures might be her own way of perceiving the magical world's deeper realities. "It is pretty intense," he admitted. "What are you putting up? Not looking for lost items again, I hope." "No, this time I'm looking for someone who might be interested in attending a meeting." She tapped the notice, which announced a gathering to discuss the natural cycle of life and death in magical creatures. "Daddy says understanding death is important for understanding life." Harry stared at her. "Luna, how do you always seem to know things?" She tilted her head, her radish earrings swinging gently. "The same way you do, I expect. I just listen to what the world is telling me." She studied him with those protuberant silver eyes. "You're changing, Harry. Becoming what you were always meant to be. And that doesn't bother you? Scare you?" Harry asked, thinking of how Ron had been keeping a careful distance, how Hermione watched him with worried eyes. Luna smiled. "Why would it? Death isn't something to fear. It's just the next great adventure, as Headmaster Dumbledore would say." She reached out and touched his hand lightly. "Besides, I think it's rather fitting that Death's avatar should be someone who values life so highly." Her touch sent a curious warmth through Harry, not the cold power he felt when working with Snape, but something altogether more human and comforting. Before he could respond, however, the sound of approaching footsteps made them both turn. Professor Umbridge waddled into view, a clipboard clutched in her pudgy hand. "Mr. Potter, Miss Lovegood," she said with poisonous sweetness. "It's nearly curfew. What are you doing in the corridors?" "Just returning from a study session, Professor," Harry said, trying to keep his voice neutral despite the hatred that flared whenever he saw Umbridge. Since his prediction about Weatherby, the High Inquisitor had been watching Harry with a mixture of fear and malice. "A study session?" Umbridge's eyes narrowed. "With whom?" "Professor Snape," Harry said truthfully. "Special tutoring." This seemed to catch Umbridge off guard. "Professor Snape is providing you with additional potions instruction?" "Not exactly, Professor," Luna interjected before Harry could stop her. "He's teaching Harry about death." Harry could have groaned. Umbridge's face lit up with malevolent interest. "Is that so? And why would Professor Snape be instructing you in such a subject, Mr. Potter?" "It's for my career planning," Harry improvised quickly. "I'm considering becoming an unspeakable. Professor Dumbledore arranged it." Umbridge's eyes narrowed further. "The Department of Mysteries is not in the habit of recruiting students with disruptive tendencies and attention-seeking behaviors, Mr. Potter." "Then I should be perfect for them," Harry said, unable to stop himself. "Since I don't have those tendencies, despite what the Ministry propaganda says." Umbridge's face flushed an ugly shade of purple. 10 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. And I'll be speaking with Professor Snape about these lessons. She shot a suspicious glance at Luna's notice. "What's this, then?" "A study group for care of magical creatures," Luna said serenely. Professor Grubblyplank approved it. Umbridge didn't look convinced, but after scrutinizing the notice, she found nothing explicitly against her educational decrees. "Get to your dormitories. Now." "And Potter," her toad-like smile returned. "The minister himself has taken a personal interest in your activities. I would tread very carefully if I were you." She waddled away, and Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Sorry about that," Luna said, not sounding particularly sorry. "I forget sometimes that not everyone sees things the way I do." "It's okay," Harry assured her. Umbridge was already suspicious. "But maybe we should be more careful about what we say in public." Luna nodded thoughtfully. "Yes, I suppose you're right. The Ministry is quite afraid of death, you know. Most people are." She gathered her things. "Will you come to my meeting?" "It's tomorrow evening." "I'll try," Harry promised, though he wasn't sure if he'd have the energy after another session with Snape. "Luna, thanks for not being afraid of me. It means more than you know." She smiled, her eyes softening. "You're still Harry. Just Harry with a bit more responsibility than before." She leaned forward and, to his surprise, kissed his cheek lightly. "Good night, Avatar of Death. Sweet dreams." As she skipped away, Harry touched the spot where her lips had brushed his skin, feeling oddly lighter despite the draining training session and the encounter with Umbridge. Luna's acceptance was like a balm for the isolation he'd been feeling since his awakening. With a small smile, Harry continued toward Gryffindor Tower, unaware of the figures watching from the shadows, one with the calculating eyes of a Ministry spy, the other with the hungry gaze of someone who had spent a lifetime studying death and had just found its living embodiment. "She's watching you again," Hermione whispered, nodding subtly toward the Ravenclaw table. Harry didn't need to look to know she meant Luna. For the past week, the blonde had been a more frequent presence in his life, sitting near him in the library, appearing in corridors he frequented, and now openly watching him during meals. "She's just curious," Harry said, picking at his breakfast. Ron, sitting across from them, snorted. "Curious is one word for it. Mental is another." He caught Harry's frown and raised his hands defensively. "What? She's always been odd, mate. Now she's practically stalking you." "She's not stalking me," Harry said more sharply than he intended. She understands something about what's happening to me. She doesn't judge." An uncomfortable silence fell. Harry knew his friends were trying. Hermione had practically emptied the library researching death avatars and similar legends, while Ron had stuck by him despite his obvious discomfort with Harry's new abilities. But neither of them could fully accept what he was becoming. They saw it as something to be fixed, a problem to be solved, rather than an identity to be embraced. "Well, I think it's nice that Luna's being supportive," Hermione said diplomatically. "But Harry, you need to be careful about who knows about your condition." "It's not a condition, Hermione," Harry said wearily. "It's what I am." Before she could respond, a flutter of wings announced the arrival of the morning mail. An unfamiliar tawny owl landed in front of Harry, extending its leg to deliver a small package wrapped in plain brown paper. "Who's that from?" Ron asked, immediately suspicious. Harry examined the package cautiously. After Sirius's warning about the necromancers potentially sending him dangerous artifacts, he'd been careful about unexpected deliveries. "No idea. There's no note." Hermione frowned. "Don't open it, Harry. Let Professor McGonagall check it first." "It's fine," Harry said, feeling oddly certain. He reached out with his growing death sense, detecting no malevolence from the package. In fact, it seemed to resonate with him, as the Hallows did. I think it's meant for me." Before his friends could object, Harry unwrapped the package, revealing a small, intricately carved box made of bone. Inside, nestled on black velvet, lay a ring of twisted silver, set with a shard of what appeared to be obsidian. "That looks like dark magic," Hermione said, leaning away from it. "Harry, seriously, you should turn this in." Harry lifted the ring, feeling a cold pulse of power as it neared his skin. Letters appeared on the inside of the band, an inscription in a language he'd never seen before yet somehow understood: "Mortem cognoscere est vivere dicere, to know death is to learn to live." "It's from them," Harry said quietly. "The Order of Morrigan." Ron's eyes widened. "The nutters who sent that Blackthorn bloke after you?" "Mate, don't touch it." But Harry had already slipped the ring onto his finger. A shock of cold energy shot up his arm, not painful but intensely present. The world around him shifted slightly, colors becoming sharper, shadows deeper. And the life threads he'd been learning to see with Snape's training were suddenly visible without effort, hundreds of them, emanating from every person in the Great Hall, intertwining in complex patterns. "Harry?" Hermione's voice seemed to come from far away. "Harry, are you all right?" He blinked, forcing himself to focus on her concerned face. "I'm fine. It's not hurting me. It's enhancing my abilities somehow." "Take it off," Ron urged. "Anything from those necromancer freaks can't be good." Harry hesitated. The ring felt right on his finger, as though it had been made for him. "I don't think, Potter." Professor McGonagall's voice cut through his thoughts. She was striding toward them, her face tight with concern. "What is that you're wearing?" Before Harry could answer, the ring grew hot on his finger. Words formed in his mind, as clear as if someone had spoken them aloud: "Roof. Midnight. Come alone if you want answers." "It's nothing, Professor," Harry said, making a split-second decision. "Just a trinket someone sent." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "May I see it, please?" Harry reluctantly removed the ring, immediately feeling the loss of its enhancing effect. The life threads faded from his vision, the world returning to normal. He handed it to McGonagall, who examined it with a frown. "This appears to be a focus ring," she said. "A type of magical amplifier. They're not inherently dark, but they're strictly regulated because they can enhance abilities in unpredictable ways." She fixed Harry with a stern look. "Who sent this to you?" "I don't know," Harry said truthfully. "There was no note." McGonagall sighed. "Potter, given your unique situation, you cannot afford to be careless about unexpected gifts. I'll need to confiscate this until Professor Dumbledore can examine it." Harry nodded, fighting his disappointment. Yes, Professor. As McGonagall walked away with the ring, Hermione gave Harry a searching look. It said something to you, didn't it? The ring? Sometimes Harry forgot how perceptive Hermione could be. Later, he murmured, aware of the many eyes watching them. Not here. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes and whispers. News of Harry's strange package had spread, adding to the already rampant rumors about his abilities. Since the incident with the dementors, students had been giving Harry a wide berth in corridors. Even some of the teachers seemed unsure how to act around him. Only in Snape's private lessons did Harry feel something approaching normalcy, ironic, given how much he'd once dreaded any time spent with the potions master. But Snape treated Harry's developing powers as simply another subject to be mastered, not something to fear or worship. His cutting remarks and high expectations were oddly comforting in their familiarity. That evening, as Harry made his way to the room of requirement for a DA meeting, he felt a now familiar presence before he saw her. Luna stepped out from behind a suit of armor, her wand tucked behind her ear and a serious expression on her normally dreamy face. "Hello, Harry," she said. "I need to talk to you about the ring." Harry glanced around the corridor, ensuring they were alone. "How do you know about that?" "I saw it arrive. And I saw what it did to your perception." She took his hand, examining his bare finger. "It's a soul lens. The Order uses them to focus necromantic energy." Harry stared at her. "Luna, how do you know about the Order of Morrigan?" A sad smile crossed her face. "My mother was researching them when she died. Her spell went wrong because she was trying to replicate one of their rituals." Luna's eyes, usually so dreamy, were sharp and clear. "They've been watching you since Halloween, Harry. The ring is both a gift and a test. McGonagall confiscated it," Harry told her. "But it left me a message. It wants me to meet someone on the roof at midnight." "You shouldn't go alone," Luna said immediately. "The Order doesn't give gifts without expecting something in return." Harry considered her words. "Will you come with me, then? You seem to know more about them than anyone else." Luna nodded, her face solemn. "I'll come. But we should be prepared." She reached into her pocket and withdrew a small silver charm in the shape of a raven. "This was my mother's. It disrupts necromantic energy. Keep it with you." As Harry accepted the charm, their fingers brushed, and he felt a spark of connection that had nothing to do with death or magic, simply the human warmth of someone who cared. Before he could overthink it, Harry leaned forward and kissed her cheek, mirroring what she had done to him nights before. "Thank you," he said softly. "For everything." Luna's cheeks flushed pink, but her smile was radiant. "That's what friends are for, Harry. Especially friends who don't mind a bit of death with their tea." The astronomy tower roof was bathed in moonlight, the stars unusually bright in the clear autumn sky. Harry and Luna stood back to back, wands ready, waiting for whoever had sent the ring to appear. Harry had retrieved it from McGonagall's office using a summoning charm of surprising power, another sign of his growing abilities. The ring sat on his finger now, its obsidian shard gleaming. Through its enhancement, Harry could see life threads stretching out for miles in every direction, the dense concentration of Hogwarts students in their dormitories, the scattered presences of creatures in the Forbidden Forest, even the faint flickers from Hogsmeade in the distance. "Someone's coming," Luna whispered, pointing to a shadow moving across the grounds. Harry focused his enhanced sight. A figure was indeed approaching, but not from the ground, from the sky. Riding what appeared to be a skeletal Pegasus, a creature like a thestral but with feathered wings, was a woman in flowing black robes. "The Hierophant," Luna breathed. "The Order's High Priestess." The creature landed gracefully on the tower's edge, and its rider dismounted with fluid elegance. She was tall and regal, with silver hair that seemed to capture the moonlight. Her face was ageless, neither young nor old, but timeless, with eyes as black as the obsidian in Harry's ring. "Harry Potter," she said, her voice carrying a musical lilt. Avatar of Death. At last, we meet. Harry kept his wand raised. Who are you? I am Morgane Morrigan, Hierophant of the Order. Her gaze shifted to Luna. And the love-good child. Your mother's daughter, indeed. There was something like respect in her tone. Why did you send me the ring? Harry demanded. What do you want from me? Morgane moved closer, her movements smooth as flowing water. The ring is yours by right. All tools that focus death energy belong to Death's avatar. She gestured to the obsidian shard. That stone comes from the arch in the Department of Mysteries, the veil between worlds that your enemy tried to breach. Harry felt the ring pulse at her words. You're saying this belongs to me? Why would the Order give me something that's rightfully mine? Because, young Avatar, we have served death for 10,000 years. Morgane spread her hands. Our purpose is to study death, to understand it, to prepare the living for its embrace. And when the Avatar walks the earth, a rare and sacred occurrence, we are bound to aid them. Then why did Blackthorn try to kill me? Harry asked skeptically. Morgane's expression darkened. Corvus Blackthorn was a heretic. He believed that death's power could be harnessed, controlled for personal gain. His faction has grown stronger in recent years, corrupting our Order's true purpose. She fixed Harry with her obsidian gaze. His death at your hands was justice, Avatar. But his followers remain, and they will come for you. Luna stepped forward. My mother's research, it wasn't about controlling death, was it? She was trying to warn people about Blackthorn's faction. Pandora Lovegood was a friend to our true Order, Morgane confirmed. Her death was no accident. Blackthorn sabotaged her work when she came too close to exposing him. Harry felt Luna stiffen beside him. He reached for her hand, squeezing it gently. So you're saying there are two factions within the Order of Morrigan? Those who serve death, and those who want to control it? As there have always been, Morgane nodded. But now the balance has shifted. Blackthorn's followers grow bold, emboldened by the Dark Lord's return and his own attempts to master death. She looked at Harry intently. They believe that if Voldemort can claim death's power from you, they can in turn claim it from him, a more malleable master than a true Avatar. Why should we trust you? Luna asked. The Order has always worked in shadows. You shouldn't trust me, Morgane said simply. Trust your own instincts, Avatar. The ring allows you to see life threads. What does it show you about mine? Harry focused on the Hierophant, expecting to see the same type of thread he'd observed in others. Instead, he saw something entirely different, not a single thread, but a complex weave of silver and black, hundreds of thin strands twisted together. What are you? He asked, unable to hide his shock. Morgane smiled faintly. I am very old, young Avatar. I have died and returned 9 times over the centuries, each time in service to death. My thread is complex because it has been rewoven. Luna gasped. You're a 9 life. Mother wrote about those, necromancers who willingly die and return, gaining power with each rebirth. A crude term, but essentially correct. Morgane inclined her head. I have walked the paths beyond death and returned with knowledge. This is why I lead the true Order, those who respect death rather than seek to conquer it. Harry considered her words, trying to see past years of instinctive distrust for anything related to dark magic. The ring on his finger felt right, and his developing instincts didn't sense deception from Morgane. Yet caution still seemed wise. What exactly do you want from me? He asked. To teach you what Dumbledore cannot, Morgane replied. Your potion's master provides a foundation, but his knowledge of death magic is theoretical at best. You need practical guidance from those who have studied it for millennia. And in return? In return, you fulfill your role as Avatar. You maintain the balance between life and death that Voldemort seeks to destroy. She extended her hand, revealing a small, leather-bound book. This grimoire contains rituals and knowledge meant only for Death's avatar. Study it. When you are ready for true instruction, the ring will guide you to us. Harry hesitated before accepting the book. As his fingers touched the leather, images flashed through his mind, centuries of avatars before him, men and women of all ages and backgrounds, united by the same purpose. "I'll consider it," he said finally. "But I make no promises." Morgane bowed deeply. "That is all we ask, Avatar." She turned to Luna. "Child of Pandora, watch over him. Your mother's blood gives you sight beyond ordinary wizards. He will need clear eyes in the days ahead." With those cryptic words, the Hierophant mounted her skeletal Pegasus. "Be warned," she called as the creature spread its wings. "Blackthorn's successor comes for you, Harry Potter. The Pale Lady has already infiltrated Hogwarts, seeking what you have claimed." Before Harry could ask who the Pale Lady was, Morgane and her mount soared into the night sky, quickly disappearing among the stars. Luna shivered beside him. "Well, that was informative. And completely terrifying," Harry added, staring down at the grimoire in his hands. "Do you think we can trust her?" "I think," Luna said carefully, "that death is neither good nor evil. It simply is. Perhaps the same is true of its servants." She looked at the book. "Are you going to read it?" Harry nodded slowly. "I need to understand what I am, Luna. And if this can help." He trailed off, a new sensation prickling at the edges of his awareness. Through the ring's enhancement, he felt a disturbance in the castle below, a thread being unnaturally manipulated, pulled taut to the breaking point. Someone was dying, not naturally but by deliberate magic. "We need to go," he said urgently. "Now." They raced through the corridors, Harry following the pull of the disturbed thread. It led them to the 6th floor, to a seldom-used classroom near the east wing. As they approached, Harry felt the thread grow more erratic, fraying rapidly. "It's in there," he whispered, pointing to the closed door. "Someone's life is being drained." Luna raised her wand. "What's the plan?" Harry considered for a moment. "I'll go in first. Stay behind me, whoever's doing this might be from Blackthorn's faction." He pushed the door open slowly, wand raised. The classroom was dark except for a sickly green glow emanating from the center of the room. There, sprawled on the floor, was Draco Malfoy. Hovering above him was what appeared to be an ancient dagger, its blade plunged into an invisible form that Harry recognized as a life thread. With each pulse of green light, more energy drained from Draco into the blade. Harry acted instinctively. With a gesture empowered by the ring, he reached for the connection between the dagger and Draco's thread. "Finite mortis," he commanded, words he hadn't known he knew flowing from his lips. The dagger shuddered and fell to the floor with a clatter. Draco gasped, his eyes flying open as his life force stopped draining. But Harry's relief was short-lived, a figure stepped from the shadows, clapping slowly. "Impressive, Avatar," said a woman's voice, cold and mocking. "The Hierophant has taught you well." She emerged into the dim light, tall and thin to the point of gauntness, with white blonde hair so pale it seemed to glow. Her face might have been beautiful once, but now it was stretched too tight across sharp cheekbones, giving her a skull-like appearance. Most disturbing were her eyes, completely white, without iris or pupil. "The Pale Lady, I presume," Harry said, keeping his wand trained on her. She smiled, revealing teeth filed to points like Blackthorn's had been. "Morrigan's pet told you about me? How considerate." She glanced at Draco's prone form. "A pity you interrupted. Young Malfoy has such potential, the soul of someone who has contemplated death makes for a powerful conduit." Luna had moved to Draco's side, checking his pulse. "He's alive, but weak," she reported. The Pale Lady laughed. "Of course he's alive. I wouldn't waste a perfectly good sacrifice by killing him outright. The slow drain is what empowers the artifact." Harry felt cold fury rising within him. What do you want? Why attack a student? To draw you out, obviously. She gestured to the dagger. And to test a theory about your abilities. Blackthorn believed you were simply lucky, a boy who stumbled into power he couldn't understand. I suspected otherwise. Her white eyes seemed to see right through him. You are a true avatar, embracing your nature rather than fighting it. How fascinating. She took a step closer, and Harry felt a pressure against his mind, similar to legitimacy, but colder, more invasive. He raised his mental shields, pushing back with the power flowing through the ring. The pale lady hissed in surprise. You've bonded with the soul lens. Morgaine moves faster than anticipated. Get out of Hogwarts, Harry demanded. Whatever Blackthorn was planning, it's over. I'm not interested in your faction's schemes. Oh, but you should be, she said, her voice dropping to a silky whisper. Do you think Dumbledore tells you everything? Did he mention that the last Avatar went mad with power? That the one before that tried to resurrect an army of the dead? She smiled at Harry's expression. No, I thought not. The old man keeps his secrets. Dumbledore is helping me, Harry insisted. Dumbledore is using you, as he uses everyone. The pale lady began to circle them, her movements eerily fluid. He fears what you're becoming. They all do. Even your friends, the Weasley boy who can't look you in the eye, the Granger girl who researches ways to cure you. Harry faltered, her words striking uncomfortably close to his own fears. Luna squeezed his arm, grounding him. Don't listen, Harry, she whispered. She's trying to isolate you. The pale lady's attention shifted to Luna. The love-good girl. Following in your mother's footsteps, are you? Pandora thought she could challenge us too. Luna's face went hard, a fury Harry had never seen in her normally serene expression. You killed my mother. Blackthorn did, the pale lady corrected with a dismissive wave. Such a waste. She could have joined us. Her white eyes returned to Harry. As could you, Avatar. Why serve death when you could master it? Because that's not how it works, Harry said, his certainty growing with each word. Death isn't meant to be mastered. It's part of life's cycle. The pale lady's smile faded. Such a disappointment. Blackthorn was right, you are too indoctrinated by Dumbledore's sentimentality. She backed toward the shadows. We'll meet again, Harry Potter. When you've seen more of what your power can truly do, what it can cost you, we'll talk again. Before Harry could stop her, she melted into the darkness, vanishing as completely as if she'd disapparated, impossible within Hogwarts. Bloody hell, Draco croaked from the floor, startling Harry. What was that thing? Harry knelt beside him. A necromancer. Part of the same group Blackthorn belonged to. He examined Draco with his enhanced sight, seeing the Slytherin's thread dim but stable. She was using you as bait to get to me. I'm sorry. Draco struggled to sit up, his usual sneer absent, replaced by genuine fear. She appeared out of nowhere, said she had a message from my father. Next thing I knew. He shuddered. It felt like she was pulling my soul out through my chest. She was draining your life force, Luna explained, inspecting the dagger without touching it. This is a soul siphon. It stores life energy for use in dark rituals. Harry was impressed once again by Luna's knowledge. We need to get Draco to the hospital wing, and then tell Dumbledore about the pale lady. Draco grabbed Harry's arm, his grip surprisingly strong for someone who had nearly been drained dry. Potter. She said things while she thought I was unconscious. About the Dark Lord working with her faction. About plans for some ritual at the Ministry. His grey eyes met Harry's, filled with an emotion Harry had never seen in them before, genuine concern. My father's involved. Deep. The implications sank in. If Voldemort was working with Blackthorn's faction of the Order of Morrigan, their plans for Harry, and for death magic in general, were even more dangerous than he'd feared. "Why tell me this?" Harry asked suspiciously. "You've never exactly been on my side, Malfoy." Draco's face hardened into familiar lines of disdain, but there was something different beneath it, a crack in the armor. "That thing wasn't human anymore, Potter. Whatever she's done to herself." He shuddered. "I may not like you, but I like the idea of the Dark Lord getting that kind of power even less." He attempted to stand, wavering slightly. "Consider it repayment for saving my life." Again. As Luna helped Draco to his feet, Harry carefully picked up the soul siphon using a handkerchief to avoid direct contact. The dagger thrummed with stolen life force, Draco's energy, harvested for some dark purpose. The thought made Harry's blood boil. "Let's go," he said. "And Malfoy, thank you for the warning." Draco nodded stiffly, pride warring with gratitude on his pointed face. As the three unlikely allies made their way to the hospital wing, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the pale lady's appearance marked a turning point. The game had changed. It wasn't just about him and Voldemort anymore, but about an ancient struggle between those who respected death's place in the natural order and those who sought to subvert it for power. And somehow, Harry Potter, the boy who had cheated death as an infant, had become the focal point of that struggle. "Again!" Snape commanded, his voice echoing in the chamber. Harry stood in the center of a new runic circle, more complex than any they'd worked with before. Around him floated 7 candles, each representing a different aspect of death according to necromantic theory: natural death, violent death, sacrificial death, peaceful death, untimely death, chosen death, and final transcendence. For 3 hours, Harry had been attempting to attune to each aspect, to understand its unique signature. The training had intensified since the encounter with the Pale Lady 2 weeks ago. Dumbledore, alarmed by the necromancer's infiltration of Hogwarts, had authorized Snape to accelerate Harry's education in death magic. "I can't distinguish between violent death and sacrificial death," Harry said, frustration evident in his voice. "They feel too similar." "Because you're thinking like a living person," Snape replied sharply. "Violent death is chaotic, disruptive to the natural order. Sacrificial death is a willing exchange, a gift that creates balance rather than destroying it." He moved a 4th candle slightly closer to Harry. "Focus on the intent behind the death, not the physical act." Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with his senses. The ring, which Dumbledore had reluctantly allowed him to keep after examining it thoroughly, amplified his perception, allowing him to feel the subtle differences between the candle's enchantments. Violent death roiled with anger and fear, sacrificial death, though equally intense, carried an undercurrent of purpose and acceptance. "I see it now," Harry said quietly. "Violent death leaves, tears in the fabric. Sacrificial death creates doorways." Snape nodded, a rare look of approval crossing his features. "Precisely. This distinction is crucial for what comes next." He extinguished the candles with a wave of his wand. "You've mastered the basics of perceiving death and manipulating life threads. Now you must learn to reach beyond the veil, to communicate with those who have crossed over." Harry's heart raced. "You mean, speak with the dead?" "In a limited fashion," Snape cautioned. "True resurrection is impossible and unnatural. But as Death's avatar, you can temporarily bridge the gap between worlds. Call forth a shade, an echo of someone who has passed, for brief communication." "Like the resurrection stone," Harry said, thinking of the hallow still hidden in his trunk. "Similar, but more focused," Snape explained. "The stone calls back shades at the user's desire, often with unpredictable results. What I'm teaching you is a controlled summoning for a specific purpose." He hesitated, then added, "The headmaster believes this ability may be crucial in the coming conflict." Harry understood immediately. "For intelligence. If an order member dies, I could call them back to get information." "Precisely." Snape began drawing a new circle on the floor, this one incorporating symbols Harry recognized from Morgaine's grimoire. This ritual requires focus, respect, and most importantly, a genuine connection to the deceased. You cannot call back someone you've never known or formed no bond with. As Snape completed the circle, a knock at the chamber door interrupted them. The potion's master frowned, casting a quick spell to see who was outside. "Mr. Malfoy," he said, surprise evident in his voice. "Enter." Draco slipped into the chamber, looking uncharacteristically disheveled. Since the incident with the soul siphon, the Slytherin had been quieter, less antagonistic toward Harry. According to Luna, who had somehow developed an odd friendship with Draco, he had been researching necromancy in the restricted section, trying to understand what had happened to him. "Sorry to interrupt, Professor," Draco said, his eyes darting nervously to Harry. "But I've found something important." He held up an ancient, leather-bound tome. "About the Pale Lady." Snape's eyebrows rose. This couldn't wait until after Potter's lesson. "No, sir," Draco said firmly. "Because it's about a ritual she's planning. One that requires an avatar's blood during the dark of the moon." He looked directly at Harry. "Which is tomorrow night." Harry felt a chill. "What kind of ritual?" Draco placed the book on Snape's desk, opening it to a marked page. "It's called the Rite of Hollow Vessels. According to this, it allows a necromancer to create a direct channel to the realm of the dead, bypassing natural barriers." He pointed to an illustration showing a circle of robed figures surrounding a central altar. "With the blood of Death's avatar, they can stabilize the channel indefinitely." Snape studied the page, his expression growing increasingly grave. This would allow them to pull energy directly from the death realm, enough to power the most forbidden necromantic arts. He looked at Harry. "Including complete domination of the newly dead." "An army of inferi," Harry said, the implications sinking in. "Worse," Snape corrected. "Inferi are mere puppets. This would create vessels with the memories and skills of the deceased, but completely under the necromancer's control." He closed the book with a sharp snap. "We must inform the headmaster immediately." As they prepared to leave, Harry felt a now familiar tug at his consciousness, the sensation of a life thread about to sever. He froze, focusing on the feeling, trying to identify its source. "Potter?" Snape asked sharply, noticing his distraction. "Someone's dying," Harry said, closing his eyes to better concentrate. "Not here at Hogwarts, farther away. But someone connected to me." He reached out with his enhanced perception, following the fraying thread. Through the ring's power, he could extend his awareness far beyond Hogwarts grounds, to London, to a street he recognized from his summer before third year. "Grimmauld Place," he gasped, eyes flying open. "It's happening at headquarters." Snape's face paled. "The order." Without waiting for him to finish, Harry bolted from the chamber, running toward Dumbledore's office. The headmaster could contact the order immediately, warn them of an attack. Harry ran faster than he ever had, his enhanced senses allowing him to navigate the castle with preternatural speed. As he rounded a corner near the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, he collided with Professor McGonagall. "Potter," she exclaimed, steadying herself. "What in Merlin's name, the Order headquarters?" Harry gasped. "Someone's dying, right now. We need to warn them." McGonagall's expression shifted from annoyance to alarm. "Come with me. Quickly." She led him past the gargoyle into Dumbledore's office, where the headmaster was already rising from his desk, face grim. "Minerva, Harry," he said, "I was just about to send for you. I've received word from Kingsley. There's been an attack on Grimmauld Place. Mundungus Fletcher is dead, and Emmeline Vance has been gravely injured." Harry felt the thread he'd been tracking snap completely. "Fletcher is gone," he confirmed, the certainty settling in his chest like a cold weight. "I felt it." Dumbledore studied Harry carefully. "You sensed his death from within Hogwarts? Even with the castle's protections?" "The ring," Harry explained, showing the soul lens on his finger. "It amplifies my awareness. Indeed. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. It seems your abilities are developing more rapidly than anticipated. Headmaster, came Snape's voice from the doorway as he and Draco arrived. We have discovered something concerning the necromancer's plans. As Snape explained what they'd learned about the rite of hollow vessels, Dumbledore's face grew increasingly troubled. The portraits of former headmasters listened intently, several disappearing from their frames to spread the news through their other portraits. This confirms our worst fears, Dumbledore said when Snape finished. Voldemort is indeed working with Blackthorn's faction of the Order of Morrigan. Tonight's attack was likely meant to acquire fresh vessels for their ritual. But why target the Order? McGonagall asked. Surely any victims would serve their purpose. Not for this ritual, Draco said quietly. The book specified that the vessels must have magical ability and a connection to the Avatar. He looked at Harry. People you know, Potter. People you might call back if they died. The implication struck Harry like a physical blow. The Order members were being targeted specifically because of their connection to him. Mundungus Fletcher was dead because Harry knew him. It's my fault, he whispered. No, Harry, Dumbledore said firmly. This is Voldemort's doing, and the corruption of those who seek to usurp death's natural order. He turned to McGonagall. Minerva, please alert the staff. The school's protections must be strengthened immediately. As McGonagall hurried out, Dumbledore faced Harry directly. I believe the time has come to accelerate your training further. If Voldemort and the necromancers are planning this ritual for tomorrow night, we have little time to prepare. What do you want me to do, sir? Harry asked, still reeling from the knowledge that Order members were being targeted because of him. Something I had hoped to postpone until you were more experienced, Dumbledore admitted. But circumstances leave us no choice. He looked to Snape. Severus, were you preparing the communication ritual when Mr. Malfoy arrived? Snape nodded. The circle is ready. Then we shall proceed immediately. Dumbledore moved to the fireplace, throwing in a handful of flow powder. Kingsley, bring Fletcher's remains to Hogwarts. To the room we discussed. Harry's eyes widened as understanding dawned. You want me to call back Fletcher? To find out what happened? Yes, Dumbledore confirmed. If he can identify his attackers and reveal their plans, we may be able to prevent tomorrow night's ritual. He turned to Draco. Mr. Malfoy, your assistance has been invaluable. But this next task requires privacy. Draco bristled slightly but nodded. I understand, Headmaster. He looked at Harry, something like respect in his grey eyes. Don't mess this up, Potter. My life's on the line too, you know. As Draco left, Dumbledore gestured for Harry to follow him and Snape through a door hidden behind one of the bookcases in his office. It led to a small, circular room Harry had never seen before, with walls of black stone similar to those in the Department of Mysteries. In the center was the runic circle Snape had been preparing in the training chamber, now expanded and more elaborate. This room exists outside Hogwarts' normal space, Dumbledore explained. A pocket dimension where the barriers between life and death are naturally thinner. It will make your task easier. Harry approached the circle hesitantly. I've never done this before. What if I can't reach him? You can, Snape said with surprising confidence. Your connection to the Death Realm grows stronger daily. The ring will help focus your intention. Before Harry could respond, green flames erupted in a fireplace Harry hadn't noticed before. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped through, levitating a shrouded form, Mundungus Fletcher's body. Albus, Kingsley said, his deep voice subdued. It was a coordinated attack. They knew exactly when the guard would be changing. He gently lowered Fletcher's body to a stone bier beside the runic circle. Emmeline is at St. Mungo's. The healers don't think she'll last the night. What of the others? Dumbledore asked. Tonks was injured but stable. Moody and Arthur were away when it happened. Kingsley's eyes fixed on Harry, noting the ring and his solemn expression. So it's true. You're really becoming Death's avatar, Harry confirmed quietly. And I'm going to try to speak with Mundungus. Kingsley nodded gravely. Good luck, Harry. We need answers. He turned back to Dumbledore. I should return to the Ministry. There are rumors of unusual activity in the Department of Mysteries, specifically around the Death Chamber. After Kingsley departed, Snape drew back the shroud covering Fletcher's body. The thief and petty criminal looked oddly peaceful in death, his normally shifty expression smoothed away. Harry was surprised to find he felt genuine sorrow. Mundungus might have been unreliable, but he hadn't deserved this fate. Step into the circle, Harry, Dumbledore instructed gently. Focus on your memories of Mundungus, your connection to him, however brief. Harry obeyed, standing in the center of the intricate runes. Snape moved around the perimeter, lighting black candles at specific points while chanting softly in an ancient language. Close your eyes, Dumbledore said. Reach out with your senses, as you've practiced with Professor Snape. Find the echo of Mundungus Fletcher's life force. It will still linger near his body. Harry closed his eyes, extending his awareness through the soul lens. He could perceive the complex web of life threads throughout Hogwarts, but he focused inward, to the still form beside the circle. There, faintly, he detected a lingering trace, a gossamer thread not fully severed, still connecting Mundungus's essence to his physical remains. Following Snape's earlier instructions, Harry gently tugged on that thread, not to restore life, but to draw back the consciousness that had departed. Mundungus Fletcher, he said clearly, the words coming to him instinctively, by the authority vested in Death's avatar, I call upon you to return briefly and speak of your passing. The air in the circle grew cold, and Harry felt a presence forming before him. Opening his eyes, he saw a silvery, translucent figure, not quite a ghost, more substantial, yet clearly not alive. Mundungus Fletcher's shade looked around in confusion, his gaze finally settling on Harry. Potter, he said, his voice echoing strangely. What's happened? Last thing I remember. You were attacked, Harry said gently. At Grimmauld Place. I'm sorry, Mundungus, but you didn't survive. Understanding dawned on Fletcher's face. I'm dead, then. Figured as much when I saw them coming. Didn't even have a chance to draw my wand. He looked around, noticing Dumbledore and Snape. Blimey, is this Hogwarts? What am I doing here? Harry has called you back temporarily, Dumbledore explained. We need to know who attacked you, and what they wanted. Mundungus's shade shuddered. It was that Malfoy bloke, Lucius, and some woman I've never seen before. White as a ghost, she was, with eyes like there was nothing there. He looked at Harry. They kept asking about you, Potter. About your schedule, your friends. When I wouldn't tell them, the woman did something, stuck her hand right into my chest, like she was reaching for my heart. The pale lady, Harry murmured. What else, Mundungus? Did they mention any plans? A ritual, perhaps? Fletcher's form flickered slightly. Yeah, they did. Something about tomorrow night, at the Ministry. The woman said they needed the vessels for the ceremony. Said they'd already prepared the chamber. His expression grew troubled. There was something else, something about a catalyst they needed from the Department of Mysteries. An artifact of some kind. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged alarmed glances. The Arch of Transcendence, Dumbledore said quietly. It's the only artifact in the department powerful enough to serve as a catalyst for such a ritual. That's it. Mundungus exclaimed. The Arch Malfoy said the Dark Lord would use it to claim what Potter had stolen from him. He looked directly at Harry. What did you steal from you-know-who, Potter? His chance to master death, Harry answered grimly. Thank you, Mundungus. Is there anything else you can tell us? Anything about their plans or who else might be involved? Fletcher's shade seemed to be growing fainter. Can't stay much longer, feel myself being pulled away. But listen, they're not just after you, Potter. The woman, she said something about your friend. The odd Ravenclaw girl. Said she had her mother's sight, that they needed it. Harry's blood ran cold. Luna? They're targeting Luna. That's what they said. Something about her being able to see death's path clearly. Mundungus's form flickered more dramatically. Tell Sirius I'm sorry about the silver I nicked from his family cabinets. Wasn't personal, just business. His shade grew increasingly transparent. Feels strange, being dead. Not as bad as I expected, though. Kind of peaceful, really. With those words, Mundungus Fletcher's shade dissolved into silvery mist, the temporary connection broken. Harry stood alone in the circle, shaken by what he'd learned. We must warn the Order immediately, Dumbledore said. And find Miss Lovegood. If the necromancers are targeting her as well. I'll find Luna, Harry said, already stepping out of the circle. Malfoy might know where she is, they've been researching together in the library. Snape nodded. I'll inform Minerva and secure the castle's perimeter. If the Pale Lady infiltrated once, she may try again. As they moved toward the door, Harry felt a sudden, overwhelming pressure in his head, similar to the connection with Voldemort, but different, colder. Images flashed before his eyes, the Department of Mysteries, the stone archway with its fluttering veil, and a circle of robed figures chanting around it. At the circle's center stood the Pale Lady, her white eyes gleaming with triumph as she raised a ceremonial dagger. Harry. Dumbledore's concerned voice seemed to come from far away. What is it? A vision, Harry gasped, fighting through the pain. But not from Voldemort, from the Death Realm itself. They're already at the Ministry, preparing the ritual. They're not waiting until tomorrow night, they're doing it now. The corridors of Hogwarts were a blur as Harry raced toward the room of requirement, where the DA had been meeting. Luna had mentioned she would be practicing there with some of the Ravenclaw members. The vision still pounded in his head, the Pale Lady at the Department of Mysteries, the ritual already beginning. They had been deceived, led to believe the ceremony would take place tomorrow night when in fact it was already underway. As Harry rounded a corner, he nearly collided with Draco, who was running in the opposite direction. Potter. Draco gasped. I was coming to find you. Lovegood's gone. Harry felt his heart drop. What do you mean, gone? We were in the library. She said she needed to get something from her dormitory, but she never came back. Draco's face was uncharacteristically worried. I went looking for her, and one of the Ravenclaw girls said she'd been seen leaving the castle with Professor Trelawney. Trelawney? Harry frowned. That doesn't make sense. Why would, he stopped abruptly as realization dawned. It wasn't Trelawney. The Pale Lady must have disguised herself. Draco nodded grimly. That's what I thought. I checked with McGonagall, the real Trelawney has been in her tower all afternoon. Harry swore, turning toward Dumbledore's office. We need to tell the headmaster. They've taken Luna for the ritual. Mundungus said they needed her sight, whatever that means. As they hurried back the way Harry had come, the castle suddenly shook with a tremendous explosion. Dust and debris rained from the ceiling, and a distant roar of collapsing stone echoed through the corridors. What the? Draco began, but Harry was already sprinting toward the sound. They emerged into the entrance hall to find chaos. Part of the great oak doors had been blown inward, and through the gap strode a dozen figures in black robes, Death Eaters, led by Bellatrix Lestrange. Behind them came four white-eyed individuals that Harry recognized as members of the Pale Lady's faction of necromancers. Potter. Bellatrix cackled when she spotted him. Just the boy we're looking for. Students were screaming, running for cover as spells began flying. Teachers rushed from the Great Hall, McGonagall and Flitwick in the lead, casting shield charms to protect the fleeing students. Draco. Bellatrix called. "Come, nephew. Your father awaits." Draco froze beside Harry, his face a mask of conflict. I can't," he said, barely audible. "Traitor!" Bellatrix shrieked, raising her wand. "Crucio!" Harry reacted instinctively, pushing Draco aside and raising his hand. Through the soul lens, he could see Bellatrix's spell as a malevolent crimson thread. With a gesture, he severed it before it could reach either of them. Bellatrix's eyes widened in shock. "What magic is this?" One of the necromancers stepped forward, a tall man with a shaved head and white eyes like the pale lady. "It's as she said. The boy has embraced his power." He turned to Bellatrix. "We need only his blood. Take it, and let us depart." Harry backed away, drawing his wand. "Where's Luna? What have you done with her?" The necromancer smiled, revealing filed teeth. "The love-good girl. She's with our Hierophant, preparing to serve a greater purpose. Her mother's blood gives her certain insights that will help stabilize our connection to the Death Realm." "You're lying," Harry said, though fear clutched at his heart. Morgane is your enemy." The necromancer laughed. "Morgane? That fossil serves the old ways. Our Hierophant is the Pale Lady, avatar of the New Order. Death shall be mastered, not served." Before Harry could respond, the battle erupted in earnest. Spells flew in all directions as Hogwarts teachers engaged the Death Eaters. Harry saw McGonagall dueling Bellatrix, while Flitwick took on 2 Death Eaters simultaneously, his small stature belying his extraordinary skill. "Get to Dumbledore." Harry shouted to Draco over the din, "Tell him they've taken Luna to the Department of Mysteries." Draco hesitated only a moment before nodding and dashing toward the stairs. Harry turned to face the approaching necromancer, who was weaving complex patterns in the air with his hands, death magic, not requiring a wand. A wave of cold energy surged toward Harry, seeking to latch onto his life thread and drain it. Using the technique Snape had taught him, Harry erected a barrier of his own death energy, deflecting the attack. The necromancer's eyes widened in surprise. "Impressive," he said. "The Pale Lady was right about you. Such potential, wasted in service to death rather than commanding it." "You have it backwards," Harry replied, advancing. "Death cannot be commanded, only respected and channeled." He reached into the necromancer's aura with his enhanced senses, seeing the man's life thread, or rather, threads. Like Morgane, this man had died and returned, but his threads were corrupted, unnaturally stretched and warped by dark rituals. "You've extended your lifespan," Harry said, continuing his approach. "Taken years that weren't yours to claim." The necromancer's confident expression faltered slightly. "All life can be negotiated, boy. That's the truth the old order refuses to acknowledge." "And that's where you're wrong," Harry said softly. With a subtle gesture empowered by the soul lens, he reached for the necromancer's primary thread, not to sever it entirely, but to reset it to its natural length. The effect was immediate. The necromancer gasped, his face rapidly aging, years of artificially extended life catching up in seconds. His skin wrinkled, his hair whitened, his back curved. What have you done?" he wheezed. "Restored the balance," Harry answered, feeling no satisfaction, only a solemn certainty that he had performed his role as Avatar. "Your natural span was exceeded decades ago. I've merely corrected the ledger." The necromancer collapsed to his knees, transformed from a powerful sorcerer to a frail, ancient man in moments. "The Pale Lady will succeed," he gasped. "The ritual, already begun." A bolt of green light suddenly struck the necromancer in the back. Harry looked up to see Bellatrix, her face contorted with rage, wand still pointed. "Useless old fool," she spat. "The Dark Lord has no use for failures." She turned her manic gaze to Harry. "You've learned some interesting tricks, baby Potter. But you're still not ready to face real power." She fired a barrage of spells, forcing Harry to dive behind a fallen chunk of the castle doors. The battle around them was intensifying, with more teachers joining the fray. Harry glimpsed Snape dueling with another necromancer, his face a mask of cold fury as he matched death magic with his own formidable dark arts knowledge. A familiar bark-like laugh cut through the chaos, and Harry's heart leapt as he saw Sirius charging into the entrance hall, Remus and Tonks at his side. The Order of the Phoenix had arrived. "Harry!" Sirius shouted, spotting him. "Dumbledore sent us. He's gone ahead to the Ministry." Taking advantage of Bellatrix's momentary distraction at Sirius's arrival, Harry sprinted across the hall to his godfather's side. "They've taken Luna," he gasped. "For the ritual. We need to get to the Department of Mysteries." Dumbledore opened a direct flow connection in his office, Remus explained, deflecting a hex with a flick of his wand. "It bypasses the Ministry's security. We can go straight to the Death Chamber." "I'll hold them here," Tonks said, her hair shifting from pink to a battle-ready crimson as she squared off against two Death Eaters. "Go." Harry followed Sirius and Remus, racing up the stairs toward Dumbledore's office. Behind them, the sounds of battle echoed through the castle. As they ran, Harry felt the ring pulse with increasing urgency, as if responding to the death energy being channeled at the Ministry. "Sirius," Harry panted as they ran, "the necromancers, they're trying to create a permanent channel to the death realm. If they succeed, we know," Sirius cut in grimly. "Kingsley discovered their plans. They intend to use the arch as a gateway, stabilized by your blood and Luna's sight." "My blood? What does that mean?" Harry asked. "Blood of Death's avatar," Remus explained, "has unique properties. It can bridge the gap between worlds. And Luna, well, the Lovegoods have always had a particular sensitivity to the unseen. Pandora's research into death magic was legendary among certain circles." They reached the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, which leapt aside without a password. The headmaster had left it open for them. Inside the office, the fireplace blazed with green flames. "Harry," Sirius said, gripping his godson's shoulders. "What we're about to face, it won't be like dueling Death Eaters. These necromancers are manipulating forces most wizards can't even perceive. Are you ready for this?" Harry touched the soul lens, feeling its cold power flowing through him. In his pocket, the resurrection stone seemed to pulse in response. And draped over his arm, his invisibility cloak, Death's own cloak, shimmered with more than mere magic. "I'm ready," he said, a calm certainty settling over him. "This is what I was born for, Sirius. To maintain the balance between life and death. To prevent people like Voldemort and the Pale Lady from corrupting that balance." Something like pride mixed with sadness crossed Sirius's face. "You sound like your father when you talk like that. So certain of what's right." He squeezed Harry's shoulders. "Lead the way, then. We're with you." Harry stepped into the green flames, stating clearly, "Department of Mysteries, Death Chamber." The world spun around him, and he emerged into a familiar circular room with multiple doors. But unlike his vision from the previous year, Harry didn't need to search for the right door. He could feel the pull of the arch, calling to him as Avatar. "This way," he said confidently, heading toward a door that pulsed with dark energy in his enhanced sight. They burst through into the death chamber, and the scene that greeted them confirmed Harry's worst fears. The stone steps of the amphitheater were lined with black candles, forming a massive runic array that centered on the archway with its fluttering veil. Around the arch stood 8 necromancers, including the Pale Lady, chanting in an ancient language that made Harry's very bones vibrate. In front of the arch, secured to a stone altar, lay Luna. Her eyes were open but unfocused, enchanted to stare directly into the veil. Beside her stood Lucius Malfoy, a ceremonial silver dagger in his hand. And watching it all from a throne-like chair on the chamber's highest tier was Voldemort himself, his red eyes gleaming with anticipation. "We're too late," Remus breathed. "They've already begun the ritual." But Harry shook his head, his avatar senses telling him otherwise. No, they haven't completed it. They need my blood to seal the connection. He pointed to a second altar, empty but prepared, clearly meant for him. And look, Dumbledore's fighting them. Indeed, on the far side of the chamber, Dumbledore was engaged in a spectacular duel with 3 Death Eaters simultaneously, while keeping a magical barrier between himself and 2 necromancers who were attempting to wear down his defenses with waves of death magic. The pale lady looked up, sensing new arrivals. Her white eyes fixed on Harry, and a smile of triumph spread across her face. The Avatar arrives, she called, her voice amplified to echo throughout the chamber. Right on schedule, Harry Potter. Your connection to the love-good girl made your coming inevitable. Voldemort rose from his seat, his serpentine face alive with malicious pleasure. Potter. How convenient of you to deliver yourself to us. I had planned to extract you from Hogwarts, but this is so much more efficient. Let Luna go, Harry demanded, stepping forward. Sirius and Remus moved with him, wands raised. The pale lady laughed. I think not. Her sight is already opening the pathway. See how the veil responds to her gaze. Harry looked at the arch and felt a chill. The veil, normally gently fluttering, was now rippling violently, and through his enhanced perception, he could see something moving behind it, hundreds of shadowy forms pressing against the barrier between worlds, drawn by the necromantic energy filling the chamber. You don't understand what you're doing, Harry said, continuing his advance down the stone steps. You can't control what comes through that veil. With your blood, we can, the pale lady countered. Death's avatar provides the key to mastering death itself. Once we have established the channel, the Dark Lord will claim your power and become Death's true master. Voldemort descended from his perch, moving with unnatural grace. I have come further along the path to immortality than anyone, Potter. But your emergence has shown me that true mastery requires not simply avoiding death, but controlling it. His red eyes gleamed. You stole part of my soul that night in Godric's hollow. Now I shall take what is rightfully mine. Harry felt Sirius and Remus tense beside him, ready to attack. Wait, he murmured to them. Follow my lead. To Voldemort, he called, you still don't understand, do you? Death chose me that night. It rejected you. Death is not a being to choose or reject, Voldemort scoffed. It is a force to be conquered. You're wrong, Harry said, continuing his approach. Each step brought him closer to Luna, but also to the necromancer's circle. Death is the most fundamental law of existence. Even magic must bow to it eventually. As he spoke, Harry was extending his senses through the soul lens, examining the complex web of death energy the necromancers had woven around the arch. There, he spotted a weakness, a point where the energy was most concentrated but also most vulnerable. Enough philosophy, the pale lady snapped. Seize him. 2 Death Eaters rushed forward. With a nod from Harry, Sirius and Remus engaged them, spells flying. In the confusion, Harry sprinted toward Luna, drawing on his enhanced reflexes to dodge curses from Lucius Malfoy. Stupefy. Harry shouted, not with his wand but with his hand, channeling death energy through the soul lens. The spell struck Malfoy with such force that he was thrown backward into one of the necromancers, disrupting their chanting. The effect was immediate. The carefully constructed energy web around the arch fluctuated, and the veil's violent rippling momentarily stilled. The circle, the pale lady shrieked. Maintain the circle. Harry reached Luna's side, quickly working to free her from her bindings. Her eyes were still fixed on the veil, but as he touched her, she blinked, some awareness returning. Harry, she whispered. They're using me, my sight, to see the paths. I know, he said, finally releasing the last binding. Can you move? Luna nodded weakly, trying to sit up. The veil, it's thinning. They want to keep it open permanently. A blast of magic hit the altar beside them, sending stone fragments flying. Harry covered Luna with his body, feeling shards cut into his back. Blood, his blood, spattered onto the altar. The pale lady let out a cry of triumph. Yes. Avatar blood, freely given in protection of another. The sacrifice is complete. Horror filled Harry as he realized what had happened. His blood, spilled in defense of someone he cared about, was an even more powerful catalyst than if taken by force. The necromancers had manipulated him, counting on his protective instincts. The veil in the archway suddenly billowed outward, as if a great wind were blowing from the other side. The shadowy forms behind it grew more distinct, pushing against the thinning barrier between worlds. The necromancers redoubled their chanting, and the pale lady approached the arch with arms outstretched. "Come forth," she commanded. "Servants of the new order of death." Voldemort moved to her side, his wand tracing complex patterns in the air. "With Potter's blood and my power, I claim mastery over death itself." Harry knew he had to act quickly. The ritual was reaching its climax, the veil growing thinner by the second. Around them, the battle raged. Dumbledore had dispatched his opponents and was now dueling Voldemort directly, while Sirius and Remus fought back-to-back against multiple Death Eaters. "Luna," Harry said urgently, "I need your help. Your sight, can you see the structure of their ritual? The weak points?" Luna sat up, her silvery eyes clearing as she focused. "Yes, it's built around 7 nexus points, with the arch as the anchor." She pointed to specific necromancers. "Those 3 are the primary conduits. If they fall, the whole working collapses." Harry nodded, helping her off the altar. "Stay behind me." Drawing on everything Snape had taught him, combined with the knowledge from Morgaine's grimoire, Harry reached deep into his avatar powers. The soul lens blazed on his finger, and he felt the resurrection stone respond in his pocket. With his free hand, he pulled out the invisibility cloak, wrapping it around Luna. "This will protect you," he said. "No death magic can penetrate it." Luna clutched the cloak around herself but left her face exposed. "What are you going to do?" Harry turned toward the arch, where the pale lady and Voldemort were now working in tandem, drawing power from the death realm. "What I was born to do. Maintain the balance." He strode forward, no longer trying to dodge or hide. Death energy swirled around him, responding to his will, coalescing into visible darkness that flowed from his hands and eyes. The nearest necromancers faltered in their chanting, sensing the approach of true death power. "Get away from the arch," Harry commanded, his voice carrying the weight of his office as Avatar. The pale lady turned, her white eyes widening at the sight of Harry's manifestation. "No. The ritual is almost complete. Stop him." But the necromancers nearest Harry seemed unable to move, transfixed by the pure death energy emanating from him. Voldemort, however, faced him without fear. "Impressive display, Potter," he said, red eyes gleaming. "But you are still a novice wielding powers you barely understand." "I have studied death magic for decades." "You've studied how to avoid death," Harry corrected. "Not how to understand it." With that, he released the energy he'd been gathering, not in an attack, but in a wave that washed over the entire chamber. Wherever it touched, it revealed the truth of things, the corrupted, artificially extended threads of the necromancers, the fractured, mangled thread of Voldemort's soul, and the hundreds of restless spirits pressing against the veil, drawn by the necromancer's summons but unable to fully cross over. "You see," Harry said, addressing not just Voldemort but everyone in the chamber. "This is what your ritual is doing, not mastering death, but corrupting its natural order. Creating imbalance that will eventually collapse with catastrophic consequences." The pale lady hissed in fury. "Sentiment. Death is a resource to be harnessed, not a law to be obeyed." "You're wrong," came a new voice, Luna's, clear and strong as she stepped from beneath the cloak. Her eyes, always slightly protuberant, now seemed to see through everything, glowing with an inner light. "Death is the great equalizer, the final truth. In trying to master it, you enslave yourselves to the fear of it." The veil rippled violently, responding to Luna's words. The spirits behind it seemed to surge forward, not in aggression but in agreement. Taking advantage of the distraction, Harry made his move. Focusing on the three primary necromancers Luna had identified, he reached out with his avatar powers and severed their artificial life extensions, not killing them, but restoring them to their natural age and power level. The effect was immediate and dramatic. The three necromancers crumpled, their youth and strength fleeing as decades caught up with them in seconds. The magical web around the arch fluctuated wildly, and the veil began to settle back into its normal, gentle motion. "No!" the pale lady screamed, rushing to repair the collapsing ritual. Voldemort, seeing his plans unraveling, turned his full fury on Harry. Avada Kedavra! The green light of the killing curse shot toward Harry, but something unprecedented happened. Instead of dodging, Harry raised his hand, the one wearing the soul lens, and caught the spell. The deadly green energy swirled around his fingers, contained and controlled. "The killing curse is just concentrated death energy," Harry said, examining the spell as if it were a curious object. "And death energy is my domain." With a gesture, he dissipated the spell into harmless mist. Voldemort's serpentine face contorted with rage and, for the first time, genuine fear. "What are you?" he demanded. "I told you," Harry replied. "I'm Death's avatar. And it's time you learn to respect what that means." He thrust his hand forward, channeling energy not into an attack on Voldemort directly, but into the fractured soul connection between them, the link created when Harry had reaped part of Voldemort's soul as an infant. Through that connection, Harry could sense all the other fragments, the Horcruxes scattered and hidden. For a moment, Harry felt them all: the diary, already destroyed, the ring, the locket, the cup, something of Ravenclaw's, the snake Nagini, and the piece residing in Harry himself. With his avatar powers fully awakened, he could perceive these violations of Death's natural order with perfect clarity. Voldemort screamed, clutching his chest as he felt Harry's awareness touching his fractured soul. "Stop! What are you doing?" "Identifying what needs to be balanced," Harry answered calmly. "Your Horcruxes, Tom. They're abominations in Death's ledger." Before he could press his advantage, however, the pale lady made a desperate move. Abandoning the failing ritual, she lunged for Luna, a curved dagger appearing in her hand. "If we cannot have the channel," she snarled, "then I'll take the seer's eyes for my own." Harry spun, reaching out with his power to protect Luna, but he wasn't fast enough. The pale lady's dagger slashed downward, only to be intercepted by another blade, wielded by a figure who had appeared seemingly from nowhere. Morgaine Morrigan, Hierophant of the True Order of Morrigan, stood between Luna and the pale lady, her silver sword blocking the dagger's descent. "Selenius," Morgaine said, addressing the pale lady by what was apparently her true name. "Your heresy ends tonight." The two women broke apart, circling each other with weapons raised. "You fossil," the pale lady, Selenius, spat. "Serving death like a slave when we could be its masters." "There is only one master of death," Morgaine replied, "and he stands among us now." She glanced at Harry, who understood her meaning instantly. Master of death, not through domination, but through acceptance and respect. Through embracing his role as avatar rather than fighting it. Taking advantage of the chaos, Voldemort retreated toward the chamber entrance, where his remaining Death Eaters were already fleeing, overwhelmed by the combined forces of Dumbledore, Sirius, Remus, and now additional Order members who had arrived as reinforcements. "This isn't over, Potter," Voldemort hissed. "I will find another way to claim what is mine." Before Harry could respond, Voldemort disapparated, something that should have been impossible within the Ministry, suggesting the necromancers had temporarily disrupted the building's protective enchantments during their ritual. The pale lady, seeing her allies fleeing and her ritual in ruins, snarled in frustration. "Another day, Avatar. Your blood has already opened the way, even if we couldn't complete the full working. Death's domain has been weakened." With a complex gesture, she created a swirling vortex of dark energy. Unlike Voldemort's disapparition, this was something else, a tear in reality itself, leading somewhere beyond normal space. She leapt into it, vanishing as the portal closed behind her. The remaining necromancers, mostly elderly now that their life extensions had been neutralized, were quickly subdued by the Order members. Morgane sheathed her sword, approaching Harry with a respectful nod. "You have embraced your role more fully than I anticipated, young Avatar," she said. "The balance owes you a debt." "Luna," Harry said, rushing to her side. "Are you all right?" Luna nodded, her eyes returning to their normal, dreamy appearance. "Yes. It was strange, for a while, I could see everything. All the paths, all the possibilities." She smiled sadly. "I understand why Mother's research was so dangerous now." Morgane joined them, placing a gentle hand on Luna's shoulder. "The gift of true sight runs in your bloodline, child. The Lovegoods have always seen what others cannot, including the true nature of death. It makes you valuable to those who would corrupt death's purpose." "Like the Pale Lady," Luna said. "Selenius," Morgane corrected grimly. "Once my most promising student, before she was corrupted by the lure of power. She believes that death is a resource to be exploited rather than a fundamental law to be respected." Dumbledore approached, looking weary but relieved. "The Death Eaters have fled, and the Ministry Aurors are arriving. Voldemort's alliance with these necromancers will be difficult to conceal now." "Headmaster," Harry said, "the ritual, even though we stopped it, the Pale Lady said they'd already weakened the barrier between worlds." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "I fear she is correct. What was attempted here tonight has never been tried before, using the blood of Death's avatar to create a permanent channel to the Death Realm." He studied the arch, where the veil had settled back into its normal, gentle motion. "The consequences may not be immediately apparent, but they will manifest in time. The dead will be more restless," Morgane added. "Those with the ability to perceive them, mediums, sensitives, those touched by death, will feel their presence more strongly. And those who practice death magic will find their workings more potent, but also more dangerous." Harry looked at the arch, feeling a new connection to it through the blood he had shed. "Can it be repaired? The barrier?" "In time," Morgane said. "With your help, Avatar. But first, you must complete your awakening, claim your full power and purpose." Luna slipped her hand into Harry's, her touch warm against his cold, power-infused skin. "You won't have to do it alone," she said softly. Sirius and Remus joined them, both looking battered but triumphant. "That was some impressive magic, Harry," Sirius said, clapping him on the shoulder. "James would have been proud." Terrified, but proud. Harry managed a smile, though the weight of what had happened, and what was still to come, pressed heavily on him. "We need to find the Horcruxes," he said to Dumbledore. "I could sense them all when I connected to Voldemort's soul. With the soul lens, I might be able to locate them." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "But first, we must ensure Miss Lovegood's safety and return to Hogwarts. The battle there may still be ongoing." As they prepared to leave the Death Chamber, Harry took one last look at the arch. The veil fluttered innocently now, but he could still sense the weakened barrier behind it. Whatever the Pale Lady and Voldemort had been trying to achieve, they had partially succeeded. The balance between life and death had been disturbed, and as Avatar, it would fall to Harry to restore it. But looking at his allies, Luna with her unwavering acceptance, Sirius and Remus with their steadfast loyalty, Dumbledore with his guiding wisdom, and even Morgane with her ancient knowledge, Harry felt equal to the task. He had stopped running from his destiny. He had embraced what he was born to be. Death's Avatar. The bridge between worlds. The guardian of the most fundamental law of existence. And with the soul lens on his finger, the resurrection stone in his pocket, and Death's own cloak draped around Luna's shoulders, Harry Potter had taken the first steps toward becoming the master of death, not through conquest, but through acceptance. Chapter 3, The Soul Collector's morning light spilled through the windows of the Room of Requirement, illuminating 5 faces watching Harry with expressions ranging from determination to skepticism. He had called them here, his closest friends and one former enemy, to propose something that sounded mad even to his own ears. "So let me get this straight," Ron said, breaking the silence that had followed Harry's explanation. "You want us to hunt down bits of you-know-whose soul that he's hidden in objects scattered across Britain, while dodging Death Eaters, necromancers, and the Ministry?" "That about covers it," Harry confirmed, meeting each of their eyes in turn. "I know it's asking a lot." Hermione frowned, twirling her wand absently between her fingers. "These Horcruxes, you're certain you can sense them? Through your connection?" Harry nodded. "During the battle at the Department of Mysteries, I touched Voldemort's soul through our link. I felt them all, 6 fragments, hidden in objects important to him. He didn't mention the 7th fragment he'd sensed residing within himself. That revelation had kept him awake for 3 nights straight. With the soul lens, I can track them." The ring gleamed on his finger, its obsidian shard catching the light. In the month since the battle at the Ministry, Harry had learned to control its amplifying effects, no longer overwhelmed by the constant awareness of life threads surrounding him. "And Dumbledore approves of this plan?" Neville asked quietly. He had changed since the Department of Mysteries, more confident, more focused. The battle at Hogwarts had forced him to find courage he hadn't known he possessed. "Dumbledore thinks I need more training before attempting it," Harry admitted. "But time isn't on our side. Voldemort knows I can sense his Horcruxes now. He'll be moving them, adding protections." "And the Order?" Hermione pressed. "Surely they could help. The Order is stretched thin," Harry cut in. "Between guarding potential targets, tracking Death Eater movements, and now monitoring unusual death-related phenomena since the ritual." He shook his head. "Besides, most of them still see me as a child to be protected, not an ally with unique abilities." Luna, who had been silent until now, her silver eyes thoughtful, finally spoke. "Harry's right. The Order won't understand what we're doing because they don't truly understand what Harry is becoming." She tilted her head, studying him with that penetrating gaze that seemed to see right through to his soul. "The Horcruxes call to him. They're violations of Death's natural order, and as Death's avatar, he's uniquely positioned to find them." Harry felt a rush of gratitude for her unwavering support. Since the Department of Mysteries, Luna had become his closest confidant, the only one who seemed truly comfortable with his evolving nature. While Ron and Hermione tried their best, he could sense their underlying unease whenever he demonstrated his powers. "I still don't understand why I'm here," Draco drawled from his position leaning against a bookshelf. "Potter and I aren't exactly friends." All eyes turned to the Slytherin. Draco's inclusion had been Harry's most controversial decision, but he'd insisted despite Ron's vehement objections. "You have insight we need," Harry explained. "Your father was Voldemort's right hand. You grew up hearing things, noticing patterns. You know how Death Eaters think." Draco's mouth twisted. "My father is in Azkaban because of you, Potter." "Your father is in Azkaban because he served a megalomaniac who would sacrifice him without a second thought," Harry countered. "You saw what happened at the Ministry. Voldemort left his followers behind without hesitation." A muscle twitched in Draco's jaw, but he didn't deny it. The events at the Department of Mysteries had changed him too. Being used as a conduit by the Pale Lady had given him a glimpse of what serving Voldemort would truly mean, not power and prestige, but being drained until nothing remained. Besides, Harry added more gently, "You've been researching the Order of Morrigan with Luna. You've seen their texts. You know what we're up against isn't just Voldemort, but something potentially worse." Silence fell as they all absorbed this. The Pale Lady remained at large, her faction of necromancers working alongside Voldemort toward some greater purpose that even Morgaine didn't fully understand. The uneasy alliance between dark wizards and corrupted death practitioners presented a threat unlike anything the magical world had faced before. "I'm in," Neville said suddenly, his voice firm. My parents suffered because of you-know-who. If there's a chance to end this once and for all, I want to help. Me too, Luna said simply, her eyes never leaving Harry's face. Ron sighed dramatically. Well, I'm not letting you run off on some mad quest without me. Someone's got to keep your head attached to your shoulders. Hermione nodded, though her expression remained troubled. I've already started researching methods to destroy Horcruxes. There's not much information, but I've found references to basilisk venom and fiendfire. All eyes turned to Draco. He stared back defiantly, then gave a short, resigned nod. Fine. But I reserve the right to flee screaming if things go south. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Fair enough. He moved to a table where a map of Britain lay spread open. I've marked locations where I sensed concentrations of death energy that match Voldemort's magical signature. They gathered around, examining the glowing dots Harry had placed on the map, one in London, one near the coast in a cave, one at what appeared to be a small village, another at Hogwarts itself, and two more with less precise locations. The strongest signal is here, Harry said, pointing to the London marker. Grimmauld Place. Ron frowned. Order headquarters. How could you know who hide a soul fragment there? Not necessarily there specifically, Harry clarified. But somewhere in that vicinity. The Black family has dark connections going back centuries. It would be a fitting place to hide a piece of his soul. Regulus, Hermione breathed, her eyes widening. Sirius's brother was a Death Eater who defected. What if he knew about the Horcruxes? Harry nodded. That's my thinking. Sirius mentioned finding strange objects when they were cleaning the house 2 summers ago. Dark artifacts they couldn't identify. So that's our first target? Neville asked. Yes. We'll start there, then move on to the cave location. That one feels older. Like it's been there longer. Draco studied the map with narrowed eyes. And you really think we can find and destroy all of these before either the Dark Lord or the Ministry catches up to us? Harry met his skeptical gaze steadily. With your knowledge of dark artifacts, Hermione's research skills, Neville's plant expertise for any natural barriers, Ron's strategic thinking, Luna's insight into death magic, and my ability to track the soul fragments, yes, I do. For a moment, no one spoke, the magnitude of what they were attempting sinking in. Then Luna broke the silence, her voice dreamy yet somehow grounding. When do we start? Grimmauld Place stood silent and forbidding in the summer twilight, its facade invisible to muggles passing by on the street. Harry stood across the road with his companions, feeling the dark energy emanating from the building even at this distance. Through the soul lens, he could see a pulsing crimson thread extending from the house, the malevolent signature of a Horcrux. You're sure Sirius isn't home? Hermione whispered. Harry nodded. Order meeting at Hogwarts tonight. The house should be empty. Then why are we standing out here instead of going in? Ron asked, shifting nervously. Something's changed, Harry murmured, studying the building with his enhanced sight. There are new protections, death wards that weren't there before. Draco moved closer, his pale face tense. Death wards? Like what the Order of Morrigan uses? Similar, but cruder, Harry replied. Whoever placed them has power but lacks finesse. Luna reached into her pocket and withdrew a small silver object, the raven charm she had given Harry months ago. This disrupts necromantic energy. It might help us pass through undetected. Harry accepted it gratefully, closing his fist around the cool metal. Everyone stay close. Ron, Hermione, you're familiar with the house, so lead the way once we're inside. Neville, watch our backs. Draco, Luna, stay with me. If there are more death wards inside, we'll need to dismantle them together. They crossed the street quickly, Harry extending his awareness through the soul lens to cloak them in a subtle veil of death energy, not enough to harm, just enough to confuse any watching eyes. At the door, he pressed his palm against the wood, feeling the wards ripple against his skin. "These aren't just meant to keep people out," he murmured. "They're meant to trap something in." "Comforting," Draco muttered. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the nature of the wards. As Death's avatar, he had authority over death magic, even magic he hadn't personally cast. With the soul lens amplifying his command, he pushed against the wards, creating a temporary gap. "Now," he whispered, and they slipped through the door one by one. The interior of Grimmauld Place was even darker than Harry remembered, shadows clinging to corners where they had no business existing in the middle of summer. The gas lamps refused to light properly, sputtering weakly before dying out again. "I don't like this," Neville said softly, his wand raised. "It feels hungry." Harry knew exactly what he meant. The house itself seemed to be breathing, listening, waiting for them to make a mistake. The Horcrux's malevolent energy had infected the building over time, turning an already dark place into something actively malicious. "Where should we start looking?" Ron asked, his voice unnaturally loud in the pressing silence. "The drawing room," Hermione suggested. "That's where we found most of the dark artifacts 2 summers ago." Harry shook his head. "No, it's not there. It's below us." He focused on the crimson thread, following its path with his inner sight. "The kitchen, no, beyond that. There's a hidden space." They moved cautiously through the hall, past the covered portrait of Sirius's mother. Harry could sense her presence behind the curtains, not a true ghost, but a magical imprint infused with the same dark energy that pervaded the house. He gestured for silence as they passed. The kitchen was unnaturally cold, frost forming on the ancient stone countertops despite the summer heat outside. Their breath fogged in the air as Harry led them to a wall near the pantry. "There," he said, pointing to what appeared to be solid stone. "There's a hidden compartment." Draco stepped forward, running his fingers over the wall. Old pureblood houses often have secret caches for valuable items. His hands found a barely perceptible seam. "Family blood usually opens them. Sirius is related to you through your mother," Harry noted. "Would your blood work?" Draco shrugged. "Worth a try." He drew a small silver knife from his robes, the kind used in potion making, and pricked his finger. Pressing the droplet of blood against the seam, he murmured, "Toujours per." For a moment, nothing happened. Then the stone shifted, revealing a small compartment containing a single object, a heavy gold locket engraved with an ornate S. "Salazar Slytherin's locket," Hermione breathed. "One of the Founder's relics." Harry could feel the malevolence radiating from it, the unnatural concentration of death energy violated by dark magic. The soul lens grew cold on his finger, resonating with the corrupted soul fragment trapped within the locket. "Don't touch it directly," he warned as Luna reached toward it. "It will fight back." "How do we destroy it?" Neville asked, eyeing the locket warily. "I brought this," Hermione said, withdrawing a small vial from her beaded bag. "Basilisk venom, from the Chamber of Secrets. Professor Slughorn helped me extract it, he thinks I'm doing advanced potions research." Harry took the vial, considering it. "That should work, but..." "But what?" Ron prompted when Harry didn't continue. "There's another option," Harry said slowly, the idea forming as he studied the locket. "I might be able to extract the soul fragment instead of destroying it. As Death's avatar, I have authority over souls, especially ones that have been manipulated unnaturally." Draco's eyebrows shot up. "Extract it? And do what with it?" "Reap it properly," Harry explained. "Send it onward to whatever fate awaits it." "Or absorb it," Luna said quietly, watching Harry with knowing eyes. "That's what you're really considering, isn't it? Absorbing the fragment, as you did the night your parents died." Harry met her gaze, unable to deny it. The thought had been growing in his mind since he'd first sensed the Horcruxes. If he absorbed them, he might gain critical knowledge, Voldemort's memories, his plans, his weaknesses. It would be dangerous, Hermione said, alarm clear in her voice. Harry, you can't seriously be considering taking part of Voldemort's soul into yourself. I already have a piece, Harry replied before he could stop himself. Silence fell, heavy and oppressive. Ron and Hermione exchanged horrified glances, while Neville paled visibly. Only Luna and Draco seemed unsurprised, Luna because she had likely suspected it already, and Draco because his expression was carefully controlled. What do you mean, you already have a piece? Hermione asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Harry sighed. He hadn't meant to reveal this yet, but there was no taking it back now. That night in Godric's Hollow, when the killing curse rebounded, a fragment of Voldemort's soul broke off and attached to me. I didn't just survive the curse, I reaped part of his soul. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. That explains the connection, Hermione said, her academic curiosity temporarily overriding her horror. Your ability to see into his mind, to speak Parseltongue. Harry nodded. Dumbledore suspected it for years but confirmed it after the Department of Mysteries. It's why I can sense the other Horcruxes, they're connected to the piece I already carry. All the more reason not to add another fragment to the mix, Neville pointed out reasonably. Or all the more reason to claim them properly, Luna countered. Harry has contained that first fragment for 15 years without being corrupted by it. As his powers grow, his ability to control and use these fragments increases. It's not worth the risk, Hermione insisted. I agree with Granger, Draco said, surprising everyone. Dark soul magic is unpredictable. My father kept journals about artifacts the Dark Lord trusted to him. The diary that possessed the Weasley girl was one of them. It nearly succeeded in draining her life completely to resurrect itself. The mention of the diary, the Horcrux Harry had already destroyed in the Chamber of Secrets, gave him pause. Ginny had indeed nearly died from its influence, and she'd only been writing in it. Absorbing a fragment directly would be far more dangerous. We destroy it then, Harry decided, pushing aside his curiosity about what knowledge the fragment might contain. But not here. This place is already saturated with dark energy. Adding more might trigger the death wards. Where, then? Ron asked. Before Harry could answer, a sound from upstairs froze them all in place, the distinctive creak of the front door opening, followed by footsteps in the hall. Someone's here, Neville whispered unnecessarily. Harry quickly wrapped the locket in a cloth and stuffed it into his pocket. Out the back, he murmured, gesturing toward the rear door that led to a small, walled garden. They moved silently, but as they reached the door, a familiar voice called out from the top of the kitchen stairs. I know you're down there. The wards alerted me the moment you entered. Harry turned slowly to find Sirius standing in the doorway, his expression a mixture of concern and disappointment. We need to talk, Harry. A Horcrux hunting party? Sirius paced the drawing room, running a hand through his dark hair. Without telling the order. Without telling me. They sat in a semicircle facing Sirius's agitated figure. The locket lay on a side table, wrapped in multiple layers of protective cloth. We needed to move quickly, Harry explained, feeling like a scolded child despite his growing powers. And the order has been, cautious about my involvement since the Department of Mysteries. Sirius stopped pacing, fixing Harry with a penetrating look. Because you're changing, Harry. Your abilities are developing faster than anyone anticipated. Even Dumbledore is concerned about the pace of your transformation. Concerned that I'll go dark, you mean, Harry said flatly. Sirius sighed, dropping into an armchair. No one thinks you'll go dark. But power changes people, and you're accumulating a lot of it very quickly. He gestured to the soul lens. That ring, for instance. Dumbledore identified it as an ancient focusing tool created specifically for Death's avatar. The fact that it found its way to you now suggests forces beyond our control are accelerating your development. Forces like the Pale Lady's ritual, Luna observed. The weakened barrier between worlds is affecting Harry's connection to his powers. Sirius nodded. Exactly. And that's why running off to collect Horcruxes without support is reckless. His gaze softened. I understand the impulse, believe me. But you need guidance. Will you help us, then? Harry asked, leaning forward. Not as a member of the Order, but as my godfather. Sirius studied the determined faces before him, his expression gradually shifting from exasperation to resignation. I assume if I refuse, you'll just find another way to continue this quest. Harry nodded, unrepentant. We have to destroy them, Sirius. Voldemort knows I can sense them now. He'll be moving them, adding protections. We don't have time to debate strategy with the entire Order. Besides, Draco added unexpectedly, too many people know about Potter's condition already. The more who learn about these Horcruxes, the greater the risk of the information reaching the Dark Lord. Sirius raised an eyebrow at Draco's contribution but didn't disagree. After a moment's consideration, he said, Fine. I'll help you, starting with that. He nodded toward the wrapped locket. I recognize it now. Regulus must have stolen it from Voldemort. Your brother? Harry asked, surprised. How do you know? There was a note, Sirius explained. I found it years ago among his things but couldn't make sense of it at the time. He wrote about discovering the Dark Lord's secret, about a locket and a cave. He trailed off, eyes widening with sudden understanding. The cave, it's one of your marked locations, isn't it? Harry nodded. The second strongest signal. Then Regulus knew, Sirius said, his voice tight with emotion. He found out about the Horcruxes and tried to destroy them. That's why he was killed. Actually, came a croaking voice from the doorway, Master Regulus was not killed by the Dark Lord. They all turned to see Creature, the ancient house elf, standing there with an expression of deep distress on his wrinkled face. Creature. Sirius said, clearly startled by the elf's voluntary appearance. What do you know about this? The house elf shuffled forward, his gaze fixed on the wrapped bundle. Master Regulus ordered Creature never to tell the family what happened, but if Master Sirius is helping to destroy the locket. His long fingers twisted together anxiously. Master Regulus ordered Creature to destroy it, but Creature failed. Nothing Creature did could damage it. Over the next half hour, they listened in growing horror as Creature recounted the tale of the cave, the potion, and Regulus's sacrifice to obtain the Horcrux. By the end, Sirius was ashen-faced, grieving anew for the brother he had written off as just another Death Eater. He died trying to stop Voldemort, Sirius said quietly. All these years, I thought. Harry placed a hand on his godfather's shoulder, offering silent support. Then he turned to Creature. We can destroy it now, Creature. We can fulfill Regulus's final order. The house elf's bloodshot eyes widened. Master Harry can destroy the evil locket? Yes, Harry said, reaching for the bundle. And you should be the one to see it done, in Regulus's memory. As Harry unwrapped the locket, the malevolent energy within it seemed to sense its peril. The gold grew hot, and a faint hissing emanated from it, Parseltongue, Harry realized, though too indistinct to understand. It knows we plan to destroy it, Luna observed, her silver eyes watching the locket warily. How do we open it? Hermione asked. Basilisk venom will only work if we can expose the soul fragment inside. Harry studied the locket, seeing beyond its physical form to the corrupted energy within. It needs a Parselmouth, he said, the knowledge coming to him through his connection to the fragment he already carried. That's the safeguard Voldemort put in place. He lifted the locket, focusing on the tiny serpent, S, engraved on its surface. Reaching into the part of himself that had absorbed Voldemort's abilities, he whispered, "Open," in Parseltongue. The locket clicked open, and a dark mist erupted from within, not simply escaping, but taking shape. Red eyes formed in the swirling darkness, and a mouth twisted into a cruel smile. Harry Potter, hissed a voice that was unmistakably Voldemort's, though younger, less inhuman than the version Harry had faced in the graveyard. I see you clearly now, Avatar of Death. How fascinating. The others backed away, wands raised, but Harry stood his ground. You're just a fragment, he said steadily. An echo of Tom Riddle preserved in metal. The mist laughed, a chilling sound. I am Lord Voldemort's triumph over death, something even you, Death's supposed avatar, cannot claim. I have seen your fears, Harry Potter, through our connection. You fear what you're becoming. You fear losing yourself to these powers. Harry felt the fragment in his scar responding to its counterpart, a resonance building between them. The soul lens grew cold on his finger. You've already lost, Harry said, fighting the connection. Your physical form knows I can find these Horcruxes now. He's afraid. The mist swirled more violently. He is preparing. When you fail, and you will fail, he will claim your power for himself. The ritual at the Department of Mysteries was just the beginning. Harry had heard enough. Raising his hand, the one bearing the soul lens, he focused his avatar powers. You don't belong here. You've cheated death long enough. But before he could act, the mist suddenly shifted, taking new forms, James and Lily Potter, standing together, their faces sorrowful. Harry, the false Lily said, her voice a perfect imitation that made Harry's heart clench despite knowing it was a trick. Don't continue down this path. Death's avatar is not what you think. It will consume you, as it has consumed others before you. The last avatar went mad with power, the false James added. He raised armies of the dead, disrupted the balance he was meant to protect. That is your destiny too, son. Harry faltered, the word striking at his deepest fears. Was that true? Were there other avatars who had abused their position? Dumbledore had never mentioned this, nor had Morgane. Don't listen, Harry. Luna's voice cut through his doubt. It's using your fears against you. The mist snarled, abandoning the forms of Harry's parents to lash out at Luna. A tendril of darkness wrapped around her throat, lifting her off the ground. The love-good seer, it hissed. You think you understand death because your mother dabbled in forces beyond her comprehension? She died screaming, girl. As will you, when my true self finds you. Something snapped in Harry at the sight of Luna struggling for breath. Rage and protective fury surged through him, and the soul lens blazed with cold fire on his finger. Without conscious thought, he reached into the mist with his avatar powers and seized the soul fragment within. Rather than banishing it or destroying it, Harry found himself drawing it in, absorbing it as he had that first fragment 15 years ago. The mist fought, trying to maintain its form, but Harry's grip was unbreakable. As Death's avatar, his authority over this corrupted soul was absolute. The others watched in shock as the mist was pulled into Harry's chest, the locket falling to the floor, empty and inert. Luna dropped to her feet, gasping for air as the tendril dissipated. For a moment, Harry stood rigid, his eyes glowing with an unearthly green light as he processed the fragment. Images flashed through his mind, a young Tom Riddle discovering his Slytherin heritage, finding the locket in Borgin and Burke's, murdering an old woman to claim it, performing the ritual to split his soul. Then came pain, blinding and all-encompassing, as the fragment fought for dominance within him. Harry fell to his knees, gripping his head, aware dimly of his friends calling his name. Harry! Luna's voice reached him through the chaos, her hands cool against his face. Focus on my voice. You are not Voldemort. You are Harry Potter, Death's avatar. This fragment is under your authority, not the other way around. Her words anchored him, giving him something to hold on to as he wrestled with the foreign presence. Using techniques Snape had taught him for organizing his mind, Harry began compartmentalizing the fragment's knowledge and memories, separating them from his own identity. Gradually, the pain subsided. The fragment hadn't been destroyed, it had been claimed, contained, and subjugated to Harry's will. Its knowledge was now his to access, but its malevolence was neutralized. Harry opened his eyes to find everyone staring at him with expressions ranging from concern to outright fear. Only Luna seemed calm, her hands still framing his face, her silver eyes searching his. "You absorbed it," Hermione said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Harry, why would you? I didn't plan to," he admitted, his voice rough. "It was attacking Luna. I just reacted." "Are you all right?" Sirius asked, kneeling beside him. "What did it do to you?" "I'm fine," Harry said, though fine wasn't quite accurate. He felt expanded, his awareness broader, his connection to death magic deeper. The fragment's knowledge was settling into his mind like water finding its level. "I contained it." "You said the same thing happened the night your parents died," Ron said slowly. "You absorbed part of you-know-whose soul then too." Harry nodded, climbing unsteadily to his feet with Luna's help. "The difference is that I was an infant then, with no control over the process. This time, I consciously subjugated the fragment to my will." He looked at the empty locket lying on the floor. "It can't influence me because I am Death's avatar. I have authority over souls, especially damaged ones like this." Creature shuffled forward, staring at the locket with disbelieving eyes. "The evil is gone. Master Regulus's order is fulfilled." "Yes, creature," Harry confirmed gently. "The locket is just metal now. Regulus can rest in peace." The house elf picked up the locket with trembling hands, clutching it to his chest as tears rolled down his wrinkled face. "Thank you, Master Harry. Thank you." As creature shuffled away, still cradling the empty locket, Sirius turned to Harry with a troubled expression. "What you just did, absorbing that fragment, was incredibly dangerous. Even if you can control it now, who's to say what effect multiple fragments might have over time?" "I know the risks," Harry said. "But there are benefits too. I now have access to Voldemort's memories of creating this Horcrux. I know when and where he hid it originally, who helped him, what other protections he typically uses." He glanced at the map still visible in his open bag. "I can find the others more easily now." "At what cost?" Hermione demanded. "Harry, you just willingly took in a piece of the darkest wizard of our time." "I know what I'm doing, Hermione," Harry replied, with more confidence than he truly felt. "This is part of what being the Avatar means, having authority over corrupted souls, directing them to their proper fate." "And what is their proper fate?" Draco asked, speaking for the first time since the absorption. "Becoming part of you." It was a fair question, one Harry didn't have a complete answer for. "I don't know yet. But I do know that these soul fragments are abominations in Death's ledger. As Avatar, it's my responsibility to address them." A heavy silence fell. Harry could sense their unease, their fear that he was changing too quickly, becoming something they didn't recognize. Only Luna remained steadfast at his side, her presence a quiet affirmation that she, at least, understood the path he was walking. "We should rest," Sirius finally said. "It's late, and after what just happened, we all need time to process." He glanced around the drawing room. "There are enough bedrooms for everyone. We'll continue this discussion in the morning." As the others nodded and began to disperse, Harry caught Luna's hand. "Thank you," he said softly. "For bringing me back." She smiled, squeezing his fingers gently. "You never left, Harry. You just needed reminding of who you are." Her silver eyes studied him with that penetrating gaze. "What was it like? Absorbing the fragment?" Harry considered how to describe the experience. "Like organizing a library where all the books are trying to bite you. The knowledge is there, but accessing it means confronting the darkness it came from." Luna nodded as if this made perfect sense. "The trick will be learning which knowledge is worth the darkness that comes with it." She tilted her head thoughtfully. "What did you learn from this fragment?" "Many things," Harry replied. "But most importantly, I learned that Voldemort is afraid, not just of me, but of death itself. His Horcruxes aren't just tools for immortality, they're shields against what he fears most. And as Death's avatar, that makes you his natural enemy, Luna concluded. Even more than the prophecy does. Harry nodded, suddenly feeling the weight of his role pressing down on him. The prophecy said, neither can live while the other survives. I always thought that meant one of us had to kill the other. But what if it's more fundamental than that? What if it means our very natures are incompatible with coexistence? Luna considered this, twirling a strand of blonde hair around her finger. Perhaps. But remember, Harry, death isn't evil. It's natural, necessary. Your role isn't to bring death indiscriminately, but to maintain its proper place in the cycle. Her words comforted him, as they often did. Luna had a way of cutting through confusion to the essential truth of things. As the avatar of death, Harry wasn't an angel of destruction but a guardian of balance. The fact that this put him in opposition to Voldemort was a consequence, not a cause. We should get some rest, he said, suddenly aware of the exhaustion pulling at him. Absorbing the Horcrux had taken more out of him than he'd initially realized. Luna nodded, but before they parted ways, she rose on tiptoes and pressed a gentle kiss to his cheek. Sweet dreams, Harry. Don't let Tom Riddle's memories disturb your sleep. As she drifted away toward one of the spare bedrooms, Harry touched the spot where her lips had brushed his skin. Despite everything, the Horcrux, the absorbed fragment, the uncertainty of their quest, he found himself smiling. Whatever changes his avatar status brought, whatever darkness he had to confront, Luna's unwavering presence was like a light guiding him home. Harry woke to the sound of urgent voices from downstairs. Sunlight streamed through the dusty curtains of the bedroom he'd claimed, suggesting he'd slept later than intended. The fragment's memories had indeed invaded his dreams, showing him glimpses of Tom Riddle's journey toward darkness, but they had remained just that, memories, not influences. Dressing quickly, he made his way downstairs to find the others gathered around the kitchen table with expressions of concern. A copy of the Daily Prophet lay open between them. What's happened? Harry asked, immediately alert. Sirius handed him the newspaper. The Ministry's made its move. The headline blared, Potter, Hero or Hazard. Ministry establishes Special Office TO Monitor, Unique Magical Developments. Below was a photograph of Rufus Scrimgeour, the new Minister for Magic following Fudge's resignation after the Department of Mysteries fiasco. Harry skimmed the article, his jaw tightening as he read. The Ministry had created a new department, the Office of Extraordinary Magical Concerns, specifically to monitor and guide individuals developing unusual magical abilities. While he wasn't named directly, the references to recent incidents at Hogwarts and the Ministry made it clear who their primary target was. They're trying to bring me under Ministry control, Harry said, tossing the paper back onto the table. It gets worse, Hermione said grimly. There's a letter. She handed him an official-looking parchment bearing the Ministry seal. The letter, addressed to Harry personally, invited him to register with the new office immediately, citing magical bylaws requiring all practitioners of extraordinary or potentially concerning magical arts to submit to Ministry oversight. It was phrased as a request, but the underlying threat was clear: comply voluntarily, or face legal consequences. They can't force me, Harry said, though he wasn't entirely certain this was true. Can they? Legally, it's complicated, Sirius replied. There are ancient statutes regarding magical abilities that fall outside standard classification. The Ministry is using those to justify their new office. What they really want, Draco added cynically, is to either control you or neutralize you. Potter's the avatar of death developing unprecedented powers. Better get him under our thumb before he decides the Ministry is expendable. Scrimgeour isn't Fudge, Hermione pointed out. He's an Auror, pragmatic rather than political. Maybe he genuinely believes oversight is necessary for public safety. Or maybe he sees Harry as a potential weapon, Ron countered. You know who's back, the necromancers are causing havoc, What better time to have Death's avatar on the ministry payroll? Harry reread the letter, noting the signature at the bottom, Dolores Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary and Acting Director, Office of Extraordinary Magical Concerns. Umbridge, he growled. She's behind this. Not entirely, Luna said, peering at the letter over his shoulder. Look at the seal, it has Scrimgeour's personal mark. This comes from the top. Neville, who had been quietly listening, finally spoke up. What happens if you ignore it? Nothing good, Sirius said grimly. They'd have legal justification to bring you in for questioning. Possibly even detain you for evaluation, if they deemed your abilities dangerous enough. Harry clenched his fists, feeling his power stir in response to his anger. The soul lens grew cold on his finger, and he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Losing control now would only validate the Ministry's concerns. We need to keep moving, he decided. Find the next Horcrux before they can interfere. He glanced at the map. The cave should be our next target. Harry, we can't just ignore a direct summons from the Ministry, Hermione protested. We're not ignoring it, Harry replied. We're prioritizing. Voldemort's Horcruxes are more important than bureaucratic power plays. Sirius rubbed his chin thoughtfully. There might be a middle path. Respond to the letter, request a meeting for next week. That buys us time without openly defying them. And what happens when next week comes and I don't show up? Harry asked. Cross that bridge when we come to it, Sirius said with a hint of his old reckless grin. The important thing is to avoid becoming a fugitive before you have to. Harry nodded reluctantly, seeing the wisdom in this approach. All right. I'll draft a response. He turned to the others. Meanwhile, we need to prepare for the cave. From what Creature told us, it's heavily protected, an underground lake, inferi, and a potion that causes terrible suffering. I've been thinking about that, Hermione said, pulling a notebook from her beaded bag. The potion sounds like the drink of despair, an ancient concoction mentioned in most Patenti potions. It forces the drinker to relive their worst memories while causing intense physical pain. Charming, Draco muttered. There's no known antidote, Hermione continued, but I've been researching potential counters. If Harry's avatar powers give him authority over death magic, he might be able to neutralize its effects. Or I could simply order the inferi to stand down, Harry suggested. They're animated corpses, technically within my domain. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully. That might work, but remember what happened at the Department of Mysteries. The Pale Lady mentioned that Death's domain had been weakened by their ritual. Your authority might not be absolute, especially over creatures specifically bound by Voldemort's magic. It was a sobering thought. Harry had been relying increasingly on his avatar status to overcome magical obstacles, but Luna was right, there could be limitations he hadn't yet encountered. We should prepare for all contingencies, he decided. Hermione, continue researching countermeasures for the potion. Ron, work with Sirius on strategy for dealing with the inferi if my control fails. Neville, check if there are any plants that might help us underwater or against dark creatures. Draco, Luna, I need your help understanding what we might face from the Order of Morrigan's perspective. As everyone dispersed to their assigned tasks, Harry sat down to draft his response to the Ministry. He kept it polite but non-committal, requesting a meeting the following week to discuss these important matters in person. With any luck, it would buy them enough time to retrieve the next Horcrux and possibly even a third before the Ministry realized what they were doing. Just as he finished the letter, Sirius approached with a small package. Before I forget, this came for you yesterday. From Dumbledore. Harry unwrapped it curiously to find a small, silver instrument resembling a pocket watch. Inside was not a clock face but a miniature representation of the night sky, stars glowing softly against a dark background. A note in Dumbledore's elegant handwriting accompanied it. Harry, this astral compass belonged to your father. It was passed down through generations of Potters, though few understood its true purpose. As you embrace your inheritance, you may find it useful. It points not to north, but to where the veil between worlds is thinnest. Use it wisely. APWBD. Harry examined the compass with growing wonder. As he held it, the star pattern shifted slightly, one constellation brightening while the others dimmed. He recognized it immediately, Canis Major, the dog star, Sirius's namesake. The direction it indicated was roughly northeast from their current position. The cave, he murmured. It's pointing to where we need to go. Sirius peered at the compass with newfound interest. James had this? I don't remember him ever mentioning it. According to Dumbledore, most Potters didn't know what it was really for. Harry closed the compass carefully. But now I do. It's a guide for Death's avatar, showing where the barrier between life and death is weakened. Which would include locations housing Horcruxes, Sirius concluded. Clever old man. Harry pocketed the compass, feeling a strange connection to his father's family. How many generations of Potters had carried this instrument, passing it down without understanding its true significance? Had the potential to become Death's avatar always run in his bloodline? These questions would have to wait. For now, they had a Horcrux to find and the Ministry to evade, challenges enough for one day. The cliff face loomed before them, waves crashing against jagged rocks below. Sea spray misted the air, and the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the water. Harry stood at the edge, the astral compass in one hand, the soul lens glowing faintly on the other. This is it, he said, feeling the dark energy emanating from somewhere beyond the cliff. There's an entrance nearby. They had apparat to the coastal location in pairs, Harry with Luna, Ron with Hermione, Neville with Draco, and Sirius alone. The journey had been uneventful, but Harry couldn't shake the feeling they were being watched. Twice during their preparations at Grimmauld Place, he'd sensed a disturbance in the death energies surrounding the house, as if someone was testing the wards. How do we get in? Ron asked, eyeing the sheer cliff skeptically. I don't fancy a swim in that. He gestured to the churning water below. Harry closed his eyes, extending his senses beyond physical sight. Through the soul lens, he could perceive layers of magic woven into the cliff, dark, ancient spells layered with more recent protections. Among them, he detected a familiar signature. There, he said, pointing to a seemingly solid section of rock. Voldemort hid the entrance, but it requires a blood sacrifice to open. Blood magic, Hermione murmured disapprovingly. Always blood with dark wizards. It's not just about cruelty, Luna explained, her silver eyes studying the cliff. Blood carries life force, it's a powerful connector between the physical and spiritual worlds. That's why it's so common in both dark magic and ancient protective wards. Harry approached the cliff face, drawing a small knife similar to the one Draco had used at Grimmauld Place. It doesn't need much, just enough to recognize the intent to sacrifice. Wait, Sirius said, stepping forward. Let me. Your blood has special properties now. We shouldn't risk it being used in unforeseen ways. It was a valid concern. Since absorbing the locket Horcrux, Harry had noticed subtle changes in his physical body. His reflexes were sharper, his senses more acute, and small injuries healed with unnatural speed. More concerning, his blood itself seemed to have acquired magical properties. It glowed faintly when exposed to moonlight and caused nearby plants to wither when it touched them. All right, Harry agreed, handing Sirius the knife. His godfather pricked his palm and pressed it against the rock. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the stone began to dissolve, revealing a dark opening just large enough for a person to pass through. Beyond, a narrow tunnel led downward into darkness. Lumos, Harry murmured, his wand tip igniting with unusual brightness, another side effect of his evolving powers. Stay close. According to Creature, there are multiple protections beyond the entrance. They filed into the tunnel, Sirius taking the rear position to guard against potential pursuers. The passage descended steeply, the air growing colder and damper with each step. After several minutes, they emerged onto a rocky ledge overlooking an underground lake. The cavern was massive, its ceiling lost in shadows, and the black water stretched into darkness. "I can feel it," Harry said quietly, the soul lens resonating with dark energy. "The Horcrux is here, across the lake." A faint green glow emanated from a small island at the center of the water. Even from this distance, Harry could make out what appeared to be a stone basin atop a pedestal. "I don't like this," Neville muttered, eyeing the still, black surface of the lake. "It's too quiet." Harry knelt at the edge of the water, extending his senses beneath the surface. What he perceived made him recoil in horror. "Inferi," he whispered. "Hundreds of them, suspended in the water. Waiting." "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "How do we get across?" Hermione asked, carefully keeping her distance from the lake's edge. Harry scanned the shoreline, searching for clues. Through the soul lens, he detected a faint magical signature a few feet away, a chain buried beneath the water's surface. "There," he said, pointing. "There's a boat hidden underwater." With a gesture empowered by his avatar abilities, Harry called to the chain. It rose from the depths, pulling with it a small, greenish boat just large enough for two people. "It's restricted," he said, examining the boat's magical signature. "It won't carry more than a certain amount of magical power across at once." "How many can go?" Draco asked. Harry considered. 2, maybe 3 at most. "Any more and it might sink," deliberately. "You'll need to go," Hermione said to Harry. "Your avatar powers will be necessary for whatever's on that island." "I'll come with you," Luna volunteered immediately. "My family's knowledge of death magic might help with the protections." Harry nodded, grateful for her offer. He trusted Luna's insights implicitly, especially after she had anchored him during his absorption of the Locket Horcrux. "The rest of you should stay here and guard the entrance. If anything happens, if the Inferi attack, use fire. It's their primary weakness." Sirius looked unhappy with the arrangement but didn't argue. "Be careful, both of you." "And Harry," he fixed his godson with a serious look. "Don't absorb this one if you can avoid it. 1 fragment is risky enough, 2 in such a short time could be dangerous." "I know," Harry assured him. "That's not the plan." He and Luna climbed carefully into the small boat, which rocked precariously before settling. With another gesture from Harry, the chain began to pull them across the lake. The silence was absolute except for the gentle lapping of water against the boat's sides. "They're watching us," Luna whispered, gazing into the dark water. "The dead. They remember being alive, but the memory is fading. It hurts them." Harry followed her gaze and saw pale faces just below the surface, men, women, even children, their eyes open but unseeing, their bodies preserved by dark magic in a mockery of life. He felt a deep revulsion, not at the Inferi themselves, but at the magic that bound them in this unnatural state. "They should have been allowed to move on," he said quietly. "This is a perversion of death's natural order." Luna nodded, her expression solemn. "That's why they respond to fire. It represents the final consumption, the release their souls crave but cannot achieve while bound." As they neared the island, Harry focused on the pedestal at its center. The green glow came from a basin filled with liquid, and beneath that liquid, he could sense it, another fragment of Voldemort's soul, this one housed in a small, golden object. The boat bumped gently against the island's rocky shore, and Harry helped Luna disembark before securing the vessel. The pedestal stood at the center of the small land mass, about 20 feet in diameter. As they approached, the green liquid in the basin shimmered ominously. "The drink of despair," Harry murmured, recognizing it from both creature's description and the Locket Horcrux's memories. "It has to be consumed completely to reach what lies beneath." Luna studied the potion carefully, her silvery eyes reflecting its sickly glow. "It's anchored to death energy, specifically, the energy of suffering before death. That's why it forces you to relive your worst memories." Harry extended his hand over the basin, using the soul lens to analyze the potion's construction. There's no way to vanish it or scoop it out. It has to be drunk. He turned to Luna. I'll do it. No, Luna said firmly, surprising him. It should be me. Luna, I can't ask you to, you're not asking, she interrupted gently. I'm offering. Think logically, Harry. Your avatar powers will be needed if the Inferi attack. And if something goes wrong with the Horcrux, you're the only one who can contain it. She placed a hand on his arm. Besides, my worst memories, they're singular. Focused on my mother. Yours are more numerous and potentially more debilitating. Harry wanted to refuse, to protect her from suffering, but her logic was sound. He was the Avatar, his role was to maintain the balance between life and death, not to shield himself from discomfort. All right, he said reluctantly. But the moment it becomes too much, you'll know, Luna assured him. She picked up the crystal goblet that sat beside the basin. Just, stay with me. Your presence will help ground me. Harry nodded, his throat tight with concern. Luna filled the goblet with the glowing liquid and, with only a moment's hesitation, drank it down. She grimaced at the taste but showed no immediate ill effects. How do you feel? Harry asked anxiously. Cold, Luna replied, refilling the goblet. It hasn't reached my memories yet, but it will. She drank the second cupful, then a third. By the fourth goblet, the change was apparent. Luna's face had gone pale, and her hands trembled slightly. I can see her, she whispered. My mother. The day of the accident. Harry took her free hand, squeezing it reassuringly. It's not real, Luna. It's the potion. She nodded jerkily and continued drinking. With each goblet, her distress grew more pronounced. Tears began to stream down her face, and her breathing became ragged. She's screaming, Luna sobbed after the sixth cupful. The spell went wrong, she's screaming and I can't help her. Daddy can't help her. No one can help her. Harry's heart ached for her. He wanted to stop this, to spare her the pain of reliving her mother's death, but he knew they had to continue. The Horcrux lay at the bottom of the basin, and the potion was only half consumed. You're doing so well, Luna, he encouraged, supporting her as she swayed. Just a bit more. She drank the seventh and eighth goblets mechanically, her eyes seeing something far away, her body shaking uncontrollably. Cold, she whispered. So cold. Like the life is being drained out of me. Stay with me, Harry urged, filling the goblet for her when her hands became too unsteady to manage it. Just a few more. The ninth cupful nearly broke her. Luna fell to her knees, the goblet slipping from her grasp. Make it stop, she pleaded, her voice childlike in its desperation. Please, make it stop. I don't want to see any more. Harry knelt beside her, cradling her face in his hands. Luna, look at me. Focus on me. Her silver eyes, clouded with pain and remembered horror, struggled to find his. You are Luna Lovegood. You are strong and brave and wonderful. This pain isn't real, it's an echo, a shadow. It will pass. With tremendous effort, Luna nodded. Harry helped her drink the next cupful, and the next, until finally the basin was empty. At the bottom lay a small, golden cup engraved with a badger, Helga Hufflepuff's cup, another founder's relic corrupted into a Horcrux. Water, Luna rasped, her voice barely audible. Please, I need water. Harry reached for the goblet, intending to fill it from his wand, but a warning pulse from the soul lens stopped him. The island was enchanted, any water conjured here would vanish instantly. And the lake. The lake water would awaken the Inferi. Hold on, Harry said, thinking quickly. Luna, I need you to trust me. She nodded weakly, beyond speech now. Harry gently laid her down, then reached for the Horcrux. As his fingers closed around the cup, he felt the malevolent energy within it respond to his touch, recognizing him as both threat and kin. Through his connection to the absorbed locket fragment, he could sense this cup fragment's fear and rage. The water around the island began to ripple. "No time," Harry muttered, stuffing the cup into his pocket. He gathered Luna in his arms and headed for the boat, but stopped short when he saw what was happening. All around the island, pale hands were breaking the surface, followed by the grotesque faces and bodies of the inferi. They were rising from the depths, drawn by movement and the disturbance of the Horcrux's protections. Harry set Luna down gently in the boat, then turned to face the approaching undead. Drawing on his avatar powers, he raised his hand commandingly. "Stop," he ordered, his voice carrying the weight of Death's authority. "I am Death's avatar, and you are within my domain. Return to your rest." For a moment, the inferi hesitated, their blank eyes fixing on Harry with what might have been recognition. But then they continued their advance, shambling forward with mindless determination. Luna had been right, his authority over Death was weakened, either by the Pale Lady's ritual or by Voldemort's specific binding of these particular corpses. The inferi might acknowledge him as avatar, but their compulsion to attack overrode that recognition. Changing tactics, Harry raised his wand. Incendio Maxima. A wall of fire erupted between them and the inferi, causing the creatures to shriek and recoil. Harry used the moment's respite to check on Luna. She was conscious but barely, her skin clammy, her breathing shallow. "Stay with me, Luna," he urged, squeezing her hand. "We're getting out of here." The fire wouldn't hold them long. Already, more inferi were emerging from the water on the far side of the island, cutting off their escape. Harry needed a more permanent solution. Drawing deeply on his avatar powers, Harry focused not on commanding the inferi, but on the death magic that animated them. Through the soul lens, he could see the dark energy binding the corpses to Voldemort's will, threads of sickly green magic anchoring their bodies to a semblance of motion. With a gesture that felt as natural as breathing, Harry began severing those threads, one by one. It wasn't destroying the inferi, it was releasing them from their bondage, allowing the natural process of death to reclaim them. The effect was immediate. As each thread was cut, the corresponding inferius collapsed, its body suddenly nothing more than the empty shell it should have been all along. Harry worked methodically, freeing the undead creatures closest to the boat first, then expanding outward. But there were hundreds of them, and Harry's strength was limited. Even with the soul lens amplifying his powers, he couldn't free them all in time. And his fire barrier was weakening as more inferi pressed against it. "Harry," Luna's voice came weakly from the boat. "The compass, use the compass." With one hand maintaining the fire barrier, Harry fumbled in his pocket for the astral compass. As soon as he touched it, he understood Luna's suggestion. The compass didn't just point to where the veil was thin, it could potentially thin it further. Focusing his intention through both the compass and the soul lens, Harry called to the death realm itself. "I am your avatar," he whispered. "Grant me passage." The air around them shimmered, and a cold wind swept through the cavern. The fire barrier didn't extinguish, but rather changed, its orange flames turning an ethereal blue-white. As this spectral fire touched the inferi, they didn't burn but simply faded, their bodies dissolving into mist as their long-trapped souls were finally released. In moments, the threat had been neutralized. Where hundreds of inferi had stood, now there was only empty air and settling dust. The lake itself seemed clearer somehow, as if a long-standing corruption had been cleansed. Harry collapsed against the boat, exhausted from the massive expenditure of energy. The compass in his hand was hot to the touch, and the soul lens pulsed with satisfied power. "You freed them," Luna murmured, her eyes clearer now though still clouded with pain. "They're grateful." "Let's get back to the others," Harry said, climbing carefully into the boat. "We need to get you help." The boat began its journey back across the now peaceful lake. Luna lay with her head in Harry's lap, her breathing gradually steadying as the potion's effects began to wane. The cup Horcrux sat heavy in Harry's pocket, its malevolence a constant pressure against his senses. As they neared the far shore, Harry could see the others waiting anxiously. But there was something wrong. They were in defensive positions, wands out, facing not the lake but the tunnel entrance. "Something's happened," Harry said, urging the boat to move faster. When they reached the shore, Sirius rushed to help them out of the boat. "Thank Merlin you're back," he said, his expression grim. "We've got company." "Death Eaters?" Harry asked, supporting Luna as she struggled to stand. "Worse," Ron called from his position by the tunnel. "Ministry. That new department Umbridge is running. They tracked us somehow." Harry's heart sank. Their time had run out sooner than expected. "How many?" "At least 6, Hermione reported. Led by some official named Higgins. They're just outside the entrance, setting up containment wards." "They're after me," Harry said, his mind racing. "They must have tracked the response owl back to Grimmauld Place." Draco snorted. "Of course they did. Standard ministry procedure for high-priority targets." "We need to get Luna out of here," Harry insisted. "She needs medical attention. The potion she drank was designed to cause suffering." Neville, who had been keeping watch at the tunnel, turned with an alarmed expression. "Too late, they're coming in." Sure enough, voices echoed from the passage, accompanied by the sound of multiple footsteps. Harry made a split-second decision. "Sirius, get Luna out of here. Take her to Shell Cottage. Bill and Fleur will help her. Ron, Hermione, Neville, go with them." He handed the astral compass to Hermione. "This will help you find safe passage. The rest of you, create a diversion if needed." "What about you?" Sirius demanded, already gathering Luna into his arms. "Draco and I will deal with the ministry," Harry said, meeting the Slytherin's surprised gaze. "They're less likely to use force against a Malfoy, even with his father in Azkaban. And I can't run from them forever." "Potter," Draco began, clearly unhappy with this plan. "They'll just keep coming," Harry cut him off. "Better to face them now, on our terms, than later when we might be in a worse position." Reluctantly, the others nodded. Sirius gave Harry a one-armed hug, Luna still cradled against his chest. "Be careful," he murmured. "Don't let them take your wand." With that, they moved to the far side of the cavern, where Hermione used the compass to identify a thin spot in the cave's anti-apparition wards. With a series of pops, they disappeared, leaving Harry and Draco alone to face the approaching ministry officials. "Any brilliant ideas?" Draco asked, straightening his robes with affected casualness that didn't quite hide his tension. "Just one," Harry replied, fingering the Hufflepuff cup in his pocket. "Follow my lead, and be ready to run if things go bad." The ministry officials emerged from the tunnel moments later, 6 wizards in official robes, led by a tall, thin man with a face like a hatchet. Harry recognized the type immediately, a career bureaucrat, ambitious and ruthless. Behind him came the squat, toad-like figure of Dolores Umbridge, her face twisted in a triumphant smile. "Mr. Potter," the lead wizard said, his tone coldly professional. "I am Bartholomew Higgins, Director of Field Operations for the Office of Extraordinary Magical Concerns. You are hereby required to accompany us to the Ministry for registration and evaluation." "On what authority?" Harry asked calmly, though his pulse raced. The cup in his pocket seemed to grow warmer, responding to his agitation. "By order of the minister himself," Umbridge simpered, stepping forward. "Really, Mr. Potter, did you think that little delaying tactic would work? Your owl was tracked the moment it left Grimmauld Place." "I'm in the middle of something important," Harry said, keeping his voice level. "Something that concerns Voldemort directly." Several of the wizards flinched at the name, but Higgins remained impassive. "All the more reason for you to cooperate with the ministry. Any efforts against you-know-who should be coordinated through proper channels." "And what about Mr. Malfoy?" Harry asked, nodding toward Draco. "Is he being registered as well?" "Mr. Malfoy is not our concern," Higgins replied dismissively. Unless he chooses to interfere with official ministry business. Draco raised an eyebrow. I'm simply accompanying Potter on an educational excursion. Ancient magical sites, very informative. I had no idea the ministry was looking for him. Umbridge's eyes narrowed suspiciously. An unlikely story, Mr. Malfoy. Your father would be most disappointed to hear you associating with Potter. My father, Draco said with sudden ice in his voice, is currently enjoying ministry hospitality in Azkaban. Forgive me if I don't take his potential disappointment into consideration. The exchange gave Harry precious seconds to think. The ministry team had positioned themselves between them and the exit, cutting off conventional escape. He could potentially use his avatar powers to create a distraction, but doing so would only confirm the ministry's fears about the danger he posed. Then again, perhaps that was exactly what was needed, a demonstration of power, but used in a way that showcased control rather than recklessness. Director Higgins, Harry said, taking a deliberate step forward. I understand the ministry's concerns. But I am not your enemy. I'm fighting the same fight you are, against Voldemort, against those who would disrupt the natural order. Pretty words, Umbridge sneered. But your actions tell a different story. Running from authorized ministry contact, consorting with known dark elements, she glanced meaningfully at Draco, and developing potentially dangerous abilities without oversight. You want a demonstration of my abilities? Harry asked quietly. Fine. Look around you, Director. Do you know what this place is? Higgins frowned, glancing at the still, dark lake. Some kind of hidden chamber. What of it? This is one of Voldemort's secret locations, Harry explained. Until a few minutes ago, it housed hundreds of inferi, corpses animated by dark magic to guard an object of immense value to him. My friends and I retrieved that object and neutralized the threat. Preposterous, Umbridge declared. Inferi are Class A restricted creatures. If there had been hundreds here, our detectors would have registered them. Not if they were already destroyed, Draco pointed out smoothly. Or rather, released, as Potter would say. Harry nodded, grateful for Draco's unexpected support. You're right to be concerned about unusual magical abilities, Director. But wrong to assume they're necessarily a threat. He gestured to the lake. Those inferi were victims, their bodies desecrated, their souls trapped. I freed them. Higgins studied Harry with increased interest. You claim to have destroyed hundreds of inferi. How? Not destroyed, Harry corrected. Released. I severed the dark magic binding them to Voldemort's will, allowing their bodies to rest and their souls to move on. And you expect us to believe this without proof? Umbridge demanded. In response, Harry extended his hand toward the lake, using the soul lens to call forth a memory of what had happened. The surface of the water rippled, and ghostly images formed above it, reflections of the inferi rising, attacking, and then fading away as Harry's spectral fire freed them. The ministry officials watched in stunned silence. Even Umbridge seemed momentarily speechless. Higgins, however, looked troubled rather than impressed. This power you're demonstrating, he said slowly, controlling death itself, surely you understand why it concerns the ministry. I don't control death, Harry replied. I maintain its proper place in the natural order. Death isn't something to be feared or conquered, it's part of the cycle of existence. Very philosophical, Mr. Potter, Higgins said dryly. But the fact remains, you possess abilities that fall under ministry jurisdiction. You must register with our office for proper oversight. Harry felt his patience wearing thin. While we stand here arguing jurisdiction, Voldemort is moving his Horcruxes, fragments of his soul hidden in objects that keep him immortal. We've found 2 so far. There are 4 more to locate and destroy before he can be defeated permanently. This revelation clearly caught Higgins off guard. Horcruxes. You're certain? Absolutely, Harry confirmed. It's how he survived the first time, how he was able to return. As Death's avatar, I can sense them, track them. That's what we're doing, hunting them down. A moment of tense silence followed as Higgins considered this information. Even Umbridge seemed unsure how to respond to such an unexpected revelation. Finally, Higgins spoke. This changes matters. If what you say is true, then your abilities could indeed be crucial to the war effort. He straightened formally. I propose a compromise, Mr. Potter. Cooperate with a preliminary registration process now, basic information only, and the Ministry will grant you provisional autonomy to continue your search, under loosely defined oversight. Defined loosely, Harry said cautiously. Regular reports on your progress, notification before major operations, and a Ministry liaison assigned to your group. Higgins glanced at his colleagues. We need to know what you're doing, but we don't need to control how you do it, provided you're making progress. It wasn't ideal, but it was better than being forcibly detained. Harry glanced at Draco, who gave a subtle nod, suggesting he saw no obvious trap in the offer. I'll agree to those terms, Harry said slowly, with two conditions. First, I choose the liaison. He fixed Umbridge with a cold stare. Someone I can trust. Umbridge puffed up indignantly, but Higgins cut her off before she could protest. Acceptable, within reason. And your second condition? The Ministry acknowledges, officially, that my status as Death's avatar is not a threat to public safety, but a potential asset in the war against Voldemort. No more talk of concerns, or dangers, at least not publicly. Higgins considered this, then nodded reluctantly. I believe the Minister would agree to that framing. It's politically advantageous to have you as an ally rather than a regulatory problem. Then we have a deal, Harry said, extending his hand. As Higgins stepped forward to shake it, Harry felt the cup Horcrux in his pocket pulse with malevolent energy. It seemed to sense the tension of the moment and was responding to it, trying to influence events toward chaos and conflict. Harry pushed back mentally, containing its corrupting influence. The deal was struck, hands were shaken, and preliminary paperwork was filled out on the spot. Harry provided basic information about his abilities, carefully edited to reveal enough to satisfy the Ministry while concealing the full extent of what he could do. Throughout the process, he kept a mental wall between the Horcrux's influence and his own thoughts, preventing it from affecting his decisions. Finally, Higgins seemed satisfied. We'll expect your first report in 3 days, Mr. Potter. And a decision on your preferred liaison by then as well. Harry nodded, already thinking of who might serve in that role, perhaps Arthur Weasley, or Kingsley Shacklebolt if he could be spared from his regular Auror duties. As the Ministry officials prepared to depart, Umbridge lingered, her toad-like face set in lines of frustration. This isn't over, Potter, she said quietly, when Higgins was out of earshot. The Minister may be willing to accommodate your condition, for now, but some of us recognize the danger you represent. The only danger I represent is to those who violate the natural order, Professor Umbridge, Harry replied evenly. People like Voldemort. People who fear death so much they're willing to mutilate their souls to avoid it. Her eyes narrowed. We'll be watching you, Potter. One mistake, one hint that you're becoming a threat, and all the Minister's goodwill won't save you from containment. With that final threat, she waddled after her colleagues, leaving Harry and Draco alone in the cavern. Well, Draco said after a moment, that was unexpectedly civilized. For now, Harry agreed grimly. But Umbridge won't stop. She's afraid of what I represent, what I can do. Speaking of which, Draco eyed Harry's pocket, where the Hufflepuff cup still pulsed with dark energy. What's the plan for that thing? Please tell me you're not planning to swallow another piece of the Dark Lord's soul. Harry shook his head. Not this time. We destroy this one properly. He withdrew the cup, careful not to touch it directly. But first, we need to check on Luna and the others. As they made their way out of the cave, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that the confrontation with the Ministry had gone too smoothly. Higgins had capitulated too quickly, accepted Harry's explanation too readily. It felt less like a negotiation and more like a play for time. "We need to hurry," he said suddenly, picking up his pace. "I think we're being set up." Shell Cottage stood on a windy bluff overlooking the sea, its whitewashed walls gleaming in the late afternoon sun. Bill and Fleur Weasley had made it available as a safe house for the Order, protected by both the Fidelius charm and Bill's expertise in defensive curse-breaking. Harry and Draco apparat to the edge of the property, just beyond the protective enchantments. As they approached the boundary, Harry felt the wards recognize him, permitting entry. Draco, however, was stopped by an invisible barrier. "Blood wards," he noted, unsurprised. "I'm not keyed to them." "Wait here," Harry instructed. "I'll have Bill adjust them." He sprinted up the path to the cottage, his concern for Luna overriding everything else. The door opened before he reached it, Ron appearing with his wand raised before recognizing Harry and lowering it. "Mate. What happened with the ministry?" he asked, ushering Harry inside. "Temporary truce," Harry replied. "Where's Luna?" "Upstairs, second door on the right. Fleur's with her, she knows a lot about healing." Harry took the stairs two at a time, anxious to see Luna's condition for himself. He found her in a small, airy bedroom, propped up against pillows as Fleur administered a steaming potion. Her color had improved, and her silver eyes brightened when she saw him. "Harry," she said, her voice still weak but steadier than in the cave. "You escaped the ministry." "More like negotiated a ceasefire," he replied, moving to her bedside. "How are you feeling?" "Better. Fleur's remedies are quite effective." She managed a small smile. "The potion's effects are fading. Just echoes now, not the full horror." Fleur nodded in confirmation. "She will recover completely with rest. The potion was designed to cause temporary suffering, not permanent damage." "Thank you," Harry said fervently. To Luna, he added, "You were incredibly brave down there. I couldn't have retrieved the Horcrux without you." Her smile widened slightly. "Of course you could have. But it might have been more difficult." She glanced toward his pocket. "You still have it with you." "I can feel its darkness." Harry nodded, pulling out the Hufflepuff cup. "We need to destroy it properly this time. Basilisk venom should work." Hermione brought some. As if summoned by her name, Hermione appeared in the doorway, her expression troubled. "Harry, there's something you should see. Downstairs." The urgency in her voice caught his attention immediately. "What is it?" "A message from Kingsley. And..." She hesitated. "Draco's outside the wards. Ron's refusing to let Bill key him in." Harry sighed. For all their progress as a team, some frictions remained intractable. "I'll handle it. Luna, rest. I'll be back soon." He followed Hermione downstairs to find a tense standoff in the sitting room. Ron and Sirius were arguing with Bill, while a glowing Lynx Patronus, Kingsley's, waited patiently in the center of the room. "What's going on?" Harry demanded. "Your message needs to be delivered," the Lynx said in Kingsley's deep voice. "But some present may not be cleared for this information." Harry understood immediately. "You mean Draco? He's been working with us, Kingsley. He helped retrieve the Horcruxes." The Patronus seemed to consider this. "Alastair advises against trusting a Malfoy. But the decision is yours, Harry. The message concerns a development at the Ministry that may affect your mission." "Let Draco in," Harry decided. "We're past keeping secrets from each other at this point." Bill looked skeptical but moved to adjust the wards. Moments later, Draco entered, his expression carefully neutral despite the obvious hostility from Ron. "Now," Harry said, addressing the Lynx, "what's this about the Ministry?" The Patronus dimmed slightly, then brightened as it delivered its message. "The Office of Extraordinary Magical Concerns has been compromised. We have evidence that Director Higgins has been meeting secretly with known associates of the Order of Morrigan, specifically, the faction led by the individual known as the Pale Lady. Your interaction with him today may have been part of a larger plan to monitor your movements and track the Horcruxes you locate. A chill ran down Harry's spine. His suspicions had been correct, the negotiation had been too easy, too convenient. There's more, the Patronus continued. Scrimgeour appears unaware of Higgins' duplicity. The minister genuinely believes the office is a necessary regulatory body, not a front for darker interests. Exercise extreme caution in any further dealings with ministry officials. Maintain the appearance of cooperation while revealing as little as possible. With its message delivered, the links dissolved into silvery mist. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. The ministry's been infiltrated by the necromancers. Not the ministry, Hermione corrected, her analytical mind quickly processing the implications. Just this new department, the one created specifically to monitor Harry. Draco's expression darkened. It makes sense. The Pale Lady wants access to Potter's avatar powers. What better way than through official channels? Create a department to register and oversee him, then use that information to track him, study him, and eventually attempt to claim his abilities. And I walked right into it, Harry said bitterly. Handed them basic information about my abilities, agreed to regular reports. You had no choice, Sirius pointed out. Besides, now that we know their game, we can feed them false information. Harry nodded slowly, his mind racing through the possibilities. We need to destroy this Horcrux immediately, then move on to the next one before they realize we're onto them. He turned to Hermione. You have the basilisk venom? She nodded, retrieving a small vial from her beaded bag. I've been thinking about how to apply it. The cup is solid gold, simply pouring the venom over it might not be sufficient to reach the soul fragment inside. We need to create a breach in the metal first, Bill suggested, examining the cup without touching it. A curse-breaking technique could work, create a small fracture through which the venom can penetrate. Or, Harry said, an idea forming, we use the soul lens to locate the exact point where the fragment is anchored, and apply the venom precisely there. They moved to the kitchen, clearing the table for their work. Harry placed the cup in the center, then focused through the soul lens to identify the fragment's anchor point. The cup's golden surface appeared normal to ordinary sight, but through his enhanced perception, Harry could see a pulsing darkness concentrated around the badger emblem. There, he said, pointing. The fragment is bound to the badger symbol. Bill nodded appreciatively. Good eye. A focused application right there should do it. Hermione carefully uncorked the vial of basilisk venom, her hand steady despite the danger the substance posed. One drop on human skin could be fatal, the entire vial represented enough killing power to eliminate everyone in the cottage. Ready? She asked, holding the vial poised over the indicated spot. Harry nodded, then had a sudden thought. Wait. Everyone stepped back. When the locket was destroyed, the fragment fought back. This might do the same. They retreated to a safe distance, while Harry remained close, ready to contain any manifestation with his avatar powers. At his signal, Hermione tipped the vial, allowing 3 drops of the deadly venom to fall precisely on the badger emblem. The effect was immediate and violent. The cup shuddered, then began to smoke as the venom ate through the gold-like acid through paper. A high-pitched scream emanated from the cup, and black mist poured from the growing hole. Unlike the locket fragment, this mist didn't attempt to take form or speak. Instead, it thrashed wildly, seeking escape, perhaps sensing Harry's intention to absorb it the last time. But without a host or vessel, and mortally wounded by the basilisk venom, the fragment had nowhere to go. Harry watched impassively as the mist dissolved, the scream fading to nothing. Through the soul lens, he could see the corrupted thread of soul energy unraveling, returning to the natural cycle that had been torn from when Voldemort created the Horcrux. When it was over, all that remained was the cup itself, still golden but now bearing a ragged hole where the badger had been. The malevolent presence was gone, the Horcrux destroyed. 2 down, Ron said quietly. 4 to go. 5, Harry corrected, remembering the fragment within himself. But the others will be more difficult now. Voldemort will know we're hunting them. He'll move them, add protections. And we have the Ministry, or at least this Higgins character, tracking us as well, Hermione added. Harry nodded grimly. Which means we need to accelerate our plans. The next Horcrux is at Hogwarts, I'm certain of it. We need to retrieve it before the new term begins. Hogwarts? Bill looked surprised. You think you know who hid a piece of his soul in the school? It makes sense, Luna said from the doorway, where she stood leaning against the frame for support. Hogwarts was the first place Tom Riddle felt at home. It would have tremendous significance for him. Harry moved to her side, supporting her with an arm around her waist. You should be resting. I heard the commotion, she explained. And I wanted to see the Horcrux destroyed. Her silver eyes found the damaged cup on the table. It's peaceful now. The fragment has moved on. Something in the way she said it caught Harry's attention. You could sense it. The fragment? Luna nodded. Since the Department of Mysteries, my awareness has been expanded. I can perceive death energy more clearly now. She smiled faintly. Not like you, of course. But enough to feel disturbances in the natural order. This was new information, and concerning. Luna's exposure to the Death Realm during the Pale Lady's ritual must have affected her more profoundly than they'd realized. Is that normal? Harry asked Bill, who had some experience with magical side effects through his curse-breaking work. Bill shook his head slowly. Hard to say. What happened at the Department of Mysteries was unprecedented. The barrier between worlds was weakened in ways we're still discovering. I'm fine, Harry, Luna assured him, seeing his worried expression. It's actually quite useful. I think it's why I was able to resist the potion's effects in the cave. I could separate the death energy from my own consciousness. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but this wasn't the time to press the issue. They had more immediate concerns. We need to rest and recover before attempting Hogwarts, he decided. A day at most, then we move. The others nodded in agreement, though Draco looked troubled. The Dark Lord will sense the destruction of another Horcrux. He'll be watching Hogwarts more closely now. Which is why we need to act quickly, Harry replied. Before he can move the Horcrux or add new protections. As the others dispersed to prepare for their next mission, Harry helped Luna back to her room. She was still weak from the potion, though her natural resilience was asserting itself. You're worried, she observed as he settled her on the bed. About many things, Harry admitted, sitting beside her. The Ministry, Voldemort, the Pale Lady, and now you. This sensitivity to death energy is a gift, not a curse, Luna completed for him. It helps me understand what you're experiencing. Bridges the gap between us. Harry found himself taking her hand, his thumb tracing circles on her palm. There's never been a gap between us, Luna. You understood me before anyone else did. She smiled, her silver eyes meeting his. That's because I see people as they are, not as others expect them to be. And you, Harry Potter, have always been more than the boy who lived. Even before you became Death's avatar. Her words warmed him, pushing back the cold fear that had been growing with each new complication. Luna's perspective had always been a beacon in darkness, seeing hope where others saw only danger, finding meaning in what most dismissed as madness. Impulsively, he leaned forward and pressed his lips to hers in a gentle kiss. It was brief but perfect, a moment of warmth and life amidst all the death and darkness that had become his domain. When he pulled back, Luna's eyes were wide with surprise but shining with happiness. That was nice, she said simply. We should do it again sometime, when I'm not recovering from a potion of despair. Harry laughed, feeling lighter than he had in days. It's a date. As he left Luna to rest, Harry's determination solidified. They would find the remaining Horcruxes, outmaneuver both the Ministry and the Pale Lady, and finally end Voldemort's reign of terror. And perhaps, when it was over, he and Luna could explore what might exist between them in a world not constantly teetering on the edge of darkness. But first, they had to visit Hogwarts, where another fragment of Voldemort's shattered soul awaited, hidden within the castle's ancient walls. A fragment that, according to the Soul Lens's guidance, resided in something once belonging to Rowena Ravenclaw herself. As he descended the stairs to rejoin the others, Harry felt the pulse of the Horcrux fragment within his scar, a constant reminder of what was at stake. Soon, he would have to confront the truth about his own role as an unwitting Horcrux. But for now, he focused on the next step in their journey. Hogwarts awaited, and with it, another piece of the puzzle that would lead to Voldemort's final defeat. Chapter 4, The veil between the seventh-floor corridor stretched before them, empty and silent in the pre-dawn gloom. Hogwarts during summer holiday had an eerie quality, the usual bustle of students replaced by an ancient stillness that reminded visitors of the castle's true age. Harry walked purposefully toward the blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, the others following closely behind. "Are you certain about this, mate?" Ron asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "We could wait for Dumbledore to return from the ICW conference." Harry shook his head, coming to a stop before the hidden entrance to the Room of Requirement. "We don't have time. If Voldemort senses what we're doing, he'll move the Horcrux." They had arrived at Hogwarts just after midnight, using the secret passage from Honeydukes that the Marauders' map had revealed years ago. The castle's summer security was minimal, mainly house elves and the occasional patrolling ghost. Even Filch seemed to take a more relaxed approach without students to harass. "Focus on what we need," Harry instructed, closing his eyes. "A place where hidden things are stored. Where secrets are kept." He paced 3 times before the wall, concentrating on their objective. The soul lens pulsed coldly on his finger, resonating with the Horcrux hidden somewhere in the castle. Through it, Harry had determined that the fragment was concealed in the Room of Hidden Things, a version of the Room of Requirement filled with centuries of discarded and concealed objects. The wall transformed, a door materializing from solid stone. Harry pushed it open to reveal a cathedral-like space, massive in scale, filled with towering piles of abandoned items, furniture, books, statues, and countless unidentifiable objects creating a labyrinth of hidden treasures. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed, stepping through the doorway. "It could take weeks to search all this." "We don't need to search," Harry replied, raising his hand with the soul lens. "I can sense it." He closed his eyes, extending his awareness through the ring. The Horcrux called to him like a siren song, dark, seductive, yet repulsive. Opening his eyes, he pointed toward the right side of the room. "That way." "Not far." Luna moved to his side, her silver eyes scanning the cluttered pathways. "I can feel it too. Something angry. Trapped." Since recovering from the potion in the cave, Luna's sensitivity to death energy had grown stronger. She described it as seeing death's footprints, traces left where the veil between worlds had been disturbed. It worried Harry, this unexpected side effect, but Luna embraced it as a deeper connection to her mother's research. "Stay alert," Hermione warned as they began navigating the narrow paths between towering junk piles. Voldemort wouldn't leave a Horcrux unprotected. Neville and Draco brought up the rear, wands drawn. The unlikely allies had developed a wary respect for each other over the past weeks. Neville's quiet courage and Draco's pragmatic cunning complemented each other in surprising ways. They walked deeper into the room's cluttered heart, Harry following the dark energy's call. The piles grew more precarious, objects more ancient and strange. They passed what appeared to be a stuffed troll, a collection of forbidden potion ingredients that made Draco pause appreciatively, and countless books bound in materials Harry preferred not to identify. "There," he said finally, pointing to a tarnished tiara perched on top of a chipped bust. "That's it." Even without the soul lens's guidance, the diadem radiated malevolence. Delicate silver filigree formed an intricate design around a central sapphire, and an inscription was just visible, "Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." "Ravenclaw's lost diadem," Luna whispered, awe in her voice despite the corruption. "It's been missing for centuries." "Until Voldemort found it," Harry said grimly. "And turned it into a Horcrux." He approached cautiously, aware that proximity to the Horcrux strengthened its influence. The fragment inside the diadem could sense him, both as a threat and as kin to the piece he already carried. Through the soul lens, he could see dark tendrils of energy reaching out, testing the air like a predator scenting prey. "Don't touch it directly," he warned the others. "Its defenses feel different from the locket and cup." Hermione produced a dragonhide bag. "We should contain it until we can destroy it. The basilisk venom is limited, and we may need it for the remaining Horcruxes." Harry nodded, carefully levitating the diadem off its perch. As it rose into the air, the dark energy surrounding it intensified. The temperature dropped suddenly, frost forming on nearby objects. Harry's breath fogged before him as he guided the diadem toward Hermione's waiting bag. "Something's wrong," Luna said sharply. "It's fighting back." Too late, Harry sensed the trap. The diadem emitted a pulse of magic that shattered his levitation charm. As it fell, black smoke erupted from the sapphire, quickly taking shape, not a single form as the locket had manifested, but multiple figures, shadowy and half-formed. "Protego!" Hermione shouted, casting a shield charm as the nearest shadow lunged toward them. The shield flickered and died as the shadow passed through it. These weren't physical attacks but something else, manifestations of the Horcrux's defensive magic, designed to target the mind rather than the body. One shadow engulfed Neville, who cried out and fell to his knees, eyes wide with horror. "Gran! No! I'm not worthless, I'm not." Another swept over Ron, who backed against a pile of furniture, face pale. "Get away, spiders, get away from me. It's showing us our fears," Draco realized, casting fire spells at the approaching shadows with no effect. "Creating personalized nightmares." Harry raised his hand, channeling power through the soul lens. "Enough," he commanded, his voice carrying the weight of his avatar authority. The shadows paused, wavering at the edge of Harry's influence. But the diadem itself pulsed with renewed malevolence, drawing power from their fears to strengthen its defenses. Luna moved to Harry's side, her face serene despite the chaos. "They're not real, Harry. They're echoes, like reflections in troubled water." She addressed the others. "Close your minds. Remember who you are." Her calm certainty seemed to pierce the shadow magic. Neville shook himself, rising shakily to his feet. Ron's breathing steadied as he forced himself to focus. Draco, who had been fending off his own shadow with remarkable control, joined them in a defensive circle around the fallen diadem. "We need to contain it now," Harry said, "before it draws more power." He focused his will through the soul lens, creating a barrier of death energy around the Horcrux, not to destroy it, but to suppress its influence temporarily. The shadows shrieked as they were cut off from their source, fading like smoke in wind. Hermione darted forward, scooping the diadem into the dragonhide bag and pulling the drawstrings tight. The temperature gradually returned to normal, and the oppressive sense of malevolence receded to a dull pulse. "Well," Ron said shakily, "that was pleasant. Is everyone all right?" Harry asked, looking around at his friends with concern. They nodded, though all showed signs of the encounter. Neville's hands trembled slightly, and Hermione was paler than usual. Even Draco seemed shaken, his customary composure cracked. That was different from the others, Harry noted, examining the bag containing the diadem. More aggressive. Almost intelligent. "It recognized you," Luna suggested. "Not just as a threat, but as someone who had destroyed its counterparts." "Which means Voldemort might be aware now," Hermione added grimly. "The Horcruxes seem connected on some level." Harry nodded. "All the more reason to move quickly." He checked his watch, a gift from Sirius to replace the one ruined during the Triwizard Tournament. We've been here less than an hour. If we hurry, we can be gone before anyone realizes we were here. As they made their way back through the labyrinth of hidden objects, Harry felt a growing unease. The soul lens was cold on his finger, responding to something beyond the contained diadem. He paused, extending his senses. "Harry?" Luna asked, noticing his hesitation. "Someone's coming," he said quietly. "Someone with death magic." The others tensed, wands rising. Harry focused his awareness, trying to identify the approaching presence. It wasn't Voldemort, the signature was different, colder, more methodical. The pale lady, he realized with a jolt. "She's in the castle." "How?" Hermione demanded. "Hogwarts has protections, the same way she got in before," Draco cut in. "Remember when she attacked me? The wards don't recognize necromantic travel. It operates on different principles." Harry made a quick decision. "We need to split up. I'll take the diadem and draw her away. The rest of you get back to the passage and out of Hogwarts." "Not happening," Ron said firmly. "We're not leaving you to face her alone." "I agree with Weasley," Draco said, surprising everyone. "Tactically, it's suicide. She nearly overpowered you last time, and that was when you weren't carrying an active Horcrux." "Then what do you suggest?" Harry asked, feeling the pale lady's presence growing closer. Luna touched his arm. "The solution is obvious, isn't it? We need to destroy the Horcrux now, before she reaches us." "Here." Hermione looked around dubiously. "In the room of requirement?" "It's perfect," Luna insisted. "The room can become anything we need. Why not a place to safely destroy a Horcrux?" It was a brilliant suggestion. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating as they backed toward the entrance. "We need the room to transform," he instructed. "Everyone focus on a secure chamber where dark objects can be safely destroyed." As they reached the door, the room began to shift around them. The towering piles of hidden objects faded, replaced by a circular stone chamber with a raised platform at its center. The walls were inscribed with runes of containment and purification, and a pedestal stood on the platform, clearly designed to hold dangerous artifacts. "Well done," Harry said as they entered the transformed space. He placed the dragonhide bag on the pedestal and carefully removed the diadem, using magic rather than touching it directly. Hermione produced the vial of basilisk venom. "Same approach as the cup. Find the anchor point." Harry nodded, examining the diadem through the soul lens. "The sapphire. The fragment is concentrated there." As Hermione prepared to administer the venom, a cold wind swept through the chamber. The runes on the walls flared blue, then dimmed, as if their power had been temporarily suppressed. "She's here," Luna whispered, her silver eyes fixed on the door they had entered through. "Quickly," Harry urged. "Destroy it now." Hermione's hand shook slightly as she uncorked the vial. Before she could apply the venom, the door burst open with enough force to crack the ancient wood. In the doorway stood the pale lady, her gaunt figure somehow more emaciated than before, her white eyes gleaming with triumph. "Avatar," she said, her voice carrying the chill of the grave. "How convenient of you to gather all my targets in one place." Harry stepped forward, placing himself between the necromancer and his friends. "You're not welcome here, Selenius. This is a place of learning, not death." She laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "All places are places of death, Avatar. Some simply haven't realized it yet." Her gaze shifted to the diadem on the pedestal. "Ah, and you found another of Tom Riddle's little soul cages. How industrious." "Harry," Hermione whispered urgently. "Keep her talking. I just need a moment." He gave an imperceptible nod, maintaining eye contact with the pale lady. "What do you want, Selenius? Why follow us here?" "Follow you?" She seemed amused by the notion. "Dear boy, I've been waiting for you. Ever since our encounter at the ministry, I've been tracking your progress. The locket, the cup, and now the diadem." She took a step into the chamber, the air growing colder with her proximity. "You're doing exactly what we hoped, locating the Horcruxes, bringing them together." "We?" Neville asked, his wand steady despite his fear. "The Order of Ascension," she replied. "What you call Blackthorn's faction. Though I prefer to think of us as visionaries rather than heretics." Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw Hermione inching closer to the pedestal, the vial concealed in her palm. He needed to keep the pale lady's attention fixed on him. "Your vision failed at the Department of Mysteries," he reminded her. "The ritual was stopped. Delayed, not stopped." Her white eyes gleamed. "The barrier was weakened, as you've surely noticed." She gestured toward Luna. "Your Lovegood seer can attest to that. Her newfound sensitivity is just one symptom of the change we initiated." Luna stiffened, confirming Harry's fears that the pale lady had been monitoring them more closely than they'd realized. "What I don't understand," Harry said, taking a step to the side to draw her gaze away from Hermione, "is why Voldemort would work with you. He doesn't share power." "Tom Riddle believes he's using us," the pale lady admitted with a cold smile. "Just as we're using him. He wants immortality, we want to reshape death itself. Our goals align temporarily." "And what happens when they no longer align?" Draco asked, his tone deceptively casual. "The Dark Lord isn't known for his tolerance of independent allies." The pale lady's attention shifted to Draco, giving Hermione the moment she needed. With a quick motion, she tipped the vial, letting 3 drops of basilisk venom fall directly onto the sapphire. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. The diadem emitted a piercing shriek as the venom ate through the ancient relic. Black smoke poured from the dissolving sapphire, twisting in agony as the soul fragment was destroyed. The pale lady howled in rage. "Fools! Do you know what you've done?" She raised her skeletal hands, necromantic energy gathering around her like a storm. The temperature plummeted, frost forming on the stone floor. Harry reacted instinctively, channeling his avatar powers through the soul lens to create a barrier between the necromancer and his friends. "Run," he shouted. "Get to the passage." Neville and Ron grabbed Hermione, pulling her toward the door on the far side of the chamber, while Draco covered their retreat with surprisingly effective shield charms. Only Luna remained at Harry's side, her own power, less developed but growing, adding strength to his barrier. The pale lady's attack crashed against their defense like a tidal wave against a seawall. Harry felt the impact reverberate through his being, the soul lens burning cold on his finger as it channeled more power than he'd ever attempted to control. "You can't match me, Avatar," she snarled, the flesh seeming to recede further from her skull as she drew on deeper reserves of necromantic energy. "You've barely begun to understand your powers, while I have studied death for centuries." "Understanding isn't the same as respect," Harry countered, holding firm despite the pressure. "You try to control what should be honored." Her white eyes narrowed. "Platitudes taught to you by Morgaine, no doubt. The old fool still believes death should be served rather than mastered." She gathered her power for another assault. "Let me show you what true mastery looks like." Instead of attacking Harry directly, she drove her hands into the stone floor. Cracks spread outward from her touch, black energy seeping into the ancient foundation of Hogwarts itself. The castle groaned, a sound Harry felt in his bones rather than heard with his ears. "What is she doing?" Luna gasped, her face pale with strain as she helped maintain their shield. "Something terrible," Harry replied, sensing the necromantic energy spreading throughout the castle. "She's calling to the deaths that have occurred here over the centuries." Hogwarts was old, and not all its history was benign. Hundreds had died within its walls over the millennium of its existence, from accidents, duels, magical mishaps, and darker events lost to history. Now the pale lady was drawing on that accumulated death energy, turning the castle's own past against them. The floor began to ripple like water, and ghostly hands reached upward, not inferi, but something more ephemeral, manifestations of death itself. Unlike the ghosts that haunted Hogwarts corridors, these were fragments of violent ends, carrying the terror and pain of their final moments. We can't fight this here, Harry realized. The castle itself is becoming her weapon. He grabbed Luna's hand and pulled her toward the exit where their friends had fled. The pale lady's laughter followed them as they ran, the ghostly hands grasping at their ankles, the stone beneath their feet growing treacherously unstable. They burst through the door to find their friends waiting in the corridor, wands raised. What happened? Ron demanded. The whole castle's shaking. Necromantic resonance, Luna explained breathlessly. She's activating the death echoes in Hogwarts foundations. As if to confirm her words, the corridor lurched violently, portraits falling from walls and suits of armor toppling with metallic crashes. In the distance, they could hear screams, the few summer residents and staff reacting to what must have felt like an earthquake. We need to get out, Harry said grimly. The Honeyduke's passage is our best chance. They ran through the destabilizing castle, dodging falling masonry and the increasingly aggressive manifestations of death energy. Spectral forms emerged from walls and floors, shadowy approximations of people who had died violent deaths within Hogwarts through the centuries. This is insane, Draco gasped as they rounded a corner, narrowly avoiding a portion of ceiling that crashed down behind them. She's willing to destroy Hogwarts just to stop us. Not destroy, Harry corrected, sensing the nature of the necromantic working. Transform. She's trying to convert the castle into a focal point for death magic, a permanent thinning of the veil. They reached the third floor and the statue of the one-eyed witch that concealed the passage to Hogsmeade. Harry tapped it with his wand, muttering, Descendium, and the statue slid aside to reveal the hidden tunnel. Go, he urged, ushering his friends inside. I'll be right behind you. Luna paused at the entrance, her silver eyes meeting his. You're not coming, are you? Harry couldn't lie to her. I need to slow her down. If she completes this working, Hogwarts will become a necromantic stronghold, a base for the Order of Ascension right in the heart of Britain's magical community. Then I'm staying too, Luna said firmly. No. Harry gripped her shoulders gently but firmly. Luna, I need you to guide the others safely out. Your sensitivity to death energy will help navigate the disturbances spreading beyond the castle. She searched his face, knowing he wasn't telling her everything. There's more to it. You're planning something. Harry nodded reluctantly. The Horcrux inside me, it's responding to all this death energy. I can feel it growing stronger, trying to influence me. He touched his scar, which had been burning steadily since the pale lady's arrival. I need to deal with it, and this might be the only chance I have. Understanding dawned in Luna's eyes. You're going to confront it. Enter the death realm. It's the only way, Harry confirmed quietly. The fragment can't be destroyed by basilisk venom without killing me, but if I enter the realm between life and death, I might be able to separate it from my soul. Luna's expression shifted from concern to determination. You'll need anchors, people to hold your physical form in this realm while your consciousness travels. People with a strong connection to you. Harry hesitated. It's too dangerous, it's necessary, she interrupted. And it's not your decision to make, Harry. We're in this together. She turned to the others, who had been listening to the exchange with increasing alarm. Hermione, Ron, you'll serve as primary anchors. Neville, Draco, you'll guard our physical forms while we're vulnerable. While we're vulnerable? Hermione repeated, catching the pronoun. Luna, you can't be suggesting, I'm going with Harry, Luna said simply. My sensitivity to death energy means I can navigate the realm more easily than most. I can help him find his way. Harry wanted to object, to protect Luna from the risks of such a journey, but deep down he knew she was right. Her newfound abilities made her uniquely qualified to accompany him, and the thought of facing the Death Realm with Luna at his side was infinitely more bearable than doing it alone. "All right," he conceded, "but we need to move quickly. The Pale Lady's working is spreading." They retreated deeper into the passage, moving far enough from the castle to escape the immediate effects of the necromantic disturbance. The tunnel was cool and damp, ancient stone carrying the weight of centuries above them. When they reached a slightly wider section, Harry called a halt. "This will do," he said, examining the space. "We need a flat area where we can lie down safely." While Ron and Neville cleared debris from the floor, Hermione conjured blankets to provide minimal comfort. Draco set up defensive spells at both ends of the section, his expression tense but focused. "How exactly does this work?" Hermione asked as the preparations continued. "Entering the Death Realm without actually dying seems paradoxical." "It's called walking between," Luna explained, removing items from her ever-present satchel, small candles, a vial of silvery liquid, and a pouch of what appeared to be dried herbs. Ancient cultures had rituals for it. The Celts called it stepping through the mist. Native American shamans called it walking the ghost road. My mother researched it extensively. Harry watched as Luna arranged the candles in a specific pattern around the area they had cleared. "The soul lens will help facilitate the transition," he added. "It's designed to connect Death's avatar to both realms." "And the anchors?" Ron asked, eyeing the preparations with evident unease. "What do we need to do?" "Maintain physical contact with us," Luna instructed. "Hold our hands, monitor our breathing. Most importantly, keep talking to us. Your voices will be a tether, a way back to this realm." "How long will you be gone?" Neville asked. Harry and Luna exchanged glances. "Time works differently there," Luna said carefully. "What feels like hours might be minutes here, or vice versa. If we're not back within an hour," Harry added, "you'll need to find a way to pull us back. A revival charm might work, or a strong sensory stimulus, cold water, a mild shock spell." "And if that doesn't work?" Draco asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. Harry met his gaze steadily. "Then get our bodies to St. Mungo's. The mind healers might be able to retrieve our consciousnesses if they're still intact." A heavy silence fell. The stakes had never been higher, the danger never more personal. This wasn't battling external enemies but venturing into the very realm of death itself, a journey few had attempted and fewer had returned from successfully. "We should begin," Luna said softly, lighting the candles with a wave of her wand. "The longer we wait, the stronger the Pale Lady's working becomes." Harry nodded, removing his glasses and outer robes to be more comfortable. Luna did the same, then uncorked the vial of silvery liquid. "Essence of moonlight," she explained. "Distilled during a lunar eclipse. It thins the barriers between realms." She drank half, then handed the vial to Harry. "All of it." The liquid tasted like nothing Harry had ever experienced, not sweet or bitter or any recognizable flavor, but something that seemed to bypass his taste buds entirely and speak directly to his consciousness. A tingling sensation spread from his core outward, making his skin hypersensitive. They lay down side by side on the blankets, Luna on his left, positioning themselves precisely in the center of the candle arrangement. Ron knelt beside Harry, taking his right hand, while Hermione did the same with Luna's left. The flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the tunnel's ancient stones. "Remember," Luna said, her voice already taking on a dreamy, distant quality, "keep talking to us. Your voices will guide us home." Harry felt the soul lens growing cold on his finger, responding to the ritual beginning around them. He closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing as Luna had instructed. In, out. Slow and steady. The world began to recede, sounds becoming muffled, sensations dulling except where Ron's hand gripped his own. "Luna," he whispered, reaching out with his free hand to find hers. "I'm here," she replied, her fingers intertwining with his. "Follow my voice, Harry. I'll guide you across." He let go of his last resistance, allowing his consciousness to separate from his physical form. There was a sensation of falling, or perhaps rising. Direction had no meaning in this transition. Colors swirled behind his closed eyelids, forming patterns that seemed almost meaningful before dissolving again. Then, abruptly, the movement stopped. Harry opened his eyes to find himself standing in a vast, misty landscape. The ground beneath his feet was neither solid nor insubstantial but something in between. In the distance, shapes moved through the fog, some humanoid, others defying description. Luna stood beside him, her appearance subtly altered. Her blonde hair seemed to capture light that had no visible source, and her silver eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. She looked around with wonder rather than fear. "We made it," she breathed. "The realm between." Harry examined himself, surprised to find he could see clearly without his glasses. His body felt lighter, more responsive, as if the physical limitations he'd grown accustomed to had been shed along with his material form. "Where do we go?" he asked, his voice creating ripples in the mist around them. Luna pointed to something Harry hadn't noticed before, a faint, pulsing cord of golden light extending from his chest, disappearing into the fog behind them. "That's our tether to our bodies. We can follow it back when needed." She turned slowly, examining the misty landscape. "But first, we need to find the fragment within you." Harry closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation he'd lived with for 15 years, the foreign presence nestled within his soul, dormant at times but never truly inactive. Through the soul lens, which had manifested in this realm as a glowing sigil on his hand rather than a physical ring, he could sense the fragment's location. "This way," he said, starting forward into the thickening mist. They walked for what might have been minutes or hours, time having little meaning in this place. Occasionally, shapes approached them, wisps of consciousness not fully formed, entities neither living nor dead but caught between states of being. Most scattered at Harry's approach, recognizing the Avatar's authority even in this liminal space. The landscape gradually changed around them. The formless mist gave way to more defined surroundings, a forest that seemed built from memory rather than matter. Trees of silver-gray bark reached toward a sky that couldn't quite decide if it was day or night. Beneath their feet, a path formed of what looked like moonlight guided their steps. "This is strange," Luna noted, examining a flower that bloomed and withered in the space of seconds. "The realm is responding to us, to you specifically. It's taking forms from your memories and dreams." Harry recognized the truth of her words. The forest resembled the forbidden forest at Hogwarts, yet with elements of the graveyard where Voldemort had been reborn, all overlaid with the shifting quality of dreams. As they ventured deeper, Harry became aware of presences gathering around them, not threatening, but watching, waiting. The soul lens sigil glowed brighter on his hand, responding to their proximity. "We're being followed," he said quietly. Luna nodded, unsurprised. The dead are curious about death's avatar walking among them. It's rare for the living to enter this realm while still tethered to their bodies. "Can they help us find the fragment?" "Perhaps," Luna replied, stopping in a small clearing. "But I think they're here for another reason." The mist thickened, then parted, revealing 4 figures standing at the edge of the clearing. Harry's breath caught in his throat as he recognized them, James and Lily Potter, Sirius Black, and Cedric Diggory. Not as ghosts or shadows, but seemingly solid and real, watching him with expressions of wonder and love. "Harry," his mother said, her voice exactly as he'd imagined it would sound, warm, gentle, filled with emotion. "My brave, wonderful boy." He stood frozen, overwhelmed by their presence. These weren't the echoes produced by the resurrection stone or the shades that had emerged from Voldemort's wand during Priori Incantatem. They were something more substantial, the actual souls of his loved ones, existing in this realm between life and death. "Dad," he whispered, taking a hesitant step forward. "Sirius? Cedric? Is it really you?" James Potter smiled, so like Harry yet different in subtle ways. "It's us, son. Not as we were in life, but as we are now." "How is this possible?" Harry asked, looking between them and Luna. The realm responds to need and desire, Luna explained gently. You needed guidance, and your connection to these souls is strong enough to draw them to you. Sirius looked younger than Harry had ever seen him, the ravages of Azkaban erased from his features. You've been busy, Harry. Collecting Horcruxes, battling necromancers, becoming Death's avatar. His familiar bark-like laugh echoed strangely in the misty forest. James and I are torn between pride and panic. Mostly pride, James clarified with a grin. Cedric stepped forward, nodding respectfully to Harry. You've carried a heavy burden since that night in the graveyard. I wanted to thank you for bringing my body back, for telling the truth about what happened. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat. I couldn't leave you there. And people deserve to know the truth. Lily approached her son, stopping just before him. She raised a hand as if to touch his cheek but hesitated. We exist in different states now. Touch between us is complicated. But know that I would embrace you if I could. Harry nodded, fighting back tears. I understand. He glanced at Luna, who was watching the reunion with quiet empathy. We're here for a purpose, though. The Horcrux fragment inside me, I need to find it, separate it from my soul. That's why we've come, James said, his expression growing serious. To help you locate it and confront it. But Harry, you should know, removing the fragment won't be easy. It's been part of you since you were a baby. It's like a parasite that's integrated with its host, Sirius added. Removing it will be painful, possibly dangerous. I don't have a choice, Harry said firmly. As long as it remains, I'm connected to Voldemort. And with my developing powers, that connection becomes more dangerous every day. Lily nodded, understanding in her green eyes, so like Harry's own. Then follow us. We know where it hides. The four souls turned and walked deeper into the misty forest, Harry and Luna following close behind. As they traveled, the landscape shifted again, becoming less forest-like and more abstract, architectures of memory and emotion rather than physical spaces. Can I ask you something? Harry said to his parents as they walked. About being Death's avatar. Did you know this might happen to me? James glanced back. Not specifically. The Potter family has always had a complicated relationship with death. The invisibility cloak passed down through generations, unusual resilience in the face of mortal peril. But becoming the avatar? No, that was unexpected. Death chooses its avatar based on criteria beyond mortal understanding, Lily added. But I believe your capacity for love, for sacrificing yourself for others, made you a worthy candidate. Unlike Voldemort, who fears death above all else, Sirius observed. That's why you're natural enemies, Cedric concluded. You accept death as part of life's cycle, he rejects it entirely. They emerged from the shifting landscape into what appeared to be a ruined version of the Godric's hollow cottage. The walls were partially transparent, the furniture ghostly and insubstantial. In the center of what had been the nursery stood a crib, glowing with an eerie greenish light. There, Lily said softly. Where it all began. Harry approached the crib cautiously, Luna at his side. Inside lay what appeared to be an infant, but wrong in every way, scaled black skin, red eyes, emaciated limbs. It writhed in obvious pain, emitting a high-pitched wail that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. That's the fragment. Luna whispered, horror evident in her voice. James nodded grimly. What remains of the piece of soul that attached to Harry that night? It's taken this form because it was created through the attempted murder of a child. Harry stared down at the twisted infant, feeling revulsion but also a strange pity. This malformed thing had been with him his entire life, influencing him in ways he was only beginning to understand. How do I separate it from myself, he asked. You must confront it directly, Lily explained. Acknowledge its existence, then reject its claim on you. As Death's avatar, you have the authority to banish it from your soul. But be careful, Sirius warned. It will fight. It knows that without your soul to parasitize, it cannot survive in its current form. Harry nodded, understanding the challenge before him. He turned to Luna, who had been unusually quiet during the exchange. Luna? Any insights? Her silver eyes were fixed on the twisted infant, her expression troubled. It's in pain, Harry. It was never meant to exist this way, a fragment torn from its whole. There's a wrongness to it that violates the natural order. All Horcruxes are abominations, James agreed. But this one is unique. It wasn't created intentionally, and it's been shaped by its long contact with Harry's soul. Harry steeled himself, then reached into the crib. The moment his hands touched the fragment, searing pain shot through his scar. Visions flashed before his eyes, Voldemort's memories, his experiences, his hatred and fear. Harry gasped but maintained his grip, lifting the writhing fragment from the crib. I acknowledge you, he said through gritted teeth. Part of Tom Marvolo Riddle's soul, torn by murder and bound to me without my consent. The fragment shrieked, its red eyes fixing on Harry with malevolent intelligence. Through their connection, Harry could feel its desperate desire to survive, to remain attached to the living soul that had sustained it for so long. I reject your claim on me, Harry continued, drawing on his authority as Avatar. The soul lens sigil blazed on his hand, power flowing through him. You do not belong within me. You violate the natural cycle of life and death. The pain intensified as the fragment fought back, digging metaphysical claws deeper into Harry's soul. Images and emotions not his own flooded his consciousness, Voldemort's rage, his fear of death, his bitter loneliness. For a moment, Harry felt himself drowning in the dark tide of the Dark Lord's psyche. Then Luna's hand covered his own, her touch anchoring him to his sense of self. Remember who you are, Harry, she said firmly. You are not defined by this fragment. You are Harry James Potter, friend, protector, Avatar. Your soul is your own. Drawing strength from her presence and the watchful support of his deceased loved ones, Harry made one final effort to separate the fragment from his soul. Through the soul lens, he could visualize the connections between them, dark tendrils that had wound through his being for 15 years. One by one, he severed them, each break sending fresh pain lancing through his scar. By my authority as Death's Avatar, he declared, his voice gaining power with each word, I banish you from my soul. I release you to face whatever fate awaits fragments of violated souls. With the final connection severed, the fragment gave one last, terrible shriek. It writhed in Harry's hands, its form becoming less substantial by the second. Then, like smoke dispersing in wind, it began to dissolve. But something unexpected happened. As the fragment dissipated, Harry glimpsed a rush of memories not previously accessible to him, Voldemort creating his other Horcruxes, hiding them, the specific protections he placed on each. Most importantly, he saw the last Horcrux he hadn't yet identified, a massive snake, Nagini, converted into a living vessel for a soul fragment through a ritual performed in the Riddle family graveyard. The knowledge burned itself into Harry's consciousness even as the pain in his scar reached an unbearable crescendo. He fell to his knees, the now empty crib dissolving along with the fragment. Luna knelt beside him, supporting him as waves of agony and release washed through his being. Then, suddenly, the pain vanished. Harry touched his forehead in wonder. The scar remained, he could feel its raised outline, but the constant presence he'd lived with for 15 years, the background hum of wrongness he'd grown so accustomed to he'd stopped noticing it, was gone. It's done, he whispered, looking up at his parents and Sirius. I can feel the difference. Lily smiled, pride and relief illuminating her features. You've freed yourself from its influence. Your soul is wholly your own now. And you've gained valuable knowledge in the process, Sirius noted, recognizing the look of revelation on Harry's face. Harry nodded, rising to his feet with Luna's help. I know where all the remaining Horcruxes are now. I saw them when the fragment dissolved, its final memories before dissipation. Then our task here is complete, James said. You should return to your body before your absence is noticed in the physical realm. The reality of their situation came rushing back to Harry. He was still in the death realm, his physical body lying vulnerable in a tunnel beneath Hogwarts, while the Pale Lady's necromantic working spread throughout the castle above. Wait, he said, reluctant to leave his parents and Sirius so soon. There's so much I want to ask you, so much I need to know. Lily's expression softened with understanding. We're always with you, Harry. Not in ways you can see or touch in the living world, but we're there. And this won't be the last time we speak, James added. As Death's avatar, your connection to this realm will continue to strengthen. You'll be able to reach us again, when the need is great. Sirius stepped forward, his gray eyes serious. But for now, you have living friends who need you. A battle that isn't over. One last thing, Cedric said, speaking up after having observed quietly for much of the encounter. Tell my parents, tell them I'm at peace. That what happened wasn't your fault, and I don't want them to blame you. Harry nodded, throat tight with emotion. I will. I promise. Luna touched his arm gently. Harry, we need to go. I can feel our anchors calling to us. Now that she mentioned it, Harry could hear it too, distant voices, familiar and concerned, calling their names. Ron and Hermione, trying to guide them back to their bodies. How do we return? He asked Luna. We follow our tether, she replied, pointing to the golden cord still attached to his chest. It will lead us back to our physical forms. Harry looked one last time at his parents, Sirius, and Cedric, committing their faces to memory. Thank you, he said simply, knowing no words could fully express what their help had meant to him. We're proud of you, Harry, James said. More than you can know. Live well, Lily added. Love deeply. Remember that death is not the end, only a transition. With those parting words, Harry and Luna turned to follow their tethers back to the living world. The landscape around them dissolved into mist once more, then into swirling colors and sensations. Harry felt himself falling/rising again, the boundaries between realms thinning as they approached the physical world. Then, suddenly, he was gasping for breath, his eyes flying open to see Ron's worried face hovering above him. His body felt leaden, every muscle aching as if he'd run a marathon. Beside him, Luna was stirring as well, Hermione helping her sit up. Harry! Luna! Ron exclaimed. Thank Merlin. You've been gone for nearly an hour. We were about to try waking you forcibly. Did it work? Hermione asked anxiously. The fragment, it's gone, Harry confirmed, touching his scar. The perpetual ache he'd lived with for so long had vanished. I separated it from my soul. It's been destroyed. And we know where the remaining Horcruxes are, Luna added, her voice hoarse but triumphant. Nagini, Voldemort's snake, is one of them. Draco, who had been maintaining watch at the tunnel entrance, turned with raised eyebrows. The snake. That explains why the Dark Lord keeps it so close. We need to move, Neville said urgently. While you were, wherever you were, things have been happening up above. The whole castle is in chaos. We've been hearing explosions, feeling tremors. Harry pushed himself to a sitting position, fighting through the weakness in his limbs. The Pale Lady's working. How long were we gone in real time? Almost exactly an hour, Hermione replied. But it felt longer to you, didn't it? Harry and Luna exchanged glances, silently agreeing not to detail everything they had experienced in the Death Realm. Some things were too personal, too profound to share immediately. Time works differently there, Luna said simply. But we accomplished what we needed to. Harry closed his eyes briefly, extending his awareness through the soul lens. Without the Horcrux fragment interfering, his perception was clearer than ever before. He could sense the necromantic energy pulsing above them, centered on Hogwarts but spreading outward in concentric circles. "She's almost completed the working," he said grimly. "We need to stop her before the transformation becomes permanent." "How?" Ron asked. "If she's powerful enough to affect the whole castle, I have an advantage now," Harry interrupted, rising to his feet. "Without the fragment, I can channel more power through the soul lens. And..." He hesitated, then continued, "I understand death better now. I've walked in its realm, seen how it's supposed to work. The Pale Lady is creating a perversion of that natural order." Luna stood beside him, wobbling slightly before finding her balance. "We should hurry. The longer her working continues, the harder it will be to reverse." They gathered their belongings quickly, extinguishing the ritual candles and erasing all evidence of their presence in the tunnel. Harry felt stronger with each passing minute, his body adjusting to the absence of the soul fragment it had hosted for so long. There was a lightness to his thoughts, a clarity that was both exhilarating and disorienting. "What's the plan?" Draco asked as they prepared to move. "Besides the obvious, confront the insanely powerful necromancer who's currently converting Hogwarts into Death Central. I need to get to the center of her working," Harry explained. "Based on what I'm sensing, that's the Great Hall. Once there, I can use the soul lens to disrupt the necromantic energies and restore balance." "While we what?" Ron asked. "Distract her army of death specters." "Actually, yes," Luna replied. "The manifestations are drawn to life energy. If you four create a diversion in another part of the castle, it should draw them away from Harry and me." "You're not coming with me," Harry said immediately. "It's too dangerous." Luna fixed him with a serene but determined gaze. "I'm the only one whose sensitivity to death energy matches yours, even if at a lesser scale. You'll need my help to navigate the distortions she's creating." They stared at each other for a long moment, a silent battle of wills. Finally, Harry nodded reluctantly. "Fine, but you stay behind me at all times." With the plan hastily established, they moved through the tunnel toward Hogwarts. As they neared the castle entrance, the effects of the Pale Lady's working became increasingly apparent. The stone walls rippled with ghostly energy, and the air itself seemed to resist their passage, growing thicker and colder with each step. They emerged into the castle proper to find a nightmarish transformation underway. The familiar corridors of Hogwarts had become twisted, distorted versions of themselves. Shadows moved independently of light sources, and spectral figures drifted through walls and floors, not the usual Hogwarts ghosts, but darker entities drawn from the castle's long history of death and suffering. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered, staring as a procession of hooded figures floated past, seemingly unaware of the living students. "What are those?" "Echoes," Luna explained quietly. "Imprints of deaths that occurred here over centuries. The necromantic working is giving them temporary form." They moved cautiously through the transformed castle, Harry leading the way with the soul lens guiding his path. The plan was for Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Draco to create a distraction near the astronomy tower, as far from the Great Hall as possible, while Harry and Luna made their way to confront the Pale Lady directly. As they reached the junction where they would separate, Harry turned to his friends. "Be careful," he said earnestly. "Don't engage directly if you can avoid it. Just create enough chaos to draw attention, then get to safety." "We've got this," Neville assured him, his confidence a far cry from the nervous boy Harry had first met on the Hogwarts Express. "Just make sure you stop her. And don't do anything stupidly heroic," Hermione added, hugging Harry quickly. "We've already had enough near-death experiences for one day." With final nods of encouragement, the four headed toward the astronomy tower, leaving Harry and Luna to continue toward the Great Hall. As they descended through the castle, the necromantic distortions intensified. Gravity seemed to shift unpredictably, and time itself felt stretched and compressed in alternating waves. "She's altering the fundamental properties of Hogwarts," Luna observed, her voice hushed. "Bending reality to create a permanent junction between the living world and the death realm." If she succeeds, Harry said grimly, the barrier will be permanently weakened. Necromancers worldwide would gain unprecedented power. They reached the entrance hall to find it transformed almost beyond recognition. The marble staircase now resembled a cascading waterfall of ghostly energy. The house hourglasses had shattered, their gems floating in midair, each reflecting scenes of deaths associated with their respective houses throughout Hogwarts history. And the doors to the great hall stood open, revealing the epicenter of the Pale Lady's working. The enchanted ceiling no longer showed the sky outside but a swirling vortex of blacks and grays, a reflection of the Death Realm itself. The 4 house tables had been pushed against the walls, creating a vast open space in which elaborate necromantic symbols had been inscribed on the floor. At the center of these symbols stood the Pale Lady, her skeletal arms raised, her white eyes glowing with power as she chanted in an ancient language that made Harry's ears hurt to hear. Around her, a dozen robed figures, members of the Order of Ascension, maintained a secondary chant, their voices creating a discordant harmony with their leaders. The combined sound resonated with the castle itself, causing the very stones to vibrate in sympathy. There are too many, Luna whispered. We can't fight them all. We don't need to, Harry replied, the plan forming in his mind as he observed the working. The symbols on the floor, they're creating a channel to the Death Realm. If I can disrupt the pattern, the entire working will collapse. How do we get close enough? Before Harry could answer, a distant explosion shook the castle, Ron and the others creating their diversion. The Pale Lady faltered momentarily in her chanting, her white eyes lifting toward the ceiling. She barked an order to her followers, and 4 of them broke away, heading toward the source of the disruption. Now, Harry said, pulling Luna into the shadow of a pillar as the necromancers rushed past them. We need to reach the edge of their ritual circle without being seen. They moved carefully along the wall, using the distortion of light and shadow to conceal their approach. The remaining necromancers were focused entirely on maintaining the ritual, their awareness directed inward rather than outward. The Pale Lady herself had resumed her chanting, her body now hovering several inches above the floor as the energy built around her. When they reached the edge of the inscribed symbols, Harry paused, studying the pattern. Through the soul lens, he could see the flow of necromantic energy, how it gathered from throughout the castle, channeled through the symbols, and concentrated in the Pale Lady's skeletal form. There, he whispered, pointing to a specific intersection of lines near the edge of the circle. That's the keystone of the pattern. Disrupt it, and the whole working collapses. Luna nodded, her silver eyes tracing the same energies Harry had identified. Be ready, she warned. The moment we interfere, they'll attack. Harry drew a deep breath, centering himself. Without the Horcrux fragment clouding his connection to his avatar powers, he felt more in tune with the death energy around him, not controlling it, but understanding its proper flow and balance. The soul lens hummed with potential on his finger, responding to his heightened awareness. Now, he said, stepping forward and raising his hand. Power flowed through the soul lens as Harry directed his will toward the keystone symbol. Not attacking it with brute force, but altering its meaning, shifting its alignment from the corrupted necromantic purpose back toward the natural cycle of life and death. It was like turning a key in a lock, restoring the proper order where chaos had been introduced. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for the ritual. The carefully balanced flow of energy stuttered, then reversed. The Pale Lady screamed as her connection to the Death Realm was disrupted, the power she had been channeling now flowing in the wrong direction. Intruders, one of the necromancers shouted, spotting Harry and Luna at the circle's edge. The Avatar. The Pale Lady's white eyes fixed on Harry, rage and recognition flashing across her gaunt features. You, she snarled, her voice distorted by the energies still swirling around her. What have you done? Restored balance, Harry replied, stepping fully into the circle. With each step, the necromantic symbols beneath his feet realigned, their corruption cleansed by his presence as Death's avatar. This ends now, Selenius. She laughed, the sound like breaking glass. You think you understand the forces you're tampering with, boy. I have studied death for centuries. This working is beyond your comprehension. I understand more than you think, Harry countered, continuing his advance. I've walked in the realm between. I've seen what true death is, not a force to be conquered, but a transition to be respected. The remaining necromancers moved to intercept him, drawing wands and daggers. Luna stepped to Harry's side, her own wand raised defensively. Stay back, she warned them. You're violating the natural order. As a daughter of the Lovegood line, I stand against your perversion of death's purpose. One of the necromancers hesitated, recognition flashing across his features. Lovegood? Pandora's child? The pale lady snarled in frustration as her working continued to unravel around her. Kill them both. Quickly, before the channel collapses completely. The necromancers attacked, firing spells and necromantic curses that rippled the very air with their corruption. Harry raised a barrier of pure death energy, not the twisted version the necromancers wielded, but the clean, natural power of transition and renewal. Their spells dissolved against it like salt in water. Your power comes from perverting death, Harry said, advancing steadily through their attacks. Mine comes from serving its true purpose. With each step, more of the necromantic symbols realigned, their power draining away from the pale lady and back into the natural cycle. The vortex on the ceiling began to shrink, the connection to the death realm closing as balance was restored. The pale lady shrieked in rage and desperation. No. Centuries of preparation. You cannot unravel it so easily. Not easily, Harry corrected, feeling the strain of channeling so much power through the soul lens. But necessarily. Luna moved with him, her own growing sensitivity to death energy allowing her to reinforce his efforts. Where he restored balance, she stabilized it, preventing the necromancers from recorrupting what had been cleansed. The pale lady made a final, desperate move. Gathering what remained of her power, she thrust her skeletal hands into the fading vortex above her. If I cannot have Hogwarts, she howled, then none shall have it. The castle shuddered violently, stones cracking as she attempted to tear the fabric of reality itself. Harry sensed her intent, to collapse Hogwarts into the death realm, destroying the school entirely rather than surrendering her working. Luna, he said urgently, help me close the vortex. If it collapses uncontrolled, it could tear Hogwarts apart. They joined hands, Luna's sensitivity amplifying Harry's avatar powers. Together, they reached toward the swirling vortex, imposing order on its chaotic energies, guiding its closure rather than allowing it to collapse catastrophically. The pale lady howled as her last gambit failed, her connection to the death realm severed by Harry and Luna's combined efforts. The vortex shrank to a pinpoint, then winked out entirely. The enchanted ceiling returned, showing the night sky above Hogwarts, stars glittering peacefully as if nothing had happened. With the working disrupted, the necromantic symbols faded from the floor, and the spectral manifestations throughout the castle began to dissipate. The pale lady collapsed to her knees, her power temporarily exhausted by the backlash of the failed ritual. It's over, Selenius, Harry said, approaching her cautiously. Your working has failed. Hogwarts remains as it was meant to be. She looked up at him, her white eyes burning with hatred. This is not over, Avatar. What I began here can be initiated elsewhere. The barrier remains weakened from our work at the Ministry. Next time, you won't arrive in time to stop us. Before Harry could respond, she plunged a dagger into her own chest, not to kill herself, but as a focus for a desperate spell. Black energy erupted from the wound, enveloping her in a cocoon of necromantic power. By the time it dissipated, she was gone, leaving only the dagger behind. Necromantic translocation, Luna explained, seeing Harry's confusion. Using her own life force as fuel to escape. Incredibly dangerous. The remaining necromancers, seeing their leader gone and their working destroyed, attempted to flee. Some disapparated, the castle's protections having been temporarily disrupted by the ritual, while others ran for the doors. Harry let them go, too exhausted to give chase and knowing they were merely followers, not the architect of this scheme. As the last of them vanished, Harry and Luna stood alone in the great hall, the evidence of the necromantic working fading like a bad dream. The house tables had returned to their proper positions, and the hall was gradually resuming its normal appearance. "We did it," Luna said softly, swaying slightly with exhaustion. "Hogwarts is safe." Harry nodded, feeling the weight of the day's events, the destruction of the diadem Horcrux, the journey into the Death Realm, the separation of the fragment from his soul, and now the thwarting of the Pale Lady's working. It was almost too much to process. "Harry." "Luna." Hermione's voice called from the entrance hall. Moments later, she rushed in, followed by Ron, Neville, and Draco. All four looked disheveled but unharmed. "Are you all right?" The ghosts and shadows just suddenly disappeared. "We're fine," Harry assured them. "The Pale Lady's working has been stopped. Hogwarts is returning to normal." "The Pale Lady herself?" Draco asked, looking around the hall warily. "Escaped," Luna replied. "But severely weakened. It will take her time to recover from this failure." Ron whistled low, surveying the great hall. "Wish I could have seen you two in action. Must have been quite the showdown." Harry and Luna exchanged glances, silently agreeing that some aspects of what had occurred, particularly their combined channeling of death energy, were too complex to explain immediately. "The important thing is we succeeded," Harry said. "And now we know all the remaining Horcruxes. We're one step closer to ending this." Neville, ever practical, looked toward the windows. "Dawn's approaching. We should leave before the staff realizes what happened here. Questions we can't easily answer." Harry nodded in agreement. "Back to Shell Cottage. We need to rest and plan our next moves." As they made their way out of the great hall, Harry noticed Luna hanging back slightly, examining a spot on the floor where the central necromantic symbol had been. He rejoined her, concerned by her intense focus. "What is it?" he asked quietly. "Residue," she replied, kneeling to touch the stone. The working left an imprint. Faint, but present. Harry crouched beside her, seeing through the soul lens what she had identified, a subtle alteration in the castle's magical fabric, like a scar that wouldn't fully heal. "Is it dangerous?" he asked. Luna shook her head slowly. "Not actively. But it's a weak point now. The barrier between realms will always be thinner here than elsewhere." She met his gaze, her silver eyes troubled. "What the Pale Lady began cannot be completely undone, only contained." The implications were sobering. Even in their victory, there were lasting consequences. The barrier between worlds had been damaged first at the Department of Mysteries, now at Hogwarts. Each incident created new vulnerabilities that the necromancers could potentially exploit. "Then we make sure they never get another chance," Harry said, helping Luna to her feet. "We find the remaining Horcruxes, end Voldemort, and then deal with the Order of Ascension once and for all." Luna nodded, her expression clearing. "One step at a time." She squeezed his hand. "How does it feel? Being free of the fragment?" Harry considered the question, touching his scar reflexively. "Lighter. Clearer. Like I've been carrying a weight for so long I forgot it was there until it was gone." He smiled slightly. "And my connection to the Avatar powers feels stronger, more natural." "That makes sense," Luna said as they rejoined the others in the entrance hall. "The fragment was essentially competing with your true nature. Now there's nothing standing between you and your purpose." Her words resonated with what Harry had learned in the Death Realm, from his parents, from Sirius, from his own experiences there. Death's avatar wasn't a title or a burden but his nature, his purpose. Not to bring death, but to ensure its proper place in the cycle of existence. As they left Hogwarts behind, the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon, Harry felt a profound sense of transformation. He had entered the castle carrying a fragment of his enemy's soul within him. He left wholly himself for the first time in his life, with clearer purpose and deeper understanding. The path ahead remained dangerous, 2 Horcruxes still to find, Voldemort and the Pale Lady still at large. But Harry faced these challenges with newfound clarity. He had walked in the realm between life and death, confronted the fragment within himself, and emerged transformed. Whatever came next, he would meet it not as the boy who lived, but as Harry Potter, Death's avatar, his soul finally and completely his own. Chapter 5. The last reaping sunlight streamed through the windows of Shell Cottage, illuminating the parchments, books, and artifacts scattered across the kitchen table. Maps had been marked with potential locations, timelines sketched and revised, and plans drafted, then discarded. After weeks of preparation, they were approaching the endgame. Harry stood at the window, watching waves crash against the shore below the cliff. The soul lens gleamed on his finger, its obsidian shard reflecting the morning light. Since removing Voldemort's soul fragment from his own, Harry's connection to his avatar powers had deepened tremendously. Death energy responded to him now with an intuitive ease, like an extension of his own being rather than a foreign power to be mastered. "It has to be Godric's Hollow," he said without turning. "That's where Voldemort will make his move." Behind him, the others exchanged glances. Hermione sat surrounded by ancient texts borrowed from various Order members' libraries. Ron and Neville pored over tactical maps of the village. Draco stood somewhat apart, examining a series of rune sequences chalked on a blackboard. And Luna, closest to Harry, her silver eyes watching him with quiet understanding. "Why Godric's Hollow?" Hermione asked. "Strategically, it offers him no advantage. It's not about strategy." Harry turned from the window, his green eyes holding a depth that still sometimes startled his friends. "It's about symmetry. Where it began, it will end. Halloween night, 15 years ago, that's when I became the Avatar, when I first reaped part of his soul. He knows that now. The intelligence from Kingsley confirms it," Ron added, tapping a sealed missive on the table. "Death Eater movements, portkey acquisitions, ritualistic items being gathered. They're preparing for something major at Godric's Hollow." The past month had been a whirlwind of activity. After thwarting the Pale Lady's attempt to transform Hogwarts and removing the Horcrux fragment from within himself, Harry had led his companions on a relentless hunt for the remaining Horcruxes. Nagini, Voldemort's serpent, had proven elusive, always kept close to her master. But the final inanimate Horcrux, a golden cup bearing Hufflepuff's badger, had been retrieved from the Lestrange vault at Gringotts through an audacious heist involving Polyjuice potion and a harrowing escape on the back of a half-blind dragon. 4 Horcruxes destroyed, 1 inside Harry eliminated, leaving only Nagini before Voldemort himself could be confronted. But intelligence from the Order suggested Voldemort was accelerating his own plans, preparing a ritual that would change the nature of the conflict entirely. "He's going to try to claim my power," Harry said, voicing what they all suspected. The Pale Lady's ritual at the Department of Mysteries was just preparation. This will be the main event, an attempt to usurp Death's avatar status for himself. "Can he even do that?" Neville asked, looking up from the maps. "I thought being the Avatar was something you were chosen for, not something that could be stolen." Luna set down the ancient grimoire she'd been studying, one of Morgaine's texts on Avatar lore. "According to this, it's been attempted 3 times in recorded history. Each attempt failed catastrophically, resulting in the death of the usurper and widespread disruption of the balance between realms. But Voldemort has advantages those previous attempts didn't," Draco pointed out. "The barrier between realms has already been weakened by the Pale Lady's workings. And Potter's blood runs in his veins since the resurrection ritual in the graveyard." Harry nodded grimly. "He'll use that connection, my blood in his veins, as the foundation. Then he'll need my physical presence at the ritual site to create a conduit for the power transfer. Which is why we can't simply avoid Godric's Hollow," Hermione concluded. "If we don't confront him there, he'll find another way to capture you and perform the ritual elsewhere." "Exactly." Harry rejoined them at the table. "At least at Godric's Hollow, we choose the time and place of our confrontation. We prepare the battlefield. Speaking of preparation, Ron said, the order's ready. Dad says everyone's on standby. Kingsley's got trusted Aurors positioned throughout the village, disguised as locals. McGonagall and the Hogwarts teachers are prepared to create a second defensive line. And the DA? Harry asked. Ready and waiting, Neville confirmed with quiet confidence. They've been training with specialized anti-necromantic techniques based on what we learned from the Pale Lady's attack on Hogwarts. Harry surveyed his friends, his generals in this strangest of wars. Each had grown in ways he could never have anticipated when they began this journey. Ron had become a brilliant strategist, his chess player's mind adapting to the complex movements of real-world combat. Hermione's research abilities had uncovered ancient magics no Death Eater could anticipate. Neville had transformed from a timid boy into a leader who commanded respect without raising his voice. Even Draco had found a path beyond his upbringing, his intimate knowledge of dark magic now turned toward its countering. And Luna. Luna had become something beyond classification. Her natural sensitivity to death energy had developed into a formidable talent, allowing her to perceive disturbances in the veil between worlds with greater clarity than anyone except Harry himself. More importantly, her unwavering acceptance of Harry's changing nature had anchored him when he might otherwise have lost himself in his growing powers. There's one more thing we need to address, Harry said after a moment. Nagini. As long as she survives, Voldemort remains tethered to life. Can't we just deal with her during the battle? Ron asked. Harry shook his head. Voldemort keeps her too close, protected by powerful enchantments. We need a specific plan to reach her. I've been thinking about that, Neville said, surprising them all. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a familiar ruby-hilted sword. Professor McGonagall entrusted this to me. Said something about Gryffindor's sword presenting itself to worthy members of the house in times of need. Hermione gasped. The sword of Gryffindor. Imbued with basilisk venom from when Harry slew the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. One of the few substances that can destroy a Horcrux, Harry confirmed. Neville, are you volunteering to target Nagini during the battle? Neville nodded, a quiet determination in his eyes. The prophecy could have meant either of us, Harry. You've carried the burden all these years. Let me handle this part. Harry studied his friend for a long moment, then nodded. All right. But you'll need backup, someone to help you get close enough. I'll do it, Draco said unexpectedly. When everyone turned to stare at him, he shrugged with affected casualness. The Dark Lord won't expect me to be fighting against him. That gives me an advantage in getting close to the snake. The significance of this offer, Draco Malfoy, son of Voldemort's right hand, volunteering for perhaps the most dangerous mission in the coming battle, was not lost on anyone. Ron looked like he might object out of habit, then thought better of it. That leaves the ritual itself, Hermione said, returning to the main threat. Based on our research and Morgane's texts, Voldemort will need specific components, a physical connection to Harry, a nexus point where death magic naturally concentrates, and a catalyst to bridge the gap between his fragmented soul and the Avatar power. The physical connection is my blood, which he already has, Harry said. Godric's Hollow is certainly a nexus point for death magic, especially where my parents died. As for the catalyst. He hesitated, then continued, I think it will be the Elder Wand. A shocked silence fell over the group. The Elder Wand, the third Deathly Hallow, the most powerful wand ever created, had been in Dumbledore's possession for decades. Its connection to Death's avatar was profound, as Harry had learned from Morgane's grimoire. In the right hands, it could channel death energy with unparalleled precision. You think Voldemort has the Elder Wand? Hermione asked, aghast. I know he does, Harry replied grimly. Dumbledore's tomb was desecrated 3 nights ago. The Order kept it quiet to avoid panic, but Kingsley confirmed it. Voldemort has the wand. But it won't work properly for him, Luna pointed out. The wand chooses the wizard. Especially the Elder Wand. That may not matter for the ritual, Harry said. He doesn't need to master the wand, just use it as a conductor for death energy. The implications settled heavily over the room. Voldemort, armed with the Elder Wand, preparing a ritual to steal Harry's avatar powers at the very site where their connection began. The stakes could hardly be higher. When do we move? Ron asked, breaking the tense silence. Harry checked his watch, the one Sirius had given him, modified to track lunar phases as well as time. Tonight is the dark of the moon. Necromantic energy reaches its peak in the absence of moonlight. Voldemort will perform the ritual at midnight. Then we arrive at 11, Draco suggested. Establish positions before they complete their preparations. Harry nodded. We should rest while we can. Tonight we'll test everything we've learned, everything we've become. His gaze swept over his companions, no longer just friends or allies, but something forged stronger by shared purpose and danger. Whatever happens, know that I don't, Ron interrupted with a half-smile. No deathbed speeches, mate. Save it for after we win. A ripple of laughter broke the tension, and even Harry smiled. For all the cosmic weight of their situation, for all the death magic and prophecies and avatars, they were still at their core a group of young people facing danger together. That simple human connection had carried them through so much already. All right, Harry conceded. No speeches. Just, thank you. All of you. As they dispersed to make their final preparations, Luna lingered behind. She approached Harry by the window, where he had returned to his contemplation of the sea. You're worried about something specific, she observed. Something you haven't shared with the others. Harry smiled faintly. Even without their shared experiences in the death realm, Luna had always seen him with uncanny clarity. The ritual works both ways, he admitted quietly. If Voldemort attempts to claim my avatar status but fails, you might absorb his powers instead, Luna finished. Becoming something beyond what was intended. Harry nodded. Death is supposed to have one avatar in the living world, one bridge between realms. If I absorb what Voldemort takes. He shook his head. I don't know what I'd become. Luna considered this, her silver eyes thoughtful. When we walked between worlds, your parents said death isn't something to be feared, just a transition. Perhaps this would be your transition, Harry. Not to something monstrous, but to your next form. That's what I'm afraid of, he confessed. What if my next form isn't human anymore? What if I lose my connection to this world, to the people I love? Luna took his hand, the one bearing the soul lens, and held it between both of hers. The ring pulsed gently at her touch, recognizing her growing affinity with death energy. You won't lose yourself, she said with quiet certainty. I won't let you. In her silver eyes, Harry saw not blind faith but profound understanding, of him, of death, of the balance he served. Luna had walked beside him through the veil between worlds. She had seen his soul separated from the fragment that had parasitized it for so long. If anyone could anchor him to his humanity during what was to come, it was her. Promise me something, he said softly. If things go wrong, if I start to become something I shouldn't be, I'll remind you who Harry Potter is, she completed. Not just Death's avatar, but the boy who loves flying in treacle tart, who speaks without thinking when he's angry, who'd die for his friends without hesitation. She smiled, a radiant expression that seemed to lighten the very air around them. I've always seen you clearly, Harry. That won't change, no matter what form you take. Impulsively, he leaned forward and kissed her. Unlike their first kiss at Shell Cottage, this one carried no hesitation, only the quiet certainty of two souls recognizing each other across the boundaries that separated living from dead, human from avatar, ordinary from extraordinary. When they parted, Harry felt centered in a way he hadn't since this journey began. Whatever came at Godric's Hollow, whatever transformation awaited, he would face it not alone, but with Luna as his anchor to humanity. Let's finish this, he said. Godric's hollow slumbered beneath a starless sky, the new moon casting no light on the ancient village. Mist crept between cottages and wound around the church steeple like a living thing, unnatural in its thickness and the chill it carried. No muggles walked the streets, they had been subtly encouraged to stay indoors through muggle-repelling charms placed by Order members earlier that day. Behind the veil of mist and darkness, two forces prepared for confrontation. Death Eaters had been arriving throughout the evening, operating in small groups to avoid detection. They took positions around the village center and the ruins of the Potter Cottage, establishing a perimeter under the watchful eyes of Bellatrix Lestrange and Antonin Dolohov. Near the cottage itself, a ritual circle was under construction, ancient stones positioned precisely, runes carved into the earth, dark crystals placed at cardinal points to channel necromantic energy. Interspersed among them, nearly invisible through powerful disillusionment charms, members of the Order of the Phoenix maintained their own watch. Bill Weasley crouched on a rooftop, his curse-breaker's senses attuned to the dark magic gathering in the ritual circle. Kingsley Shacklebolt and Tonks monitored Death Eater movements from concealed positions, while Remus Lupin coordinated communications between scattered resistance fighters. And at the edge of the village, beneath the spreading branches of an ancient oak, Harry Potter and his companions arrived with the soft crack of apparition. "Right on time," Ron murmured, consulting a pocket watch. 11 exactly. Harry reached out with his avatar senses, allowing death energy to flow through the soul lens and return with information. The ritual preparations were more advanced than he'd expected. Voldemort had been thorough in his planning, the magical foundations already laid with precision. "They're nearly ready," he said quietly. "The ritual circle is established, and I can sense at least 30 Death Eaters throughout the village." "And the Order?" Hermione asked. "In position," Neville confirmed, a modified DA coin warm in his palm. "Everyone's ready for the signal." Harry nodded, then turned to Luna. "Can you sense any disturbances in the Vale?" Luna closed her eyes briefly, her sensitivity reaching outward. "It's thin here," she reported. "Thinner than normal, especially near the cottage. But stable for now. The ritual hasn't begun to breach it." "All right." Harry surveyed his companions one last time. "You all know your roles. Neville, Draco, find Nagini and destroy her, but wait for the battle to begin before you make your move. Ron, Hermione, coordinate between the DA and the Order, make sure our forces target the ritual components if we can't stop Voldemort directly. Luna." He met her silver eyes. "Stay with me. I'll need your perception when the ritual begins." A series of soft pops announced the arrival of the DA members, nearly 20 students and former students who had trained under Harry, now prepared to face real combat. Among them were Ginny Weasley, her fiery hair hidden beneath a dark hood, Fred and George, for once entirely serious, and others who had proven their courage during the Battle of Hogwarts. Everyone under disillusionment charms until the signal, Harry instructed. "Move to your assigned positions and wait. We attack on my mark, not before." As the groups dispersed, melting into the misty darkness, Harry and Luna made their way toward the center of the village. The soul lens guided them, its cold pulse on Harry's finger growing stronger as they approached the ritual site. Through its power, Harry could see beyond physical reality to the currents of magic flowing through Godric's hollow, ley lines of natural energy intersecting precisely where his parents had died, where he had first claimed a fragment of Voldemort's soul as an infant. "He's coming," Luna whispered suddenly, her silver eyes fixed on something only she could see. "The veil ripples before him." Harry sensed it too, a disturbance in the death energy, a presence so corrupt it created dissonance in the natural order. Voldemort was approaching, and with him, the final confrontation Harry had been preparing for since learning of his true nature as Death's avatar. They concealed themselves behind a crumbling garden wall with a clear view of the ritual circle. Death Eaters stood at attention around the perimeter, their masked faces turned expectantly toward the far end of the village street. The mist parted, revealing a tall, pale figure gliding forward with inhuman grace. Lord Voldemort had arrived. He wore robes of deepest black, embroidered with silver runes that pulsed with sickly light. In one hand he carried the Elder Wand, its power barely contained, clearly resistant to his ownership. In the other, a silver chain leashed Nagini, the massive serpent slithering alongside her master, her yellow eyes alert for danger. Behind Voldemort came a second figure that made Harry's blood run cold, the Pale Lady, her emaciated form even more skeletal than before, her white eyes gleaming in the darkness. She had recovered from her defeat at Hogwarts, though the effort had clearly cost her. The flesh seemed to have receded further from her bones, and her movements carried a new brittleness, as if she might shatter at any moment. "The unholy alliance," Luna murmured. Morgane warned this might happen. "The Pale Lady isn't just helping him, she's planning to feed on the excess energy from the ritual." "Like a parasite," Harry agreed grimly. "She doesn't expect Voldemort to succeed completely. She wants the backlash." Death Eaters bowed as Voldemort reached the ritual circle, creating a path for him to the central altar, a flat stone salvaged from the ruins of the Potter cottage. With ceremonial precision, he placed the Elder Wand upon it, then turned to address his followers. "My loyal servants," his high, cold voice carried easily through the night air. "Tonight marks the culmination of our work. Tonight, I claim power beyond mere immortality." He gestured to the ritual circle. "Death itself shall bend to my will, and through it, we shall reshape the wizarding world in our image." The Death Eaters murmured in appreciation, though Harry noted that some, particularly the older ones like Dumbledore, seemed uneasy. They had signed on for wizarding supremacy, not necromantic revolution. "The ritual requires one final component," Voldemort continued. "The Avatar himself. Harry Potter must be present for the transfer of power." His lipless mouth curved in a cold smile. "And he will come to us willingly." With a casual flick of his borrowed wand, Voldemort levitated something into the air for all to see, a struggling figure, bound in magical restraints. Harry's heart froze as he recognized Arthur Weasley, clearly captured while on watch duty. "A simple exchange," Voldemort called out, his voice projecting to reach hidden listeners. "Surrender yourself, Potter, and this blood traitor lives. Refuse, and he dies screaming, the first of many." Beside Harry, Luna stiffened. "It's a trap," she whispered. "But also an opportunity. If you approach the circle now, before the ritual begins properly." Harry nodded, understanding immediately. The ritual preparations were nearly complete, but not fully activated. This might be their best chance to disrupt it before Voldemort channeled the full power of the Dark Moon. He touched the DA coin in his pocket, sending a silent signal to his scattered allies. "Prepare to attack on my approach. Target the ritual components. I'll create a distraction when they bring you into the circle," Luna said, reading his intention. "That's when Neville and Draco should move on Nagini." Harry squeezed her hand once, then stood. Before stepping into the open, he removed the resurrection stone from his pocket and pressed it into Luna's palm. "Keep this safe. I may need it if things go wrong." Without waiting for her response, Harry strode out from behind the wall, directly into the open space before the ritual circle. Death Eaters turned at his appearance, wands raising, but Voldemort held up a hand to forestall attacks. "Harry Potter," he said, satisfaction evident in his serpentine features. "So predictable in your nobility." "Let Arthur go, Tom," Harry replied calmly, using Voldemort's birth name deliberately. "This is between you and me." Rage flashed across Voldemort's face at the name, but he controlled it quickly. "Indeed it is. A matter of inheritance, one might say." He gestured to the ritual circle. "Join me, and the blood traitor goes free." Harry approached slowly, each step measured, his senses extended through the soul lens to assess the magical structures around him. The ritual circle was a masterpiece of dark magic, ancient runes of binding and transference laid with precision, crystals positioned to capture and redirect the natural death energy that permeated Godric's hollow. At its center, the Elder Wand pulsed with barely contained power, clearly eager to be rid of Voldemort's ownership. As Harry reached the edge of the circle, the pale lady moved forward, her white eyes examining him with clinical interest. "The Avatar comes willingly," she observed in her glass shard voice. "How accommodating." "I wouldn't call it willing," Harry replied, his gaze shifting between her and Voldemort. "But I understand the necessity." He nodded toward Arthur Weasley. "Release him. Now." Voldemort smiled thinly. "When you step into the circle, not before." Harry allowed anger to show on his face, not entirely feigned. "You expect me to trust the word of a man who murders children?" "I expect you to recognize the inevitable," Voldemort countered. "You are outnumbered, Potter. Your hidden allies cannot save you. This ending was written the night I marked you as my equal." With deliberate slowness, Harry stepped across the boundary of the ritual circle. Immediately, he felt the magic close around him, not binding him, not yet, but recognizing his presence. The runes etched in the earth began to glow with a dull red light. "Excellent," Voldemort hissed. With a dismissive gesture, he released the magical bindings on Arthur Weasley. "Take your freedom, Weasley. Consider it a mercy before your world changes forever." Arthur stumbled forward, clearly injured but alive. He caught Harry's eye briefly, a silent question, a willingness to sacrifice himself rather than leave Harry captive. Harry gave an imperceptible shake of his head. "Follow the plan." Understanding flashed across Arthur's face. He staggered away from the circle, toward the shadows where Order members waited. The moment he reached safety, all hell broke loose. A brilliant flash of light erupted from behind a nearby cottage, Luna's signal. Simultaneously, disillusionment charms dropped throughout the village as DA members, Order fighters, and Kingsley's trusted Aurors revealed themselves, attacking from multiple directions at once. Death Eaters scrambled to respond, caught between defending the ritual and protecting themselves. Spellfire illuminated the misty darkness, red stunning spells, blue jinxes, and the sickly green of killing curses crisscrossing the village square. Within the ritual circle, Voldemort snarled in rage. "Fools! Protect the crystals. Nothing must disturb the alignment." He turned to Harry, crimson eyes blazing. "Did you think this pathetic resistance would save you? The ritual has already begun." Indeed, Harry could feel it, power building within the circle, drawn from the nexus of death energy beneath them. The runes glowed brighter, and the Elder Wand at the center vibrated with increasing intensity. But Voldemort had miscalculated. Harry had not entered the circle to surrender, but to sabotage the ritual from within. As the battle raged around them, he reached toward the nearest runestone with his avatar powers, attempting to alter its alignment as he had done with the Pale Lady's workings at Hogwarts. The moment his power touched the rune, however, pain lanced through him. These were no ordinary inscriptions, they had been designed specifically to contain and redirect an avatar's abilities. The more he pushed against them, the more they turned his power back upon himself. The Pale Lady laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Did you think we would be unprepared for your interference? These bindings were crafted specifically for you, Avatar. The more you resist, the more firmly they will hold you." Outside the circle, the battle intensified. Harry glimpsed Neville and Draco moving with surprising coordination, fighting their way toward Nagini, who had been placed in a protective magical sphere near the edge of the ritual site. Luna led a group of DA members in targeting the power-focusing crystals, while Ron and Hermione coordinated with Order members to keep Death Eaters occupied. But within the circle, Harry found himself increasingly constrained. The runes were activating in sequence, forming a cage of necromantic energy that pressed in around him. Voldemort approached the central altar, Elder Wand in hand, his lipless mouth curved in triumph. "The dark of the moon reaches its zenith," he announced. "The time has come." He began an incantation in a language older than Latin, harsh syllables that seemed to scrape against reality itself. With each word, the air within the ritual circle grew colder, heavier with potential. The Pale Lady took position opposite Voldemort, adding her own chant in counterpoint to his, creating a dissonant harmony that made Harry's teeth ache. "Blood of the Avatar, unwillingly given, you shall serve a new master," Voldemort intoned, switching briefly to English. He raised the Elder Wand, pointing it directly at Harry. "Power of death, bound to flesh, transfer your allegiance to the worthy heir of Slytherin." A beam of sickly green light, not quite the killing curse, but related to it, shot from the Elder Wand toward Harry's chest. The moment it struck, agony unlike anything he had ever experienced coursed through his body. This wasn't physical pain but something deeper, the sensation of his very essence being pulled away, of the connection between his soul and his avatar status being forcibly severed. Harry fell to his knees, fighting to maintain consciousness as Voldemort continued the ritual. Through a haze of pain, he was dimly aware of the battle raging beyond the circle, spells flying, shouts and screams, the chaos of combat. He needed to resist, to fight back, but the ritual bindings turned his every effort against him. Then, through the pain, a familiar voice reached him, not shouted, but projected directly into his mind through their unique connection. "Harry. The stone. Luna." Somehow, despite the chaos, she had maintained her focus on him, using their shared experiences in the Death Realm to reach across the barrier of the ritual circle. The Resurrection Stone. Of course. The second Hallow, designed to call back shades from beyond the veil. But Harry no longer had it, he had given it to Luna for safekeeping before entering the circle. "I'll get it to you." Her voice came again, more urgent now. "Be ready." Through watering eyes, Harry saw Luna break away from her group, ducking beneath a barrage of spells as she sprinted toward the ritual circle. In her hand, the resurrection stone gleamed with an inner light, responding to the necromantic energies saturating the area. The Pale Lady noticed her approach. "The love-good girl," she shrieked. "Stop her. She carries a Hallow." Death Eaters turned to intercept Luna, but they were too slow. With a graceful movement that seemed almost choreographed, she tossed the stone through the barrier of the ritual circle. It arced through the air, spinning 3 times before landing directly at Harry's knees. The moment the stone touched the ground within the circle, the ritual faltered. The runes flickered, their pattern disrupted by the introduction of a power they had not been designed to contain. The Resurrection Stone, one of Death's own artifacts, rejected the perversion of death magic being channeled through the ritual. Voldemort howled in rage. "What is this? What have you done?" Harry didn't answer. Instead, he seized the moment of disruption to reach for the stone, closing his fingers around its cool surface. Instantly, he felt a surge of power, not the painful wrenching of Voldemort's ritual, but the natural connection between Death's avatar and one of Death's own Hallows. "Death comes for all," Harry said, the words emerging not from memory but from some deeper knowledge now awakening within him. "Even for those who flee it." He turned the stone 3 times in his hand, but not to call back specific souls. Instead, he reached through it to the veil itself, thinning the barrier between worlds at the precise moment Voldemort's ritual was attempting to harness death energy. The effect was immediate and catastrophic, for the ritual, not for Harry. As the veil thinned, death energy flooded into the circle, overwhelming the carefully calibrated runes. But instead of flowing into Voldemort as his ritual intended, it flowed through Harry, its rightful conduit. Power surged through Harry's body, no longer painful but exhilarating. The soul lens on his finger blazed with cold fire, amplifying his connection to the death realm. He rose to his feet, darkness gathering around him like a cloak, not the corrupt darkness of Voldemort's workings, but the pure absence of light that represented death's impartiality. "No!" Voldemort shrieked, realizing his ritual was collapsing. "I am the rightful master. I conquered death." "You only delayed it," Harry replied, his voice resonating with newfound power. "And at what cost?" "A soul shattered beyond recognition, a half-life sustained through murder and violation of the natural order." The Elder Wand, still lying on the central altar, began to vibrate violently. As the third Hallow, it recognized the presence of its true master, not the wizard who had won it in combat, but Death's avatar now fully awakened to his power. With a sound like a thunderclap, it tore free from the altar and flew across the circle, not to Voldemort's outstretched hand, but to Harry's. The moment his fingers closed around the Elder Wand, the final piece clicked into place. All 3 Hallows, the cloak safely hidden at Shell Cottage, the stone in his left hand, and now the wand in his right, acknowledged Harry as their true master. Not through conquest or cunning, but through acceptance of Death's place in the natural order. "Impossible," the pale lady whispered, her white eyes wide with disbelief. "No avatar has ever united the Hallows." But Voldemort was not ready to admit defeat. With a snarl of rage, he thrust his hands into the fluctuating energies of the failing ritual. "If I cannot claim the power cleanly, I shall take it by force." Before Harry could stop him, Voldemort tore open a rift in the ritual's collapsing structure, creating a direct channel to the Death Realm. Raw, unfiltered death energy poured through, and Voldemort, in an act of desperate madness, opened himself to it, absorbing what was never meant for him. The effect was horrific. Voldemort's body convulsed as death energy invaded it, warping flesh never meant to channel such power. His pale skin turned translucent, revealing blackened veins pulsing with stolen power. His eyes, already unnaturally red, began to glow like hot coals. Most disturbing of all, the remaining fragments of his soul, already mutilated by the creation of Horcruxes, began to unravel at the edges, creating a nightmarish aura around him. "Yes," he howled, his voice distorted and multilayered, as if multiple entities spoke through him simultaneously. "I can feel it. The power of death itself." The ritual circle shattered completely, its runes burning out as the energies they were meant to control overwhelmed them. The shockwave rippled outward, momentarily halting the battle raging through the village as everyone, Death Eater and Order member alike, turned to witness the transformation occurring at the center. Voldemort rose into the air, dark energy crackling around him like black lightning. His body continued to transform, growing both more substantial and less human with each passing second. The death energy he had stolen was remaking him into something unprecedented, neither fully alive nor properly dead, but a horrific amalgamation of the two. "I am beyond you now, Potter," he roared, his voice shaking the very ground. "I am Death's master." "No," Harry said quietly, certainty flowing through him. "You're its thief. And what is stolen must be returned." He raised the Elder Wand, channeling his avatar powers through it. Unlike Voldemort's corrupted absorption of death energy, Harry's connection flowed naturally, a river returning to its proper course. The darkness gathering around him wasn't chaotic or destructive, but ordered and purposeful, death as it was meant to be, not a terror but a transition. "Tom Riddle," Harry called, using Voldemort's birth name deliberately. "You have violated the boundary between life and death. You have torn your soul and bound fragments to objects never meant to house them. You have stolen power not rightfully yours." The Elder Wand thrummed in his hand, responding to the authority in his words. The soul lens glowed on his finger, and the resurrection stone pulsed in his grip. Through these artifacts, Death's own tools, Harry reached toward the monstrosity Voldemort was becoming. "By my authority as Death's avatar, I offer you one chance." Harry's voice carried power now, not just volume. "Accept Death's embrace. Allow your soul to move on, as all souls must. End this perversion." For the briefest moment, something like uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's distorted features. The part of him that was still Tom Riddle, the orphaned boy who had feared death above all else, seemed to waver. But then his expression hardened into hate once more. "Never," he shrieked. "I am Lord Voldemort. I decide when death comes, not you." He gathered the stolen death energy around him like a weapon and hurled it toward Harry, not as a spell, but as raw power, a tsunami of necromantic force that would have obliterated any ordinary wizard instantly. But Harry was no ordinary wizard. He was Death's avatar, now fully awakened to his purpose. As the wave of corrupted energy approached, he didn't dodge or shield himself. Instead, he opened himself to it, becoming a conduit rather than a target. The power Voldemort hurled struck Harry full force, then flowed through him, purified by his nature as Avatar, and returned to the Death Realm where it belonged. What should have been a killing blow became instead a restoration of balance. Voldemort stared in disbelief as his attack not only failed to harm Harry but seemed to strengthen him. "What are you?" he whispered, fear entering his voice for perhaps the first time. "I am what you could never understand," Harry replied. "Not death's enemy or master, but its steward. Not immortal, but accepting of mortality as part of life's cycle." Around them, the battle had frozen entirely, combatants on both sides transfixed by the confrontation occurring at a level beyond conventional magic. The Pale Lady alone continued to move, edging away from the ritual site, perhaps sensing that her gambit had failed catastrophically. Harry raised the Elder Wand once more. "The time has come, Tom Riddle. Face what you have fled for so long." Before Voldemort could respond, a commotion erupted at the edge of the gathering. Neville Longbottom burst through a knot of Death Eaters, the sword of Gryffindor gleaming in his hand. Behind him came Draco Malfoy, maintaining a shield charm against pursuers. "Harry!" Neville shouted. "Now!" With a single fluid motion, Neville swung the sword in a perfect arc, severing Nagini's head from her body as she lunged toward him. The snake's protective sphere shattered, and a terrible scream erupted from the dying creature, not animal pain, but the death cry of the final Horcrux. Voldemort's distorted form convulsed as the last external fragment of his soul was destroyed. His tenuous control over the stolen death energy slipped further, causing his partially transformed body to fluctuate between states of being. The necromantic power he had absorbed began to turn on him, consuming rather than empowering. "No," he gasped, clawing at the air as if trying to physically hold on to the power draining from him. "I cannot die. I will not." "Everyone dies, Tom," Harry said, feeling not triumph but a strange compassion for the creature before him. "Even Death's avatar will someday return to the cycle. That's the truth you never accepted." Harry didn't cast a spell. He didn't need to. As Death's avatar facing a soul that had cheated its proper fate for decades, he simply reached out with his true power and reaped. The Elder Wand served as a focus, the Soul Lens as an amplifier, and the Resurrection Stone as a bridge between realms. Through these hallows, Harry extended his will not to kill. Voldemort was beyond conventional death, but to collect what had long evaded its proper transition. A sound like the rushing of great wings filled the air. The darkness surrounding Harry condensed, taking almost physical form, not a robe or cloak, but an extension of his authority as Avatar. It reached toward Voldemort, enveloping his struggling form. "No!" Voldemort's scream tore through the night, a sound of pure terror. "I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal." For a moment, it seemed as if he might yet escape, his corrupted form twisting against Harry's power. Then Luna's voice rang out, clear and true. "Harry! Remember who you are." The simple phrase, a reminder of his humanity even as he wielded cosmic power, centered Harry completely. Not just Death's avatar but Harry Potter. Not just a cosmic force but a human being who had known love and loss, joy and pain. This duality gave him a strength Voldemort could never comprehend. With newfound clarity, Harry completed what he had begun. The darkness surrounding him enveloped Voldemort entirely, and within it, something fundamental occurred, not destruction, but transition. The corrupted, fragmented soul of Tom Riddle, along with the stolen death energy that had briefly sustained his transformation, was reaped from the mortal realm. A blinding flash of light erupted from the point of contact, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When vision returned, Voldemort was gone. Where he had floated, twisted and monstrous, now remained only a pile of ash gently settling to the ground. The Elder Wand hummed contentedly in Harry's hand, its power perfectly aligned with his own. The Resurrection Stone grew warm in his palm, acknowledging the proper passage of a soul long overdue for transition. And throughout Godric's hollow, the unnatural mist began to dissipate, revealing a night sky now studded with stars. For a moment, absolute silence reigned. Death Eaters and Order members alike stood frozen, trying to comprehend what they had witnessed. Then, with cries of dismay, the Dark Lord's followers began to flee, disapparating or running into the surrounding countryside. Without Voldemort's power and presence binding them, the Death Eater organization was already collapsing. Only the Pale Lady remained, her white eyes fixed on Harry with a mixture of fear and calculation. "This isn't over, Avatar," she hissed. "Death has many servants, and not all acknowledge your authority." "Perhaps," Harry replied, the darkness around him gradually receding as his power settled into a more sustainable state. "But tonight has proven which path leads to balance and which to corruption. Choose wisely, Selenius." She seemed about to respond, then thought better of it. With a complex gesture, she tore a hole in space itself, not apparition, but a necromancer's doorway between places. Before stepping through, she cast one final glance at Harry. "We will meet again, Avatar. When you have lived longer with your power, you may see things differently." Then she was gone, her portal closing behind her with a sound like tearing silk. Harry knew with certainty that the threat she represented would return someday, but not tonight. Tonight belonged to other matters. Luna reached him first, moving through the dissipating ritual energies without fear. Her silver eyes shone with something beyond pride or relief, a deep understanding of what Harry had become and what he had chosen not to become. "You did it," she said simply, taking his hand, the one not holding the Elder Wand. "You maintained balance." Others approached more cautiously, Ron and Hermione, Neville still carrying the bloodied sword of Gryffindor, Draco hanging back but clearly part of the group. Beyond them came Order members and DA fighters, their expressions a mixture of awe and uncertainty as they regarded Harry. He knew what they saw, not just Harry Potter, the boy who lived, but something more. Darkness still clung to him like a second shadow, and his eyes held a depth that hadn't been there before. The union of the Hallows had changed him, completing his transformation into what being Death's avatar truly meant. "Is he gone?" Ron asked, breaking the silence. "For good this time." Harry nodded. "His soul has moved on to whatever awaits those who damage themselves as he did. He can never return to this world." "And you?" Hermione asked tentatively. "Are you, still you?" It was a fair question. Harry could feel the difference in himself, power thrumming beneath his skin, awareness extended beyond normal human perception. The Hallows had amplified his avatar status beyond what anyone had anticipated. But beneath it all, his core remained. "I'm still me," he assured her. "Just, more so." Luna squeezed his hand. "The power doesn't define you, Harry. Your choices do. And you chose balance over dominance, compassion over control. That makes all the difference." Her words seemed to ease the tension. One by one, his friends approached, each acknowledging in their own way that while Harry had changed, he remained essentially himself. Ron with a somewhat nervous pat on the shoulder, Hermione with a fierce hug, Neville with a respectful nod, and even Draco with a small, sardonic salute. As Order members began the process of securing the area and tending to the wounded, Harry turned to face the ruins of his parents' cottage. The place where it had all begun, where a baby had survived the killing curse and unknowingly claimed his first soul fragment, becoming Death's avatar in the process. With the Elder Wand still in hand, Harry approached the ruined structure. The decades-old preservation charms had finally failed during the battle, and the cottage was beginning to crumble in earnest. It seemed fitting somehow, the physical remnant of that fateful Halloween night returning to dust now that its purpose had been fulfilled. "Would you like a moment alone?" Luna asked softly, sensing his thoughts. Harry shook his head. "No. I'd like you to come with me." Together, they entered the ruins. The interior was dark, but Harry needed no light to see, his perception extended beyond physical limitations now. He led Luna to what had once been the nursery, where the roof had been blown away 15 years ago and never repaired. Above them, stars glittered in the night sky where the dark moon had passed its zenith. The air was charged with residual magic, both from the recent battle and from older, deeper enchantments laid by Lily Potter's sacrifice. "This is where I died the first time," Harry said quietly. "Not completely, but partially. Enough to be touched by death and chosen as its avatar." "And now the cycle is complete," Luna observed. "You faced death again tonight, not as its victim but as its representative." Harry nodded, feeling the truth of her words. "I thought becoming the avatar meant losing my humanity. I was wrong. It meant embracing it fully, understanding that mortality gives life meaning, that endings are necessary for beginnings." He raised the Elder Wand, feeling its eager response to his intent. With a gentle movement, he began repairing the collapsed walls and shattered windows of the cottage, not to restore it to a home, but to preserve it as a memorial. Stone and wood knit together, dust reversed its dispersal, broken glass reformed into windows that caught the starlight. "What happens now?" Luna asked as they watched the cottage restore itself. "With the Hallows, with your powers?" Harry considered the question. The Elder Wand thrummed in his grip, the resurrection stone remained warm in his pocket, and the invisibility cloak waited for him at Shell Cottage. Together, they made him master of death in a way no wizard had been before, not through conquest but through acceptance. "I don't think anyone can be death's avatar forever," he said finally. "Even with the Hallows, it's not a permanent state. Someday, I'll pass this responsibility to another, just as it was passed to me." "But not soon," Luna said, understanding in her silver eyes. "No, not soon," Harry agreed. "For now, there's work to be done. The barrier between realms remains weakened from the Pale Lady's workings. The magical world needs to heal from Voldemort's influence. And the Hallows themselves must be safeguarded." Luna took his hand once more, the soul lens ring cool between their palms. "Whatever comes next, you won't face it alone." Harry smiled, feeling for the first time in months, perhaps years, a sense of true peace. Voldemort was gone. The prophecy was fulfilled. And while new challenges would inevitably arise, he would meet them not as a frightened boy marked by fate, but as Harry Potter, Death's avatar, with friends and love to anchor him to his humanity. Together, they walked out of the restored cottage into the star-filled night, leaving the past behind and stepping into whatever future awaited them, a future where death was not an enemy to be feared, but a natural transition to be respected. And in that acceptance lay true power, greater than any Dark Lord could ever understand. Epilogue. 5 years passed, seasons turning as they always had despite the momentous changes in both magical and cosmic realms. Spring sunlight filtered through new leaves as Harry Potter walked the grounds of Hogwarts, students nodding respectfully as he passed. He looked much the same as he had that night in Godric's Hollow, still youthful, though with an ageless quality about him that became more pronounced with each passing year. The lightning scar remained on his forehead, no longer a connection to Voldemort but a reminder of his first encounter with death. The soul lens gleamed on his finger, its obsidian shard catching the light. The Elder Wand remained secure in an unplottable location, used only when cosmic balance required its power. The resurrection stone had been set into a pendant worn by Luna, who alone had the wisdom to use it responsibly. And the invisibility cloak still served its original purpose, concealing its wearer from detection, whether by enemies or by death itself. Harry's position in the wizarding world had evolved into something neither he nor anyone else could have predicted. Not Minister of Magic, that role belonged to Kingsley Shacklebolt, who governed with wisdom and fairness. Not Headmaster of Hogwarts, McGonagall continued in that capacity, overseeing the school's recovery from the dark days of Voldemort's reign. Instead, Harry had become something between advisor and guardian, his unique perspective as Death's avatar giving him insights beyond conventional wisdom. When magical disasters threatened the balance between realms, he intervened. When dark wizards attempted to pervert the natural order, he restored equilibrium. Not through dominance or control, but through the calm authority that came from understanding death's true nature. He reached the edge of the forbidden forest, where a familiar figure waited beneath the spreading branches of an ancient oak. Luna Lovegood, now Luna Potter, stood with her back to him, silver blonde hair catching the sunlight as she sketched something in a leather-bound journal. "The Thestrals are restless today," she said without turning, always somehow aware of his presence. "Something stirring on the other side." Harry joined her, following her gaze to where a herd of the skeletal horses grazed at the forest's edge. More people could see them now, one of many lingering effects of the war. Death had touched too many lives to remain invisible. "The Pale Lady?" he asked, though he already suspected the answer. Luna nodded, closing her journal. The resurrection stone gleamed at her throat, set in silver that complemented her eyes. "The disturbance has her signature. She's gathering power again, trying new approaches to pierce the veil." "We knew she would return eventually," Harry said. In the years since Godric's Hollow, the necromancer had made several attempts to continue what she'd begun with Voldemort, creating permanent bridges between realms, seeking to control death rather than respect it. Each time, Harry and his allies had thwarted her, but she remained persistent. "She's found new allies," Luna added. "The Department of Mysteries reports unusual energy signatures in Eastern Europe. Hermione thinks she's working with descendants of Grindelwald's followers." Harry absorbed this information calmly. 5 years as Death's avatar had taught him patience. Death itself was never hurried, never anxious. It came when it came, as inevitable as sunrise. "We'll gather the others tonight," he decided. "If she's moving again, we need to prepare." The others had evolved from his original companions into something more structured, a small council dedicated to maintaining the balance between life and death. Hermione had become their researcher, delving into ancient texts with her characteristic thoroughness. Ron brought strategic thinking and a grounding practicality that kept them connected to the everyday concerns of the wizarding world. Neville, now Hogwarts herbology professor, contributed his knowledge of magical plants that bridged the gap between living and dead. Draco, surprising everyone including himself, had become their expert on dark artifacts, his family background providing insights no one else possessed. And Luna, with her unique sensitivity to death energy, served as their early warning system for disturbances in the Veil. "There's time," Luna said, taking his hand. The soul lens and her wedding band clinked softly together. "The signs suggest she's still in the planning stages." Harry nodded, letting her certainty calm his instinctive urge to act immediately. Another lesson he had learned: even Death's avatar couldn't be everywhere at once. Some threats required immediate action, others needed careful monitoring. They walked along the forest's edge, a comfortable silence between them. Students watched curiously from a distance. The famous Harry Potter and his equally unusual wife were always objects of fascination. Few understood exactly what Harry had become after Godric's Hollow, though rumors ranged from the absurd, "he could kill with a glance," to the surprisingly accurate, "he could perceive when someone's death approached." "Do you ever regret it?" Luna asked suddenly, voicing a question she rarely raised. "Accepting the Avatar role, becoming Master of Death?" Harry considered her question carefully. The years had brought challenges he couldn't have anticipated, the weight of cosmic responsibility, the gradual distance that grew between him and those who aged normally, the difficult decisions that came with stewarding the boundary between life and death. But they had also brought profound understanding, purpose beyond what most ever discovered, and the chance to ensure death remained what it was meant to be, not an enemy, but a transition, as natural as birth and just as necessary. "No," he answered honestly. "It's not always easy, but it's right. It fits." Luna smiled, the expression lighting her face in a way that still made his heart skip. "That's what I told the baby this morning. That his father has an unusual job, but one that fits him perfectly." Harry stopped walking, turning to face her fully. "The baby? You mean?" She nodded, her hand moving to rest on her stomach, still flat but now containing the faintest trace of new life, perceptible only to Harry's enhanced senses and Luna's intuitive awareness. "About 7 weeks along," she confirmed. I wanted to be certain before telling you. Joy surged through Harry, pure and human despite the cosmic power he wielded. A child, their child, growing within Luna. New life, the perfect complement to his daily work with death, the completion of the cycle he had come to understand so intimately. A baby, he whispered, placing his hand over hers. Through the soul lens, he could perceive the tiny spark of existence, bright and perfect. Our baby. Luna watched his face, her silver eyes seeing beyond his surface reaction to the deeper implications. I wondered if you might be concerned, what being Death's avatar might mean for a child. It was a valid question. Harry had sometimes wondered himself what his unique status might mean for future generations. Would his child inherit sensitivity to death energy? Would they one day become avatar in his place? Or would they be entirely ordinary, a welcome counterbalance to his extraordinary existence? Whatever comes, we'll face it together, he said, the answer simple but sincere. Just as we always have. Luna's smile deepened, satisfaction in her eyes. I told the Nargles you'd say exactly that. Harry laughed, the sound carrying across the grounds and causing several nearby students to turn in surprise. Death's avatar was not known for public displays of emotion. But in that moment, he was simply Harry, husband, soon-to-be father, a man blessed despite or perhaps because of the unusual path his life had taken. As they continued their walk, planning how to share the news with their friends and discussing what challenges the Pale Lady might pose this time, Harry felt the familiar balance within himself, the human and the avatar, coexisting in harmony. Death and life, endings and beginnings, all part of the same great cycle. The war against Voldemort had ended 5 years ago at Godric's Hollow, but Harry's true journey, understanding what it meant to be Death's avatar, finding purpose in that role while maintaining his humanity, continued each day. It wasn't always easy, rarely simple, but it was his path. And with Luna beside him and a new life growing within her, that path stretched before him not as a burden, but as a privilege. After all, what better way to understand the value of life than to know intimately the nature of death? What greater gift than to walk between worlds while remaining firmly anchored in both? As Death's avatar, Harry Potter had learned the truth that had eluded Voldemort until the end, that death was not to be conquered or feared, but embraced as part of life's journey. And in that acceptance lay not defeat, but the deepest magic of all. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.